pace setter that he has found on the bike that we are watching now. Aegis oozing confidence, but he is keeping his feet on the ground. He's not getting carried away. He's got a good man in his corner, Chaz Davis, his manager, who knows a thing or two about winning races, of course, around here as well. What's happened to Aegis? This is the final corner, turn 13, and we're going to have a similar moment to Alonso Lopez. Exactly the same, pretty much copy-paste for Aegis. So, yeah, the exit of turn 13 proved tricky for a lot of riders this morning. A little bit of a warning sign for the rider currently in P3, but I think, yeah, it's difficult to say after sort of one practice, and who knows what Bautas would have been able to if he didn't make a small mistake in practice yesterday. But I do feel like Aegis, after that win in Austin, Bautas was right with him, of course, as well. And if it weren't for the long lap penalty, it would have been Aegis versus Bautas in that podium mix. But I think I'm going to slightly lean towards Aegis. I was hoping we'd get a dry session because it would have been really interesting to see the sort of Aegis versus Bautas race pace as Bautas rises to P1 in this session with a 154.953. But at the minute, it is those two, as you say, a clear hierarchy as things stand here in Jerez ahead of qualifying. And what a battle it will be if we've got those two at the top of the timesheets going into Sunday. But at the moment, I'm going to slightly lean towards Aegis because of the previous results. He, of course, picked up his debut pole position in Thailand, and that was more than a big moment for David Alonso coming through turn 3.
Started his birthday with a trip to the medical centre there. You don't want to crash in the middle of turn 7. First of all, because there's not an abundance of runoff here, and what is quite a compact circuit, although they have increased it in recent times. Also, in a crash of that nature, you're going to do an awful lot of damage to the bike as well as your body. Alonso, though, managing to save it. Alonso yesterday, well, he did 7 laps in the 139s. His teammate Danny Holgado did 5 of them. Manu Gonzalez also did 7 laps in the 139s, although 3 of those were at the end of the session when he went into time attack mode. Ethan Guevara, second of the world championship, he only did a couple of laps in the 139s as Alonso Lopez has a moment too dissimilar to Pecco Bagnaia yesterday morning in the dry in MotoGP. Of course, Bagnaia did crash there later on in the session too. So clearly, the MotoGP riders will be watching these sessions closely because they will be banking a lot of this information. It's all very useful data and info for the MotoGP riders. They'll be out on track in around about half an hour's time. They now know, certainly at turn 13, when you're probably being as patient as you dare, probably in the middle of turn 13 thinking, come on then, I can't wait any longer before I finally start to squeeze the throttle. But as soon as you do, the rear tyre lights up. But turn 1 on the brakes, which is tricky in the dry, also proving troublesome in the wet for Lopez.
Yeah, Lopez did well to gather that up, that front end, really did wash away from the Spaniards. And of course, we saw Lopez have a bit of a moment on the exit of turn 13 a couple of minutes ago as well. So 2 moments for Lopez in this session, a big one for Alonso as well, and a pretty big one for Aegis too. This is Tony Arbolino, who loves these conditions, doesn't he? Tiger Tony, a fantastic top 2 at the moment. Bobby Locatelli will be pretty pleased with that with 17 minutes to go. And if a couple of riders do fancy wet conditions later on, I think Tony Arbolino will be one of them. He was sounding very confident over in Brazil that they'd made a step forward. Just missed out, though, on an automatic Q2 position yesterday. He's not too far away, of course, was actually the 10th away from Celestino Vietti inside that top 14. But Arbolino just struggling slightly to regather the feeling that he had over in Brazil, but he's slowly getting there. But yeah, he's one rider. Is this another moment for Manu Gonzalez this time? Oh yes, it is. And that's an even big one than what we've seen at the final corner. So the championship leader doing well to stay on the bike there.
Manu Gonzalez, of course, he's not exactly high up the list of wet weather specialists, is he? From the previous experience we've got in Moto2, famously Austin last year, he was so poor in the wet conditions that he started the race on slicks, which proved to be a mistake, which is a masterpiece of understatement. He ended up finishing a lap behind and way down the back of the field. Gonzalez currently in 17th place. It's Bautas and Arbolino, as El mentioned, the Fantic 1-2. Holgado 3rd from Lopez, who's pitted perhaps for a change of underwear. He's 4th. Navarro is 5th on the first of the forwards, ahead of Munoz, Agi, Aegis now 8th. And Dennis on 2. Tayo Rosato doing a pretty good job so far this morning, up in 11th place, given that he, like the other rookies, will be a little short of wet mileage on Moto2 machinery. For Sato, done a 56.9 as we follow his teammate Adji over the line, and Adji takes top spot on a 154.399. Good day for Adji yesterday, has to be said. Adji in 8th place at a circuit that he never usually felt particularly strong around. Certainly wasn't strong here last year from a physical point of view, because he had to withdraw due to that repeated dislocating shoulder. But Adji yesterday, another strong showing, and booking his place in Q2 Automatic for the 3rd time now in 4 races.
Yeah, exactly. 3rd time in 4 races that is inside the top 10 on a Friday as well. So good stuff from the Indonesian. At a track that, of course, everyone is pretty quick at and everyone knows. So a good sign for Adji going into the rest of the season that he's going to be a strong contender. We know that Hiroshi Oyama wasn't too impressed with how the weekend unfolded over in Austin for both of his riders. He's expecting both of his riders to be further up the field than what they showed over in Austin. Of course, a DNF for Adji there, but good stuff for the Indonesian to bounce back strongly on a Friday. But as we mentioned, finishing in the top 10 on a Friday 3 times already this season, you've got to be able to then replicate the performance on a Saturday and Sunday as well. So it does feel like a big weekend Friday to prove that it's not just a Friday he's quick on. He's got the chance to go and do that on a Sunday as well. Picked up points over in Brazil, but a couple of DNFs in Thailand and the USA have just blighted him slightly so far this year. As we get in our ears, someone has gone down the road.
And that is Ethan Guevara down at turn 1. So he's not been able to scoop it up in the same way that Alonso Lopez did early in the weekend. You're not allowed to get that bike up and running if it's switched off. You've already got 1 penalty this weekend, Ethan. Don't add a second. And he wisely walks away from it.
Yeah, good to see he's okay, of course. Intrigued to see what happened the front end of course washing away, but how early did it go? Was it similar to Lopez and he couldn't have it?
Yeah, on the curve, the white line.
Yeah, potentially a little bit wide and on the white line. And as we know, in these conditions, you don't want to be touching that, especially when you're hard on the anchors. Sparks fly for Ethan Guevara on the Boscoscuro. He managed to get into Q2 yesterday by the skin of his teeth with a last lap and then got 3 place grip penalty. That is not the way Guevara would have wanted to start his Saturday. We're on board with him now, over 200 kilometers per hour, clicking into 6th gear, nearly 250, and then down he goes, unfortunately, at turn 1. So the pinch points so far in Jerez this weekend look like, in these conditions anyway, turn 1 and turn 13, just a little bit further down the road. So the start of the main straight and the start of the opening to your lap at turn 1. So just as you mentioned a little bit earlier, Lewis, I think the MotoGP riders will be watching this very, very carefully. A couple of the riders making mistakes, no more so than Ethan Guevara. A lot of riders have managed to gather up a moment. Guevara, he did not manage to do that.
It's one of the first things you told, isn't it? When it's wet, stay off those painted white curbs and white lines. You can see it's over to the right-hand side. Let's see what Arbolino does. Look, he stays well inside it. Arbolino is probably one of the best to learn from in these kind of conditions, when it's a little bit sketchy, a little bit wet in parts, a little bit damp in others, and potentially drying in others. It looked like on the way out of the Taluki, the stadium section of turn 10, it looked as if there was some very small drier patches beginning to open up on the circuit as the rain begins to ease off somewhat. Guevara will not be in a position to enjoy the improving conditions late on. As we follow the 14, who is on his best point scoring run now for the better part of 2 years. 4 consecutive points finishes now for Tony Arbolino. Of course, 3 out of 3 as a fancy rider. You have to go all the way back to Aragon through Australia 2024 for the last time Arbolino, of course, being a Mark PDS rider, scored points in 4 consecutive races.
Yeah, first back-to-back top 10 since the San Marino and Japanese Grand Prix last year as well. P9 and P6 he finished there. Did the Italian. He's gone a long way without the podium though. 22 races I make it without a podium for Tony Arbolino, so he's going to want to change that sooner rather than later. And if anyone's going to be doing a rain dance in the paddock later on, it will be Tony Arbolino, literally doing a rain dance. He's that sort of character. If qualifying, he might not want it to be wet in the race, but I think he will take a wet race. I don't think he's going to get that, but maybe in qualifying in these conditions so far, Arbolino, the pick of the bunch, 8 tenths and a little bit more clear than Mario Adji, and Bautista the only other rider within a second so far, as you can see on the left-hand side timing tower. This is Colin Fire, Lewis, who had a good day yesterday inside that top 10, inside that top 5 as well. Did Via manage on a Friday afternoon, and he was sounding very positive but not getting too carried away. But the Dutchman, after how he described it as a very disappointing result over in Austin, DNF of course, and he just was very angry with himself afterwards, after that. So he's a determined rider this weekend, Colin Vire. He's shown signs so far this year that he's been able to be in that podium mix. Not quite still on the podium yet, but does look like potentially this weekend he's got a very good chance of doing so. Yellow flags in sector 3. Is that turn 6? Is it turn 9? Potentially one of those two, 7 or 8 of course as well, but turn 6 and turn 9 are usually the hot spots for crashes in sector 3. It's Garcia that's gone down.
Sergio Garcia, who it is down at turn 6, down at the Dani Pedrosa hairpin, so one of the slower crashes that you can have around the circuit. Certainly given that the bike hasn't made it very far, it would appear he's well into the heart of the corner here. They're trying to carry as little lean angle as he can through there while still making it around the corner, and ultimately the front tuck for Sergio Garcia. And he now scurries away from the scene because he'll know better than anyone that if one rider can go down there, a second can do the same. And as we reiterate, of course, as we saw the Ethan Guevara crash, if your bike no longer is running, then you have no option but to leave it and walk away from the scene. Baltus there very nearly coming a cropper himself at turn 1 on the way out of the corner. And he still hang down there to Mario Maggi just to be careful as he scoops it all up again.
Yeah, when we get a penalty for that with Baltus, just obviously got it out of shape coming out of turn 1, and Maggi doing well to just ride around the Belgian. Here's Ethan Guevara sat back in the box debriefing with, I believe that is Gino Borsoy, the team manager down there at Pramac, and I think Guevara's just saying that the front end just washed away, and I imagine the team were just saying, well, Ethan, you might have touched the white lines there, mate, and that's the exact reason why you went down the road. I think Gino Borsoy probably just trying to drill into Guevara, just to, take it steady. If the bike is back there and you're able to go out, don't do anything silly ahead of qualifying. You're in Q2, but of course, as we mentioned, 3-place grid penalty coming up, so a massive Q2 coming up for the rider second in the championship. But good to see that he's all okay, because it was a pretty quick one going down the road at turn 1.
That is a title-winning combination, of course, in the past. The Guevara-Borsoy combo. They were, of course, working together at Aspar in Moto3 back in 2022 when Ethan Guevara ran away with the World Championship, including, of course, victory here. Of course, he was unbeaten on Spanish tarmac on his way to the World Championship that season. Victories in Jerez, in Barcelona, in Aragon, and at the final round in Valencia. And he certainly does appear to have matured a lot, both in terms of his approach to racing, but also his approach to the general motorcycle races, I guess, mindset and physicality. He certainly is a much stronger physical rider than he was when he first came into Moto2, where he looked like at times he was struggling to hang on to the bike, so physical it was. So he certainly made big steps, but it certainly would appear from what we've seen so far this weekend that he's not had the same level of performance that he had in the first 3 Grand Prix. He's complained of a lack of general grit yesterday in the morning session, and a little blow to the confidence now. The next time he gets on that bike, the repaired Boscoscuro will be in Q2.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 top 10s in a row for Guevara. Just shows the sign that he's made that step forward. Of course, won at the end of last year. This is David Alonso. Mirror signal manoeuvre, copy and paste. Not quite as big as we've seen for Manu Gonzalez. This is Gonzalez. Is he having another moment? That looks like the exact same one we had a few minutes ago. I think this is just a compilation of riders coming through turn 13 and having pretty similar moments, pretty much exactly as they're asking for the power. You can just see Jerez is just twisting his right hand there, and as soon as he does, the rear end steps out. So yeah, lots to learn, and yeah, just need to be a tad careful on the exit of turn 13. Where is Gonzalez in the session? P21. As we mentioned, he's not a fan of these conditions, is Gonzalez. If Tony Arbolino might be doing a rain dance in the paddock, Gonzalez absolutely will not be, and he struggled a little bit yesterday. We used to see him, Gonzalez really coming out the box firing on a Friday. He's got a good base setup, one that he's really strong with on that Calex Triumph. But yesterday he just struggled slightly. We're not really used to seeing him down there outside of the top 5 on a Friday. He was P1 in Thailand on Friday, P2 in Brazil on Friday, and P2 in Austin on Friday as well. So sort of a strangely quiet day for Gonzalez yesterday.
Yeah, and he'll certainly be one rider keeping his fingers crossed, his toes crossed, everything he could crossed. The qualifying later on is dry. I'm not saying he's useless in the wet, but he's certainly much stronger in dry conditions than he is in these sort of conditions, as this session is proving. Another rider who is having a bit of a tough time, and we've seen a couple of the reasons why, is David Alonso. He's down in 26th at the moment. Whether he's full up on birthday cake or whether he's just not quite keen on these conditions at the moment. He's currently on a personal best, but he's sub 2.5 seconds down at the halfway stage of what is now his 9th lap of the session. He's 6.7 seconds on the pace Alonso at the moment, and he is 3rd from the back.
Yeah, full-on birthday cake or not, 6 seconds is a bit too much of a margin, you have to feel. We don't know what Alonso is doing out there. We've not seen him too much. We obviously saw him have that massive moment, to be fair. So maybe that's just given Alonso a warning sign to not push too hard in these conditions. Of course, had a massive crash, as we mentioned yesterday, and the last thing he'll want to do is have another big one to give his mechanics a lot of work to do later on ahead of qualifying. You can see Pol Espargaro just behind the timing tower, close knit team member Danny Holgado. Always see Pol Espargaro down there on Danny Holgado's side of the box in the Aspar garage. What a ride to have in your corner for Danny Holgado, and Holgado is having thankfully for Holgado and Aspar's sake, a much better weekend so far than he did over in Austin. A weekend to forget, wasn't it, really? He said it himself, Holgado. He doesn't want to dwell on the negatives that unfolded over there in America. But thankfully on home turf, the 96, the former championship leader, of course, is looking a lot more at home.
Pol Espargaro, the Moto2 winner here back in 2012. Of course, world champion in 2013. When you go back through the history of Moto2 around here, of course, we have 2 races back in 2020. In total, of the 16 Moto2 races we've had around this circuit, 13 of them have been won by Kalex. Only once have Boscoscuro won here. And that was Fermin Aldeguer's victory in 2024, when Boscoscuro clearly had the superior package at that point. They had all 4 riders obviously for the World Championship. So history would at least indicate that this is perhaps not the strongest Boscoscuro circuit on the calendar, and certainly from what we've seen in the weekend to this point, it would appear to bear that out.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Gonzalez was a runaway race winner here last year on the Kalex. Of course, very, very comfortable was the Spaniard last year. Senna Aegis, his teammate, of course, last season and this season, moves up to P5 with an improved time. Now just under a second away from Tony Arbolino's top time, 153.516. Aegis just dipping below the 154.5 mark, 154.454. But obviously not going to read too much into this session. What we can read into it though is Tayo Furusato looks pretty comfortable in these conditions. Not seen too much of Furusato this year, have we, on the number 72, getting used to life as a Moto2 rider, but this is slightly promising for the young Japanese rider, who obviously has bags of talent, just finding his way in Moto2 as things stand. And I think the braking zones is where he's just struggling a little bit so far in Moto2, but confident that Furusato will find his way in the not too distant future, and this is certainly promising that in tough conditions Furusato is inside that top 10.
I spoke to the world champion yesterday, Diogo Moreira, of course, now in MotoGP, and he just said everything just comes at you so much quicker around a circuit such as this. It's such a contrast to Austin, Texas, where you've got the wide open spaces. It's one of the longer laps on the calendar. This is much shorter, over a kilometre shorter in length, only 13 corners, but everything comes at you so much quicker. And I guess it's the same when you go from Moto3 to Moto2, and Furusato said that yesterday. So just riding a Moto2 bike around this circuit compared to Moto3 is completely different to anything he's used to before. There's a little bit more rain falling in the front of the pitch there ahead of Mario Aggi, so perhaps any hopes of a drier or dry MotoGP FP2 session might well be about to disappear behind the very grey clouds we have overhead here in Jerez. But yeah, it's a long-term process and project for Furusato down there at Honda Team Asia. Still, of course, awaiting his first Moto2 points and his first Moto2 visit to qualifying 2. But there's no doubt, given the rate of progress he made through his Moto3 career, that Furusato will get there.
Yeah, 100%. And a lot of the riders do say that the jump from Moto3 to Moto2 is actually bigger and a lot more difficult to get a hold of than the jump from Moto2 to MotoGP. But I don't think anyone has any doubts that Furusato will be fighting up the front eventually, as the rain does now start to fall a little bit harder, as you saw there, as we watched Mario Aggi come round turns 11, 12 and into the pit lane. I'm not sure Aggi will be heading back out on track, and this is Alonso Lopez just coming into the famous stadium section. This is turn 8 of Jorge Martinez at Spa, before you're greeted to a wall of Spanish fans, and obviously we've got plenty of Spanish riders on the grids. They'll all be looking forward to seeing that later on in qualifying. Of course, MotoGP and the T-shirt sprint, of course the race is coming tomorrow, but it doesn't look like free practice for MotoGP anyway. Free practice 2 is going to be wet and potentially qualifying as well. There's no blue sky around, and the drizzle, as you can see from your TV screens, is getting heavier, and that probably means that the times in this session aren't going to improve for Moto2. Doesn't really make a difference anyway, but certainly for later on it does sort of get the feeling like we could be in for some wet weather qualifying in Moto3 and Moto2.
This is a bit of a moment there, the rear stepping out of line for Alonso Lopez, and a bit of a shake of the head. Yeah, that was the second time we've seen Lopez go down, or I guess the third, given the instance he's had around the lap. That time it was out of the Palucci turn 10. You have to salute the Spanish fans here, who perhaps aren't as used to this sort of weather as us Brits up here in the commentary box, who count this as a fairly decent summer afternoon, as it is for the Spaniards. Of course, there'll be people who come to this Grand Prix from all over the world, because it is a bucket list venue on the MotoGP calendar, but so many of them in that stadium section overlooking the Nieto corner of turn 9 and the Palucci of turn 10. Many of them have been here for several hours already. There is already barely a space to be found in that particular part of the circuit. No matter what the weather is throwing up, they do not want to miss a piece of MotoGP at the Spanish Grand Prix.
No, absolutely not, and they would have bought their raincoats, of course, because 16 degrees and raining in southern Spain is definitely not a summer's day like we consider it over in the UK and Northern Europe as well. Colin Via is improving on this lap time, so a decent session coming in for the number 95, who felt strong in the dry yesterday. Purasato continuing on his way as well. Barry Bautas has headed out for a final couple of laps. Bautas sitting in P3, and as we mentioned, heading into qualifying, it does feel like Bautas and Agius in the dry had the sort of momentum on their side. So it's obviously changed a little bit in the wet conditions. If no miracles happen in the final couple of sectors and in the closing stages, Tony Arbolino will be topping the timesheets by over half a second in Moto2 free practice 2. So that looks good for the Italian later on, as Colin Via improves and jumps into the top 10. So the Dutchman, as we mentioned, looking good in the dry, but also not too shabby in the wet as well.
Was quite literally jumped into the top 10. A bit of a hop and a skip from the front tyre on his way out of the final corner. Here comes Joe Roberts to complete his session, 19th up to 16th. He jumps ahead of Sergio Garcia, whose session ended with that crash at turn 6. 150th Moto2 outing this weekend for Joe Roberts, a milestone for the number 16. Roberts will be part of qualifying 1 later on this afternoon. In terms of the championship, all of the front runners, all of the heavy hitters are straight through to qualifying 2, but you never know. If we get these sort of conditions in qualifying that we have right now for free practice 2, it could be one of those classic weekends that going through Q1 isn't necessarily a disadvantage.
Yeah, exactly that. And you know, we have, as you mentioned, the title chasers, the early title chasers, all up there inside that top 14, but the likes of, you know, Aaron Canet, potentially Joe Roberts, Tony Arbolino, of course, within Q1. He's looked very good so far this morning as well. So it could prove to be that coming through Q1 is an advantage later on this afternoon. We'll wait and see. It's going to be an intriguing qualifying session, isn't it? It always is in Moto2, but the weather is just throwing a little spanner in the works. Aegis will be confident he can qualify on the top 2 rows at least a little bit later on. But wet weather just making things a little bit more interesting. Not that they need to be in Moto2 this season, but certainly for us watching in the commentary box, in the media centre, and of course at home, it just spice things up a little bit.
Well, our colleague in pit lane, Jack Appleyard, I'm sure he's sourcing the nearest bookies to see what kind of odds he can get on a Tony Arbolino pole position later on this afternoon, because he's almost as close as there is in Moto2 to a surefire bet in these wet conditions. Fastest by half a second in this morning's FP2 session was Arbolino. So often, so strong in this sort of climate. And it's good morning, as we touched upon at various points in that session, for Fantic. Arbolino and Bautas first and third. Here is the number 7. It's Mario Aggi in the end, who was just in between them for Idemitsu Honda Team Asia. Bautas underlining that in all conditions at the moment, he is looking very good indeed. Arbolino quickest though, on a 153.5 from Mario Aggi and Barry Bautas. Alonso Lopez, who had a few adventures, got home safely in 4th. Senna Aegis 5th, having top practice yesterday. Alex Escridge in 6th, both forwards in the top 10, as you can see there behind Munoz and Holgado. We find Jorge Navarro 9th, Via 10th from Canet, Porosato and Unchu. Ferrandez 14th, first of the Pramax. ahead of Huertas, Roberts, Garcia went down at turn 6, and Celestino Vietti. Ethan Carrara down at turn 1 when he touched the white line. 19 for him ahead of Philip Salach, Moto3 champion Jose Antonio Reyes. Manu Gonzalez 22nd, 4.3 seconds off ahead of Vanden Goldberg. And David Alonso 5 seconds back in 24th. He only had Ortola, Sasaki, Lanetta and Ramirez behind him. Once again, wet conditions playing into the hands of Tony Arbolino. He tops FP2 in Moto2. MotoGP's up.
Sprint Saturday comes from one of MotoGP's most celebrated tracks as the world's best riders hit Europe for the first time in 2026. Well, the Circuito de Jerez on the edge of MotoGP Mad Southern Spain for round 4 after a tour of Southeast Asia and South and North America. Qualifying comes up later before you'll see who will reign in Spain Sprint. It's time for MotoGP. First opened all the way back in 1986, 40 proud years ago. What a journey it has been for the Circuito de Jerez. So our first visit for the Grand Prix paddock was here in 1987. We're about 90 kilometres south of Sevilla, right in the middle of the cherry-producing region of Andalusia. And what a venue it is. Tough, hard-breaking uphill into the first corner. We saw Pecco Bagnaia have a big crash there yesterday. Great overtaking opportunity down the brakes into the Pedrosa corner, turn 6. And what a final sector. What a final corner. Sure, there's more drama to come. Lorenzo corner, turn 13. Well, good morning and welcome back to what we were hoping to be was going to be a sunny Spain for our Sprint Saturday in 2026. But as you can see from these live images from Andalusia, as you can see from all the raincoats and umbrellas that are being currently employed by the mass ranks of fans who are already braving the elements for what we hope is going to be a classic Sprint Saturday here in the Grand Prix of Spain. It's a bit of a soggy Spain right now, unfortunately. Nothing to dampen the spirits of our camera crews. We get a thumbs up from trackside, and production crew once again primed and ready to bring you all of the best action from the world's best riders as we get set to go qualifying in MotoGP. Q1 and Q2 coming up after the 30-minute FP2 session, and then we go sprinting. The TSO sprint, as always, at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. That one over 12 laps, ahead of the full Grand Prix, 25 laps tomorrow. A very familiar face to motorsport fans, former Red Bull Formula One boss Christian Horner in the paddock here this weekend. So influential in so many of their successes down the years. When you think of Sebastian Vettel, Max Verstappen most recently, we know Christian Horner's a big MotoGP fan as well. Will he be here to witness more success in Spain for Alex Marquez? Well, the 2025 Spanish Grand Prix winner had a brilliant Friday after what's been a tough start to 2026, struggling to adapt to the new factory GP26 Ducati, but Alex was on fire yesterday. He led the way with a 1:35.704. The Spaniard, the only rider in the 35s yesterday. The 10 riders who've gone directly through to Q2, Alex Marquez, Fabio Di Gianantonio, world champion leader Marco Bezzecchi, home crowd hero Marc Marquez, Ayagura impressing for Trackhouse Aprilia. Of course, we know he's off to a Yamaha next year. Pecco Bagnaia, Ralph Fernandez, Fermin Aldeguer, Jorge Martin and Enea Bastianini. Those 10 already safely through to Q2. Q2 is going to be very, very important, surely, for Jorge Martin. More on that very, very shortly. Matt Burke-Lewis to be joining in the commentary box. Jack Appleyard trying to keep himself relatively dry down in pit lane. But yeah, a very important Q2 coming up for Jorge Martin, Lewis, because As you can see on screens, he's been a bit of a naughty boy.
Yeah, he knows that whatever he does in qualifying this morning, he won't be starting on the front row of the grid tomorrow for the Spanish Grand Prix. This free-place grid penalty, which we remind you will take effect tomorrow, so it won't affect where he starts the sprint later on, but this was where he picked it up late in a day which was littered with a few mistakes, it has to be said, for Jorge Martin, getting in the way of Alex Marquez, who you saw there with his arm up, fought pretty heavily there in the middle of turns 3 and 4. A bit of, I guess, a lapse of concentration there for Jorge Martin, not really realising that Alex Marquez was coming through. He's now watching the incident himself there on screens. Of course, it was a day that started with a crash during the practice start session in FP1, and he, of course, then went down at the final corner midway through practice, and then ended the session with this costly incident, which has dropped him, or will drop him, 3 places down the grid tomorrow.
Yeah, it wasn't immaterial in terms of Alex Marquez's position at the top of the leaderboard, but on that current lap, you could hear Alex was at full racing speed, and he was on course for potentially another high 135. So it didn't affect his position in the overall standings, but he was on a hot lap, as we could clearly see there on the onboard footage from the BK Brazilian racing rider. It's almost like there's been a mental switch this weekend for Alex Lewis. He's tried to block out all the problems he's been having on the GP26 so far this year. Just try and get in the flow, get in his groove. I think he said yesterday, so far this season, it felt like he's been fighting the Ducati. Yesterday, he was dancing on it and dancing to a rather fine tune. And
also choosing to focus more on the positives of the bike he's on rather than the negatives. There clearly are negatives because Ducati are yet to win in 2026. But Alex Marquez, who has got such good recent memories of this Jerez circuit, having taken that glorious first victory here last year, told us on the eve of the weekend he felt a repeat was unlikely here this weekend. I think those expectations have been very quickly revised.
They certainly have. Alex Marquez was a name mentioned by motor riders when looking at rivals and potential competition for the Sprint and Grand Prix here this weekend. Marc Marquez, 4th quickest, over half a second behind his brother Alex. To be fair, nobody was within 0.3 of a second of Alex at the end of play yesterday. And some rather maybe concerning noises coming out of the 93 camp, as Mark said to the media last night. No potential to go on the front foot, no potential to attack. His potential is to survive, which is not the kind of talk we were expecting a 100% fully fit Marc Marquez to be saying here in Jerez Lewis.
Could he, though, see these conditions this morning as a little bit of an opportunity to launch himself up the grid? Because he feels in both qualifying, where it's to be dry, and the Grand Prix tomorrow, he feels the sort of area he's aiming for is 4th to 6th, which is, of course, where we've already seen him finish in the last 2 Grand Prix, 4th in Brazil and 5th in Austin, Texas. So is Marc Marquez going to potentially grab an opportunity that is thrown his way by the inclement weather this morning in Spain?
Marco Bezzecchi giving me a little smile, a cheeky grin for our cameras. There's been plenty to smile about so far in 2026, hasn't there, for Bears and the factory Aprilia team. They come into this 4th round of the championship, this Grand Prix of Spain, 1st and 2nd in the standings. Marco Bezzecchi will take a 4-point lead over Martin into this afternoon sprint. Bezzecchi was 3rd quickest yesterday, once again top Aprilia. 2 Aprilias in the top 5, with Ayagura excelling after a pretty dismal morning session when he was 19th. Agura slashed 2 seconds off his pace between the 2 sessions yesterday to climb 14 places up into P5. There have been sprint mistakes though, hasn't there, so far this season from Bezzecchi. He's going to have to rectify that rather quickly. Crashing out the lead in Buran, crashing out of 2nd place last time out in Austin. That's more than 20 points that have gone begging. That 4-point buffer of Martin would look a lot more healthy, Lewis, without those couple of Saturday afternoon blunders.
Yeah, Sundays have been perfect so far this year for Marco Bezzecchi, but Saturdays have been anything but. It wasn't a particularly strong Friday for this man either. It's Pedro Acosta, for the first time in 2026, finds himself in qualifying 1 as he gives us a first look at his special crash helmet design for his home Grand Prix. A bit of a graffiti theme for Pedro Acosta, who sits 3rd in the World Championship, 21 points off the points lead. And he knows he's got a fight on his hands this morning to get himself through Q1 and into Q2. But if we're going to be set for a wet or mixed conditions qualifying session, then thinking Q1, if you advance through it, might not be the worst thing.
Yeah, might get you prepped and dialed in with current conditions heading into Q2. Yeah, this is a very rare occurrence coming up for the 21-year-old Spaniard. His first time in Q1 in 19 Grand Prix since Silverstone last year, and 15th on the Friday timesheet. Is actually the equal worst Friday performance from Acosta in his MotoGP career, going all the way back to his rookie season at Assen in 2024, when he was also 15th at the end of play. No such problems, no such troubles for informed Ducati star Fabio Di Giannantonio, who I think yesterday said he's riding in the best form of his life, and the timesheets are certainly reflecting it, aren't they, for the number 49. Second quickest he was yesterday, a 1:36.307 from Di Giannantonio. That followed up his first place in FP1 yesterday morning. He's been a fast starter out of the gate so far this season, has Fabio. He's been top 3 on every Friday so far this season.
Going for a hat-trick of pole positions later on this morning. He said yesterday that the one area he really did need to work on was his time attack, but that might kind of be out of the window now, because the way conditions are at the moment, and given that we don't have really any sun overhead or hot conditions, hot temperatures to dry this track up, this ain't going to dry particularly quickly, this racetrack. So it's unlikely at the moment, I'd say, certainly for Q1, that we're going to have anything resembling a dry line, and potentially for Q2 as well. So a crucial session this for the riders to get some wet weather experience under their belt before they go into qualifying. Pecco Bagnaia, this was one of the more serene moments on what was a tricky Friday for him.
Yeah, doing a bit of daisy cutting on the inside there of the final corner is Pecco Bagnaia. Yeah, he had a real big get-off right at the start of yesterday's practice session. Once again putting himself on the back foot for an automatic spot in Q2. But he did deliver, fair play to the Italian, in 1:36.265 late on. Got him comfortably into Q2. Showed you how many problems Pecco's had on Friday so far this season. It's actually his first top 6 on a Friday so far in 2026. He went right down here yesterday, a very heavy crash at turn 1. Thankfully he was okay. The bike not so. It was a very second-hand factory Ducati. We saw on more than one occasion yesterday Bagnaia was having all kinds of issues stopping in the hard braking zones, particularly going into turn 1, down the hill into turn 6. Well, I think yesterday, Lewis, he said that he got a little bit caught out by the fact that Alex Marquez, as is perfectly right, justifiably to do at the start of the session, was just building up his pace. Pecco was getting his head down early on to try and get some heat in the tyre, and the closing speed just caught him out in the braking zone for turn 1.
Yeah, had to grab the brake a little harder, and perhaps not at the moment that he'd want to, and that sent him straight to the gravel trap. He had a good go at doing that in FP1, to be fair, did Pecco, but he managed to keep it upright and just dig a hole out of the gravel trap and get back to the pit safety. Marc Marquez going way off into the gravel trap there, wasn't even close to stopping that on the way into the Dani Pedrosa hairpin, and Marc Marquez has now got a long route back to the racetrack.
He's just seen 3-kilometre signs to Gibraltar there, hasn't he? Marc Marquez, yeah, he's gone all the way to the air fence there, and that is a deep, long gravel trap on the outside of the Pedrosa corner. He's managed to safely navigate his way back onto the circuit. So yeah, just missing his braking marker down at the end of that back straight.
It's all about finding the limit in these kind of conditions. Well, the limit was probably about 50 metres earlier down the straight than Marc Marquez tried to slow that Ducati down. Let's have another look at it. He's right at the bottom of the picture. He doesn't touch the white line. He just doesn't get it stopped ultimately, and made the very early decision. He knew very quickly that he wasn't going to be able to tip that in, so just straighten the bike up, take it off into the gravel trap.
What was going on in the market? It looked like he was maybe looking for a button on the right handlebar or something as he was going back down through the gearbox. Thankfully he stays upright. I was going to say sunny side up, but it's not really very sunny here, unfortunately, is it, in this part of southwest Spain on this sprint Saturday morning. So Marc Marquez then just looking to gather his composure after that little mistake into the Pedrosa corner. I mean, this is a bit of a game changer, these wet conditions this morning, because it certainly brings a few other names into the equation when you think of some of our wet weather specialists. Looking down the order, your eyes are immediately drawn to a certain Mr. Johan Zarco for LTO Honda, who was 12th quickest yesterday. We know how good Jack Miller is, of course, in wet weather conditions. Miller on the new V4 powered Yamaha was 20th in the dry conditions yesterday. Brad Binder's no slouch either, is he, when we get a bit of precipitation around in the air as well. And keep an eye on Toprak Razgat the Ugly. There's a few people in the paddock who feel that if these conditions do continue, well, Toprak might be a bit of a dark horse. Got to get himself through Q1 first, though, of course.
He has. I was just about to say, when we cut to this replay, turn 13 is an area they have to be careful at. That was Marc Marquez, just as he was asking for the power and trying to accelerate out of turn 13. The rear stepped up. We saw a lot of that in the Moto2 FP2 session that just came to a close, several riders, when they were trying to accelerate out of the final corner, were lighting the rear tyre up and almost high-siding, and that was the first instance of it in this MotoGP session.
You can see that it's not really what you would say completely soaked and full wet. I mean, the bikes are kicking up barely any spray, are they? We're now looking at Fabio Quartararo, the pole starter here last year. 1.1 seconds he was behind his pole time of 2025. Here yesterday, you get a sense, Lewis, you get a clear feeling already round 4. Fabio Quartararo's patience is wearing wafer thin. Some more barbed comments towards the lack of progress, the lack of any kind of improvement on this new V4 Yamaha.
Yeah, many of the things he's been asking for since September, he says, he's still waiting for. Of course, generally, when we look at Yamaha and the V4, we generally look at the top speed charts and see where they're losing, and naturally they are towards the bottom of the top speed charts, but Fabio Quartararo said yesterday that is the least of our problems. We need a bike that turns, we need a bike with grip that stops well and gives us front confidence, and it would appear that none of those boxes are currently ticked for Fabio Quartararo and Yamaha. And Alex Rins, who I caught up with yesterday, he was also struggling quite hard to put any sort of brave face on the situation, and even Toprak, who of course has come here in the past and won World Superbike Championships, he even said at this stage, just his 4th MotoGP outing, even he said yesterday it wasn't particularly easy to stay positive.
Yeah, some rather damning verdicts from the Yamaha riders on their current situation, which you have to say at the moment is looking fairly bleak. And we are at, just as mentioned, the first European Grand Prix of the season, round 4. Massive pressure on those water engineers, massive pressure as well on the project leader, Max Bartolini, of course, who was headhunted. He was poached from Ducati for so many years, an integral part of G. Delinea's backroom team there. And he really is under pressure to try and make some big inroads into getting this V4 powered M1 a lot more competitive than what it currently is. Well, here is one of our rain specialists, Brad Binder. Got a great record here recently around Jerez. As said yesterday, top 6 in his last 3 visits, 2023 sprint winner here as well. And one of several riders currently who's trying to put themselves in what is a very big shop window. Lots of high-profile riders. It's getting a little bit busy. Rush hour traffic in the final corner. 3 Spaniards, Rins, Martin and Aldeguer, all having a bit of a joust.
Martin was a little cross there as he tried to go through on his fellow Spaniards. He's now ended up at the back of that trio once again. Martin second, he's now been shuffled back out of the top 10 because the lap time's going to shuffle and change around very quickly. If there's no further rain, they're just going to get faster and faster until we reach that crossover point where the wets no longer work on what is a drying circuit. This was it. 3 abreast they go into the final corner as Martin piles up the inside of Alex Rins. Fermin Aldeguer not quite sure where to place his Ducati, and Alex Rins decides that he wants that track position back again, and Martin decides I'll pick my battles a little more carefully.
Trust us, those 3 do get on. They are all based up in the mountains of Andorra. They do a lot of training actually together. Yeah, just a little bit of a tete-a-tete on the exit of the final corner. What do we say about Jack Miller being one to watch in the damp conditions, the mid conditions? Well, Jack's 150.237 put him briefly at the top of the timesheets because he's now been toppled by a certain number 93, Marc Marquez, the first sub 150 of the morning. Mark's got down to a 149.376 after his early scare right about here when he missed his braking mark on his outlap into the Pedrosa corner. Mark, as he so often does, he's just a master. He's so good, isn't he, at just judging where the limit is, finding the grip, understanding where you can push and where you just need to back off that little bit. Marc Marquez is almost 9/10 of a second clear of Jack Miller. Miller, the Aussie, the only rider at the moment able to lap within a second of Mark.
Yeah, we saw him skating off at the Pedrosa hairpin earlier on. That's almost part of the Marc Marquez process. Many riders will start at 90% and treat their way up to 100. Marc Marquez almost starts at 105% of the limit and then works his way backwards, and it seems to work for him, doesn't it, with the level of success he's had over the years. We've spoken about the riders who this is a real opportunity for this morning, but I guess from the other point of view, I'll be watching the Aprilias closely in this morning's session and as we go through qualifying. So I think back to Goiânia in Brazil a couple of races ago when we weren't in too dissimilar circumstances to this. So a circuit that was going from wet to dry, and Marco Bezzecchi and Ralph Fernandez both struggled badly, particularly to get any sort of tyre temperature in those kind of conditions. So it is going to be very interesting to follow the World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi to see how competitive he is in these sorts of conditions.
Luca Marini on the factory Hondas up into second. We move into the factory Honda camp, and pick up Christian Horner. I wonder if he plans to dabble himself at MotoGP ownership. Of course, we already have F1 influence moving over to MotoGP with Gunther Steiner, now CEO of the Tech 3 KTM squad. Lots of talk that Gunther Steiner's shopping around for a potential move to maybe HRC. 600s could be on the grid in 2027. Pedro Acosta seems to have righted some of the wrongs of yesterday, certainly in the wet conditions this morning, because in the dry he was really struggling, couldn't get that KTM stock at all. We saw him big time out of shape a couple of times at turn 6. That KTM just way too nervous underneath the Spaniards. He's a bit too nervous here as well as he goes through turn 8. Just let the riders know behind him that he's rolling out of it. Smart move that by young Pedro.
He'll see plenty of support when he arrives at that part of the racetrack, the Palukini Stadium section, which of course Danny Pedrosa has also enjoyed his support there over the years. They've been there, we so often see here in the Jerez. It's usually on a Sunday, but even on this Super Saturday morning, from the moment we arrived at the circuit around about 7 o'clock this morning, there was already barely a spare space to be found over that stadium section. The Spanish fans here just love their MotoGP, come rain or shine.
Tell you what, suddenly might be having a dabble at slicks by the time we get to qualifying. Just looking at the lap time, what are we on? A 49.3. Top rack Razgatlioglu is coming to the party. Top rack's just gone second. We've got yellow flags out in the first sector. It is, unfortunately, Joan Mir who's down at turn 2. Just on the exit of the Michelin corner then. So Joan Mir on the floor once again. Razgatlioglu then up to second on the Prima Pramac Yamaha. There's all kinds of gravel being dumped here by Mir. You can see part of the lower fairing is just about hanging on for dear life. Yeah,
I'm going to go off the racetrack there, Joan.
Yeah, I mean, he really should be getting a marshal's flag here, shouldn't he?
Well, there goes some.
Was the bike still running? I mean, he should have started from behind the barrier as well. I guessed it must have been still running.
Yeah, it must have. I mean, it was a fairly slow speed crash. We haven't seen the replay of it nor the onboard from Joan Mir, but he's trailing debris and carbon fibre underneath that Honda, and that's surely going to disappear and break free now as he picks up speed down the back straight.
Yeah, he needs the meatball flag.
The
here.
marshals and race direction surely will be watching this very closely.
Yeah, he should be getting the meatball flag. The black flag with the orange disc, which means you've got a problem. You need to pull off the circuit immediately. Can only make the assumption that the bike clearly obviously did not stop running, because if it did, then he has to. Yeah, there you go. Joan Mir right on cue is being told, could you please depart the Jerez circuit immediately, sir?
And if you don't, you will be in serious trouble.
Joan Mir then, this is him toppling off. So, he obviously parted company with that bike. Immediately he's gone for the clutch, so he obviously was running on its side. We saw him there pull the clutch in. Santi Hernandez looks on. Well, he has to pull off immediately as soon as...
Maverick Vinales in Valencia a year and a half ago when he was on pole position, he got a grid penalty for this.
You can't do this. You cannot do this. This is an illegal manoeuvre by Joan Mir. Look, it's there. It's crystal clear on the inside there. You can see that the meatball flag with the 36 shining brightly in his face. He's looking now down at his right boot. He must have heard part of that bodywork dragging on the tarmac. So, yes, Joan Mir is going to have an appointment with F1 MotoGP steward Simon Crafar in the lunch break.
Yeah, and that flag, the meatball flag as we term it, the black flag with the orange disc, that's not pull into the pits, Joan. That is get off the racetrack at the first opportunity.
Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of gravel and stones been dumped on the track, hasn't there, as well? And we rejoin on the exit of 2, the entry of 3. And so, yeah, Alberto too just asking if he's okay from a physical point of view. But on a wet Jerez circuit, he might be in a bit of hot water here, Joan Mir, for that one, because we called it, we said he's probably going to get the meatball flag immediately. He did, and you have no opportunity. You have to get off the circuit at the earliest point possible. And well, he remounted at turn 3. We're not quite sure when he would have been signalled with the flag. I mean, this is not just the fact that he would have seen the LED board, or the LED boards are being shown. Maybe he didn't see it, but he'd been getting a message on his dashboard as well. Yeah,
we first saw it on screen when Mir was coming through sort of turn 9, turn 10. So at the very least, it did a sector before, of course, coming into the pits. But of course, we'll have the full information later on. I'm sure the stewards will have a look at that to see at what point Mir was given the instruction and how long he went without ultimately either seeing it or choosing to follow it. Marco Bezzecchi returns to the pit stop, and at the moment it's not looking too bad from an Aprilia point of view. Martin is third. Bezzecchi is fourth at the moment. The Trackhouse pair of Ralph Fernandez and Agura there outside of the top 10. Of course, Agura right at the back of the field at the moment, perhaps lacking the confidence to push as hard as he ordinarily would in these conditions. But Aprilia, I think, will be relatively pleased with how they're shaping up in these conditions.
Running into a bit of a frustrating this weekend, isn't it now, for Juan Mir? He was so close yesterday to being into Q2 directly. A 136.386 yesterday. Yeah, they're going to look at that after the session, and I'm sure as he's looking at the screen now, Juan Mir at the moment is looking at what we can see. He's probably thinking, oh dear, yeah, I might be in a spotted body. We'll come back to how close Mir was to getting himself directly into Q2 yesterday shortly. Like I say, we'll go down to chat. There's more F1 influence in the paddock here today, because former Red Bull boss Christian Horner joins Jack down in the pit lane.
Yeah, he does indeed. Good morning to everybody at home. Of course, Christian's name more commonly associated with four wheels, but great to have you here in the two-wheel paddock, Christian. For what do we have this pleasure of you making the trip to Jerez this weekend?
Look, I've always been a big fan of MotoGP, and I think while I've got a little bit of time, it was a good opportunity to come down and have a look at the championship. Obviously under new ownership now, common with Formula One, and it's great to see the bikes and how they've evolved. I was last at a MotoGP race in, I think, Estoril in 2005. So
obviously, we saw Gunther Steiner invest in the championship in the last 12 months. Is that something potentially on your radar as well?
I think it's a really interesting time for MotoGP. It's obviously going through a period of change and under new ownership as well. So come here and a bit more for myself.
There's been a huge boom in Formula One over the past 5, 6, 7 years. Do you see parallels with MotoGP and feel that it could be on a similar trajectory?
I mean, it's great racing. It's a great show. I mean, the riders are incredible. The bikes are incredible. It's only when you see it live that you get to appreciate just how insane these machines are. And I think as a sport, it has so much to offer. So I hope the Liberty guys, with the experience they have in Formula One, will be able to lean into that. I know Stefano's very passionate about MotoGP as well. He's here. I'm with him today. So yeah, it's there's going to be some synergies there for sure.
Great to see you here. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack, and thanks to Christian Horner. Well, welcome back to MotoGP. Christian, I remember that weekend in Estoril 2005 when he joined us down in Portugal, back here on the Iberian Peninsula. And we welcome, of course, Stefano Domenicali, Formula One boss, is here as well, enjoying what we hope is going to be rather hotter and sunnier conditions here in Andalusia tomorrow. That is the forecast. 6 riders then now this morning broken into the 149s. They are Marc Marquez, Baskatlioglu, Martin, Bezzecchi, Morbidelli and Juan Mir. Just coming back to Juan Mir, I mean, yesterday he was not even 300ths of a second away from Bastianini's time to get himself directly into Q2. His ideal time, which Juan was very keen to point out yesterday, ideal time being if you put together the riders' best 4 sectors of the session. Well, Juan Mir's ideal lap time was actually going to be good enough. Was it the 3rd or 4th on the timesheets? 4th on the timesheet. So as we mentioned, so fine margins, a whisker away from being in Q2. And now all that hard work he's got to do to get himself out of Q1, and then potentially penalties coming his way after what looked like he was ignoring the instruction to stop that damage to factory Honda.
It's a shame, isn't it? Of course, Juan Mir, 2020 world champion, but he doesn't want to be the world champion of could-haves, should-haves and would-haves. He wants to ultimately deliver on the clear potential that he had. It was a real shame for Honda yesterday, because at one point, sort of 2/3 of the way through practice today, it looked like they were going to get 3 bikes into qualifying 2. We had Mir, Zarco and Marini all up in the top 6. Unfortunately, though, as the pace picked up and the Ducatis in particular improved later in the session, the Hondas got shuffled out. They were 11th, 12th and 13th. That trio I just reeled off. Diogo Moreira was further back in 19th place, and it's just when you're looking for that final little bit of performance in dry conditions on a soft rear tyre, Honda aren't quite able to maximise it and get themselves off the grid. And ultimately that's costing them, because they feel their race pace is really good. Both Marini and Mir said yesterday they feel their race rhythm and their general pace is very strong. But ultimately, if they can't get through qualifying 1 in around about 25 minutes time, they're going to be able to try and use that race pace from the 5th or 6th row of the grid. And around a circuit such as this, which is relatively narrow and difficult to overtake around, your hopes of challenging for the podium are remote at best if you start that far back.
Well, we all wanted glorious sunshine here on this Sprint Saturday in Jerez, but I think one man is probably not too upset that it's a bit damp to start our Sprint Saturday. It's Prima Pramac Yamaha boss Gino Borsa, because at the moment Toprak Razgatlioglu is lying in 2nd place. Jack Miller, we know, is always strong in these conditions, just outside of the top 10. Let's go down and get some thoughts from Gino on what once again has been another brilliant performance by the reigning World Superbike champion. Jack, down to you.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Gino, you must be the only man in Andalusia happy to see the rain this morning.
Of course, of course. We know that our bike is quite good under these conditions, so I mention again that we are not far away from the other on the rain, so he's happy about the setup of the bike. We need to improve a bit electronics section of the corner, but in general he's happy.
We know that this year opportunities are going to be few and far between for you boys, so this qualifying session coming up, how important is it that both guys take full advantage?
Of course, I hope that the qualifying will be in a rain condition like this, because we have a bit more chance to get into 2, so fingers crossed, and let's see.
And finally, what did Toprak say when he came in on the evaluation of the conditions? It looks as though it is drying ever so slightly.
Well, there is still some good patches for good one for us. I mean, if we keep like this, or as I said before, we have a good chance. We need to work on the electronics, because the next of the corner we are not so really good compared to the other one.
Thanks, Gino.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Gino Borsa. It looks like Pedro Acosta is going to absolutely steamroller himself into P1. He does. Acosta, the first rider in the 48s. That's some lap that by Acosta. I think I just saw the graph there. He is out on a fresh rear Michelin rain tyre. Is he on?
Yeah, medium rear.
He is. Yeah, medium rear. Out on a brand new one. That's a 48.862. That has somewhat moved the goalposts in this edge, but Acosta now over half a second clear of Marco, just going out for his latest exit. Yeah, it's a great point that Gino Borsoy makes. When you are suffering and struggling as much as what Yamaha are doing right now in the dry conditions, you have to seize every opportunity that comes your way to grab some of the limelight, grab some headlines and grab some success. And so, yeah, over to you, Toprak and Jack Miller and co.
We saw already in Goiânia earlier in the season in Brazil, in conditions not too dissimilar to this on the Friday. Toprak grabbed it by the scruff of the neck, and he was up inside the top 3, wasn't he, on that Friday there. Got himself into Q2, qualified 12th. In dry conditions, it's clear that Toprak is making rapid progress in MotoGP. He was 18th yesterday, and once again was ahead of his teammate Jack Miller, which he is making a bit of a decent habit of at the moment.
One rider who is suffering a little bit out there in these tricky conditions is Ayagura. He'll be thanking his lucky stars that he's already through into Q2, because the Japanese riders struggling. A 151.893 from the track out of Pully rider. Gura's over 3 seconds off of the best pace. Alex Ring just 1 place further ahead of him. Fermin Aldeguer, you can understand why Taxi's still a little bit cautious to really go into full attack mode in these mixed conditions. Aldeguer still in recovery mode after that serious femur fracture he suffered right at the beginning of January in Valencia. Has impressed, so has he, since getting back on top of that Gresini Ducati. Fermin Aldeguer, the Mandalika Grand Prix winner. When you look at his recent run of results, 8th in Brazil, 11th in America, so he scored points in both of his Grand Prix since returning to action.
Connor with Fermin after practice yesterday, he's certainly one rider who was very pleased and certainly was making the most of the unforeseen and unscheduled break that we had with the rescheduling of the Qatar Grand Prix. Just enabled him to get himself a lot closer to his peak physical condition. Of course, missed pre-season after breaking his femur in January, so laps on the bike he's also a little short of, in addition to 100% physical condition. So Fermin much closer to his peak here this weekend, with another strong Friday for him yesterday to take 8th overall.
Is it going to be dry enough for slick tyres? There's a dry line emerging. Now, Gino Borsoy said there are clear still some wet patches. Keep the riders out on rain tyres, but I do wonder moving forward into the morning schedule, by the time we get the Q2 in particular weather, somebody's going to take a punt on Michelin slick rubber. Luca Marini back inside the top 10. He's another rider that's in the 49s.
looked to me as if it's the sort of third to the beginning of the fourth sector where it's wettest, sort of through turns 8, 9, 10 and 11. That certainly looked to me where there was a little bit of spray still being kicked up. This is where Pedro Acosta is now as he comes out of turn 10, and yeah, there's no real sign of much dry time, just a few very small patches of dry time out there. You wouldn't get through that sector of the racetrack at the moment on slick tyres.
This probably would have been dry had it not been for a big cloud burst just before the start of the MotoGP session. I was making my way over from the media centre, the paddock side of the circuit. Our commentary box position was on the outside of the main grandstand. You just got a quick glimpse of it there, and that was the heaviest rain we've got of the morning so far. Without that, we might well have been looking at some slick tyre action this morning. Great shot there, clear visor of Razgatlioglu, tipping that Pramac Yamaha into the turn 1 right-hander, then over the crest, down the hill into turn 2 where Dranmere crashed and almost certain to get himself some kind of sanction after ignoring the black flag with the orange disc. We had the technical problem, rejoined the circuit with gravel pouring out of the belly band, and rejoined the circuit with all kinds of bits of a factory Honda flapping around underneath it.
We've had a couple of other riders go for a fresh rear tyre, both for the medium rear. Salvadori and Agura on their Aprilias. We're riding on board with the Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi here, who's into the final sector. We saw him shaking his head, and I think we can see now he was shaking his head at. It's Alex Marquez.
Well, yesterday he was full of compliments and lauding the performance of Alex Marquez. There was a signal, wasn't there, on the cool-down lap after practice, not almost like, calm down, calm down. Then he gave Alex a thumbs up as well. The body language as Fermin Aldeguer's toppled off. At the final corner, you can just see there on the outside of the long lap penalty. You just see there this legacy of the left femur fracture. Look at that. I mean, Fermin Aldeguer fractured his femur, was it on January the 8th or January the 9th in Valencia 4 months ago. I think he actually said rather bizarrely, he finds life easier riding a MotoGP bike than actually normal life, you know, just walking around shops, walking around the supermarkets with his girlfriend in Andorra. And that was a clear indication of just how much he is still suffering, limping away from that crash at turn 13.
Yeah, and that can't have been very comfortable at all with his left leg underneath the bike as well, as the marshals helped lift it off from over him. We haven't had another look yet of the Alex Marquez Bezzecchi incident on the previous lap, but Bezzecchi is now catching the 73 again as he now goes straight on into turn 6 and releases the championship leader.
This is coming out of the stadium session. This is turn 10. Up there from Alex just to apologise. So yesterday, when they were sort of complimenting each other on their brilliant Friday performances, there's a bit of anger emerging on a Saturday morning here.
Yeah, I don't think Alex was telling Marco to calm down there, because I think that would be a very brave strategy to adopt at this point of proceedings. Whether the stewards choose to have a look at that, we'll wait and see. Whether they'll perhaps be a little more lenient given the circumstances of a wet session and the current situation. But Alex Marquez will know better than anyone after what happened to him yesterday, not to make that mistake.
Yeah, we know Simon Craig obviously very well, being a former colleague of ours in the commentary box here. Whoa, he hasn't, has he? He has. Absolutely phenomenal. Look at this. He was down. Our crash statisticians were just marking that down. There's a Toprak Razgatlioglu crash here at turn 13. Well, it was almost an unlucky turn 13 for Toprak, but somehow he has kept it on 2 wheels. Gino Borso, we're all doing that around the world. We're clapping in the commentary box here. That is going to be already trending on social media right now, because wow, just wow, that is astonishing. Talk about defying the laws of gravity. Incredible.
He is some talent, isn't he? Toprak Razgatlioglu. He's the tallest rider in MotoGP. He needed all of that wingspan there, didn't he? But he's a little bit more cautious and careful through turn 13 on that occasion. What a morning he's already had, been up in 5th place, but he's certainly stole the show with that say.
That was ridiculous. That was just outright outrageous. Simple as that. I mean, how the heck has he stayed on board that bike? I mean, he was down. He was down. I mean,
yeah, check the lean angle on that one.
Just incredible. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was just take your breath away. I mean, I'm speechless. It was just brilliant. I mean, the whole of the pit lane watching that, and I'm sure all of you watching all around the world just can't quite believe what you have witnessed. Ooh. That Martin on the paintwork on the curb on the outside there is out on the outside of turn 1. Some late drama here, isn't there, in this section? Gee, me squirming underneath. Boy, Martin was the factory Aprilia. But we're all just trying to gather our thoughts and compose ourselves after the Razgatlioglu miracle save in that turn 13. I'm sure if Toprak will be able to explain it himself as yellow flags are out in sector 3. That's
Yeah, he's about to hit those yellow flags. And it's Brad Binder who's sent his KTM halfway to the fence on the outside of turn 8. Brad Binder, of course, in moments is out there in qualifying 1. So that is a bad time to make a mistake such as that.
That's a pretty rapid old get off there. Don't know whether he maybe just was on the slippery curb on the white line on the outside, but the bike goes barrel rolling through the gravel trap. We saw Binder quickly on his feet. Well, you're never, ever going to get tired of seeing a replay of what we just saw from Razgatlioglu at this turn 13. He's not going to quite get there this time because he's pulling into pit lane. I mean, I'd love to have a camera and a microphone inside that Pramac Yamaha garage right now. He comes in and just explains what on earth we all just witnessed at turn 13. I mean, save of the century. It's one of the best saves we have ever seen.
He was on the side of that Yamaha for what felt like an age. It must have been a good 20-30 metres at the very least. And he somehow managed to dig his left knee in and just stand the bike up and get it back onto the racetrack once again. That is why these riders are human beings doing superhuman things.
Gino Portasoy there has just gone, how did you do that? Well, he honed his skills pre-racing career as a stunt rider, didn't he, in Turkey. Just watch this moment as he tips into turn 13. Look at the angle of that front tyre. I mean, he's just digging everything in there. The left knee, the left elbow, and he just there, you can see the body language there. He's just thinking, crikey, I've got away with that one big time. Look at it. His right foot is off the peg. It's completely sideways. That is a crash. Straight marks on the fairing, surely. I mean, just mind-blowing.
Most of the riders would have given up on that and just let go of it. Just like, you know what, I've lost it. But Toprak didn't give up, and he was right to. What a save.
Just awesome. Just phenomenal. I mean, Marc Marquez has got some competition for awesome elbow saves. Marc was the master of it, wasn't he, for so many years, but that is one for the catalogue. That is one that shows Toprak is a top talent as well. Just brilliant. I mean, there's an element of luck to it as well, but there's also a lot of skill and a never give up attitude. He was not going to fall off that motorcycle at any stage. I'm not giving this up, not at all. No way, Jose, and it came back up.
Well, good news, viewers, is that we'll see Toprak back on track very shortly, because he is in qualifying 1, and the evidence of this 30-minute free practice 2 session is that he's going to be a genuine threat, including to this man, Pedro Costa, who was quickest in FP2. A bit of a boost for Pedro as he gets set for Q1 very shortly, but Toprak for sure has got a genuine chance of booking his place in qualifying 2, and in these kind of conditions, who knows what's possible.
Johan Zarco late on. Never ever discount the Frenchman in these kind of mixed conditions, damp conditions. A last lap of a 1:49.580 lap put Zarco up into 3rd place. So Pedro Acosta, after what was a rather fraught Friday here in Jerez for the Spanish rider, and leads that wet FP2. Not an ideal practice start there as far as Marquez is concerned, but in terms of the timesheets, after the early run-off at turn 6, the Pedrosa corner, well, he was, as always, rapid around Jerez, wasn't he, Mark? Acosta then right at the fan of 1:48 in that session. Zarco 3rd, Bettecki, the world champs, leader 4th. Martin Razgatlioglu, they complete the top 6. At the end of that session, we had 12 riders that did find laps in the 49s. That went down to 11 riders actually forced the 49s. Acosta was in the 48s. Augusto Fernandez not doing a bad job, to be fair to him, on the development Yamaha V4. He was 13th fastest. That put him ahead of his factory colleagues. Fabio Quartararo is 16th. Alex Rins 22nd. Rider behind Alex Rins at the close of play in FP2 was a pretty wildcard Lorenzo Savadori.
As far as Aprilia are concerned, Marco Bezzecchi 4th, Jorge Martin, despite 1 or 2 slightly hairy moments, 5th. So certainly from we saw in this morning's 30-minute FP2 session. Aprilia do look reasonably competitive in these conditions. 4 different manufacturers were in the top 4 in that session. Acosta, Marc Marquez, Johann Zarco and Bezzecchi, KTM, Ducati, Honda and Aprilia. So it does look competitive and unpredictable as we get set for qualifying, and a huge opportunity awaits for the 2 lucky riders who can book their place via Q1.
That's more like it, isn't it, Pedro? 15th to 1st in less than 24 hours. Helped a little bit by the elements here in Andalusia, but he won't care one jot as Pedro Acosta finds himself back on top of the MotoGP leaderboard. Good shot there with the rank tyres. Searching for grip. Acosta on the factory KTM, and he leads away at the end of FP2.
Pedro Acosta, the only rider to lap in the 48th this morning. He was half second clear of Marc Marquez, the world champion second from Johann Zarco, Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin. Top rank 6, but that doesn't really tell the story of his session. Alex Marquez 7th ahead of Jack Miller, Raul Fernandez and Frankie Morbidelli. So at least 5 of that top 10 are going to Q1 shortly. Joan Mir 11th ahead of Luca Marini, Augusto Fernandez and Fabio Gian Antonio. Brad Binder with that late ball, likely to only have 1 bike available for Q1. We'll get more on that in Q1. Quartararo next up for Bagnaia, Aldeguer, Moreira, Bastianini, Agura, Rins. And as mentioned, Lorenzo Salvadori, the Aprilia wildcard, 23rd.
So Pedro Acosta then with a much needed morale boost here in Iraq after a poor Friday finds himself top the leaderboard up the top rank. Razgatlioglu save heroics in the final corner. Up next we go qualifying in MotoGP here in South Spain. Welcome back to the Circuito de Jerez, Angel Nieto. Welcome back to the Grand Prix of Spain in 2026. We have hit Europe for the first time this year. What a place to kick off our 14-race European leg this season. Unfortunately, the weather gods haven't so far smiled on us this weekend. After what was a full dry but cloudy day on Friday, we've had a bit of rain falling around this part of Andalusia on our sprint Saturday morning. So questions about whether it's going to be dry for the 12-lap Tissot sprint at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. The good news is, weather-wise, we're expecting a scorcher here tomorrow for those passionate fans, some of the noisiest and most fanatical fans that we get on the entire Grand Prix calendar. You can barely hear yourself think here in Andalusia tomorrow on a race day where we are expecting a crowd well in excess of 100,000 fans. Next on the agenda, we're going to go qualifying in MotoGP. Who is going to be on pole position in round number 4? The last 5 MotoGP pole positions have gone to just 2 riders, both of them Italians, Fabio Di Gianantonio and World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. Those 2 safely through to Q2. Coming up in what's going to be a damp, mixed conditions Q1, we're going to see the likes of Joan Mir, Johann Zarco. Zarco was just 3rd fastest in the earlier wet FP2. Luca Marini, those trio of Hondas. Morbidelli Acosta was fastest in that previous session. Binder, who took a late time in FP2 at turn 8. Quartararo, big task for Fabio to make it back-to-back poles here in Jerez. He's in Q1 with Razgatlioglu, who just pulled off a stupendous save at the final corner. If you are only just joining us for the first time this morning, make sure you jump on MotoGP's social media channels to get a replay of that, because it was an absolute classic from top track. Moreira, Miller, Rins, the 2 wildcards, Salvadori and Augusto Fernandez, also coming up in this session. We've talked about Johann Zarco being a big threat, not just in his Q1 if he gets through, but also the pole position conditions that he normally loves, the flying Frenchman. What's the boss? Lucho checking over, thinking we'll go down to Jack.
Yeah, big opportunity, you'd imagine, coming up for Johann Zarco. First, Lucio, though, he's got to get through Q1. How much of a challenge are the next half an hour going to be?
It's going to be a big challenge. I think the rider will a lot. It's not completely wet. It's not dry, so the conditions are tricky. The rider will need to take some risk.
For a chance we see slick tyres in Q1?
I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. I think that perhaps at the very end there will be some rider taking this.
Excellent, Jeff. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. Thanks very much, Jack. Yeah, Lucio Cecchinello himself predicting possibly slick tyres might be the option toward the tail end of this Q1 session. As always, the format, 15 minutes. The top two will advance into the 15-minute Q2 session, where then 12 riders will fight it out for the first 4 rows of the grid. Joan Mir, well, he was so close yesterday to going directly into Q2, missing out by less than 3 hundredths of a second, but he took a fall in FP2 this morning at turn 2 and then decided to rejoin with a badly damaged factory Honda. He was given the black flag with the orange disc, which for those of you watching home, I'm sure you're very familiar with, means damage to your motorcycle. Mechanical issues means you have to exit the track as soon as possible at your earliest opportunity. Unfortunately, it does appear that Joan Mir ignored those instructions from race control, and we can confirm he will have to go and see the F1 MotoGP stewards at the end of these qualifying sessions. More than likely, you have to say that there's going to be some form of penalty coming the way of the 2020 MotoGP World Champion.
It usually leads to a grid drop, so we'll see what happens for Joan Mir. Of course, we already know that Jorge Martin's going to drop 3 places on the grid from wherever he qualifies. We'll see him in qualifying 2. There's Denis Sunchu. We know who he'll be watching closely. He'll be watching that man, and if he was watching Toprak very closely, he'll have seen one of the saves of all time in MotoGP around about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was just jaw-droppingly brilliant from Razgatlioglu. Here it is once again. I mean, you just have to watch and marvel as El Turco manages to keep himself upright. Jack Miller, his teammate, was right behind. I'm going to love to listen to what Jack says later on, because I'm sure at this point Jack's thinking, oh no, Toprak's down the road. That poor devil, that's a crash and a repair job for his mechanics. And then Jack, just out of the corner of his eye, just probably looks to his right and goes, cheeky so-and-so, he's only gone and saved it. So now, having kept himself on 2 wheels in FP2, can Toprak Razgatlioglu now find his way into Q2? It's going to be a tough ask. So many riders with vast experience of these wet conditions on these 300 horsepower MotoGP bikes. We have seen though Toprak excelling in wet conditions previously so far this season. You're looking at, in particular, given what happened in FP2, Pedro Acosta, who was only 15th fastest yesterday. He was the only rider in that earlier session, Lewis, to deliver a 1:48. So you have to say, hardly sticking my neck on the line here, that Acosta looks nailed on for a place in Q2. But then a few candidates behind him.
Yeah, it's one of those sessions where you're going to want to be on the racetrack at the end of the session. The lap times, all probability, are just going to continue to drop and drop and drop as the track conditions improve. And yeah, to underline why this might not be a cruise for Acosta through to Q2. If we look at the FP2 session that's just finished, Pedro Acosta was quickest, he's in Q1. Johan Zarco was 3rd, he's in Q1. Toprak was 6th. We had Jack Miller 8th and Frankie Morbidelli 10th in that FP2 session. All of those riders are in this qualifying 1 session.
This time last year, Fabio Quartararo was about to deliver one of the best single laps of 2025 when he powered the then inline 4-cylinder Yamaha Wisdar M1 to pole position. He has not got a prayer of getting anywhere near that, you would feel. On this occasion, as once again, he has a little bit of a snap sideways. He was just asking for the power coming out of the Michelin corner, that Michelin rain tyre, just breaking traction underneath him.
Yeah, straight out of the pits, Fabio Quartararo. He is still on that outlap, so needs to build up that temperature in the tyres. It's quite difficult to build up that temperature in your tyres in conditions such as this, but it is very, very easy to lose it.
That's the problem. You've got to really attack to get the temperature in your tyres, but you're also not wanting to attack too quickly on cold rubber, are you? A couple of riders were caught out in that situation yesterday. There was a twitch there, wasn't there? As Acosta laid the KTM on its side, going through the Pons corner, down the back straight, accelerating hard and on the brakes now into Pedrosa corner. He's turned 6 yesterday where Acosta was having all kinds of problems getting that bike stopped in the full dry conditions. Oh, somebody's down. It's Morbidelli. Was that Morbidelli in the background? Yeah, Frankie Morbidelli has gone down, and an early mistake from the Italian. Morbidelli down at turn 6.
Is the bike still running for Frankie Morbidelli? The marshals will be giving him the news. If he hasn't kept it running, he's got to immediately depart the premises and head back to the pit. So Morbidelli on his back foot very quickly. Acosta, crucially though, as we saw, was ahead of that on track, so he won't be affected by any yellow flags. Several riders behind him though will be. In free practice 2 moments ago, the fastest lap time was a 1:48 from Pedro Acosta, so that's the sort of benchmark he'll be aiming at.
More Jerez woes for Morbidelli. He's crashed out of the last 2 Grand Prix here. He has finished 4th in the last 2 sprints, so to be fair to him. So he's shone on Saturdays loosely in Spain, but not really got the job done on the main feature Grand Prix race day on Sunday. So Acosta then straight away into the low 149s. 149.302 has got him half a second clear of Luca Marini. And Pedrosa, whose name was banded around as possibly replacing Maverick Vinales as Fabio Quartararo. Well, we mentioned in FP2 his patience is wearing wafer thin. I think it's really, really hard to sort of offer any kind of words of comfort right now, isn't it, for Fabio Quartararo, because the Yamaha, frankly, is just so uncompetitive at the moment in full dry conditions.
Yeah, you'd have maybe thought that this might present an opportunity for Quartararo, but he hasn't got the greatest of records, it's perhaps fair to say, in wet conditions. We've never seen him win in wet conditions, and of course his 5 previous Jerez poles around this circuit were all in dry conditions, as Acosta now makes his way through the fearsome turn 7 and up towards 8. The rain now starting to fall again, so any hope of slicks might well now be disappearing.
Yeah, Max Kibosh, the slick tyre plant, that's for sure, because Lucio Cecchinello was sort of expecting maybe, without any additional rain, that we might see some slick rubber as early as the end of this Q1 session, but with the rain then now starting to return in Andalusia, and that could put paid to those hopes. At the moment then, we've only had 4 riders who've set time in this session. That quartet, Acosta, Marini, Savadori and Quartararo. The cruise for Acosta into Q2, no doubt about that, as he pulls into pit lane.
Might not be the worst news for this lot in this Q1 session if a little bit more rain falls, because you end up entering that sort of half and half situation when it's drying out, where it's too dry for the wet but too wet to really entertain slicks. So a little bit more rain falling on this racetrack might just keep these wet tyres in their operating window.
Zarco's on another flyer. We saw him jump up late on his last lap in FP2, saw him climb up into P3. It's going to be tight this between Zarco and Acosta when he comes over the line, the Frenchman. When it's Grand Prix Silverstone 2022 was the last time we saw Zarco. Now Zarco's coming into yellow flag zone, and it's Jack Miller who's crashed, unfortunately. Jack Miller unable to make the save like Top Rat Razgatlioglu did in the very same corner in FP2. So this lap's gone for Zarco. This one will not count. Was it going to be the fastest time of the session? Over the line, Zarco goes. Yeah, that's cruel. A 49.151. It will, though, be scrubbed off.
Yeah, and his teammate Moreira right behind him went 3rd on a 49.7. Both of those will be deleted, which was why you saw Lucio Cecchinello there shaking his head, because he knows what's coming. As Jack Miller is now racing on his 2 feet into pit lane. There go the 2 lap times of the LCR Hondas, so they still have no lap time next to their name. But Jack Miller with a 100-meter sprint now to get on his second Yamaha.
Yeah, you can see that Jack's sliding underneath that Weisdorf one, managing to keep the left hand on the clutch. Oh, it has stopped, so yeah, that's the reason why he's coming back to the pits. So it's Acosta and Marini, both in the 49s, half a second splitting those 2. Zarco then now hoping to steer clear of any more yellow flag drama. He's putting together another strong lap here, halfway around this lap. He's up by over 1/10 of a second. That's just confirmation on your screen. Zarco's, what was a fastest lap of the session, was scrubbed off for the turn 13 Miller crash.
Bad news for poor Jack is that the Pramac Yamaha box is the furthest one away. It's near the pit lane exit, so he's got the entire length practically of the pit straight to run before he can get back on his second bike.
Zarco then now in the stadium section. Coming through turn 10. Lucky corner, and then you really have to commit in the rain in these fearsome fast right-handers. Now Diogo Moreira's gone down. I don't think he's behind Johan Zarco, so this time around there'll be no more a yellow flag drama coming the way of Zarco. Let's hope he can keep it all neat and tidy in this final corner, because he is going to be soaring to the top of the timesheets here, isn't he? These conditions, you feel, tailor-made for the 35-year-old Frenchman, the most experienced rider in MotoGP. He goes fastest with a 1:48.388. Out of Zarco, then almost a full second clear now of Acosta. The previous lap might have been taken away from him. That one, though, surely is going to get him into Q2.
Yeah, he's now 9/10 clear of Acosta, 1.4 ahead of Marini, although they are aiming at a moving target here in this session, so he'll stay out there and just continue to try and drop his target time as Diogo Moreira drops his LCR Honda into the Ancondietto corner of turn 9. He didn't even think about whether he could restart on that. With 6 minutes remaining, he had to leg it, much like Jack Miller, and try and get back to the pits as soon as possible.
Such a means mistake to make for a rookie, lacking experience in these conditions. Isn't he, Diogo Moreira? Zarco just making sure that he's leaving nothing to chance here. Was it Portimao a couple of years ago when Zarco was in these very sort of similar conditions? Yeah, he took pole position. He was the last rider to come over the finish line, just stayed out there on the same rain tyres and was the last rider across the line, and right at the death he snatched pole position. He's a quarter of a second up on his own best lap time already as he's deep now into sector 3. Is there more time being gained here by Zarco?
Cole Saxonring last year as well, although that was much wetter than this, where he came through Q1 and very nearly beat Marc Marquez to pole position that weekend. This is very much up Johan Zarco's street, and at the moment he is maximising these conditions. He'll be over a second clear of the rest of the field by the time he completes this lap.
You have to feel that this just does give him that bit of a leg up. Dialed in with the current track conditions heading into the second qualifying session. Acosta's not letting Zarco have it all his own way, though, is he? Here comes Pedro Acosta trying to retaliate as well. Maybe a 1:48.1, a 1:48.2 from Zarco. He picked up time in this last section to find a 1:47. We're about to find out. It is a 1:48.2. Acosta's really flying, isn't he? With Jack Miller, after a very, very long sprint up pit lane, is going to get out for at least one more crack at Q2.
Yeah, he's got one bike now available to him for his final run. Brad Binder is doing this session on one run, because as I was watching Jack Miller out of the commentary box window racing up pit lane, they only just got Brad Binder's crash bike from FP2 back into the KTM box, so he's just got the one bike available to him in this session. Binder currently in 7th place.
Top lap this by Acosta. This potentially going to be a 47. He's got only 2/10 of a second now. Full commitment, tapping hard on the brakes into turn 13. You can just see ahead of him there on circuit, Frankie Morbidelli, who crashed very early on in this session down at turn 6. So Acosta on the power at the bike corner, but lost something in sector 4 as well. Acosta goes second at 1:48.353. It's Luca Marini then now, the factory Honda rider, who has taken a tumble at turn 13.
Yeah, he's got no choice now but to just keep on running. Doesn't appear as if there's a great deal of damage. Of course, hadn't lost the engine, so he's able to keep going in this session. But at the moment, the factory Hondas haven't had the best of days at the moment. Marini in 3rd. That was the tail end of his crash at turn 13, where we've already seen Jack Miller go down in this session. He's 3rd. Joan Mir currently 6th. Neither heading for Q2 at the moment.
Yeah, 3 of our 4 Honda riders on this wet Saturday have crashed out in these tricky conditions. It's a good job they've got Johan Zarco in their ranks, because Marini, Mir and Moreira have all been on the floor here this morning in Jerez. Frankie Morbidelli this time around is able to get himself through that turn 6, and Acosta runs in a little bit wide. Acosta, though, must feel that his 48.353 is good enough. Still 3 minutes of the section remaining, though, and Frankie Morbidelli's putting together a half-decent lap as he comes into the stadium section.
Yeah, they're running out of time down at LCR to get Moreira back out. 3 minutes remaining in this session. I think they're still waiting potentially for the rider. 2 minutes 58 to go. He's got to be out of the pit lane in the next 45 seconds or so if Moreira still has a chance at this.
This is going to be the first time registered by Morbidelli. Jack Miller. Has Jack got some kind of a rodeo bull underneath him? Something Jack didn't look happy at all, did he? As he was on the power coming out the final corner, and he was just snaking left and right. Yeah, hand off the handlebar there from Miller. There's clearly some kind of an issue going on here, isn't there, for Jack Miller? And he's going to be livid, raging inside that helmet. Frankie Morbidelli's just gone over the line. He has just put in a 150.219. Morbidelli up to 6th.
Yeah, that's not the Mike Miller crash. That was his number 2 bike that he's clearly not too happy with the behaviour of at this stage. But he's got no choice but to just keep going and try and stick with it and put a lap time on the board. Jack Miller, like Diogo Moreira, with no time set in this Q1 session, they're staring at a back of the grid start.
Almost like there, Miller got like a dry weather mat again. There was almost too much power being put through the rear tyre. We'll find out later on today exactly what was going on with Miller, but there's clearly something that was a big distraction for the Australian. Zarco, it is then that's still in control of this session. Just under 900ths of a second, splitting him and Acosta in second.
So Moreira has not made it out of pit lane. Diogo Moreira will start the Spanish Grand Prix tomorrow at the back of the grid.
Zarco will not have that drama. He might be starting at the front of the grid because he's certainly going to be in the hunt for pole position, isn't he? In the hunt for what will be his 9th MotoGP pole position, 74 Grand Prix of this since we've seen Zarco. Through that dry line now, it's emerging out of that final corner. Zarco then, it's another mid-148. He's not just fast, he's very consistent on this pace at the moment, isn't he, Zarco? Starts his last one out, but I think he has rolled out of it. I think he's bailed out of that one now, Zarco.
Yeah, Acosta rolling out. He'll get one more shot at this. The threat, ironically, to Acosta is coming from his teammate, Brad Binder, who's entering the corner now that he crashed at late in pre-practice too. Binder and Mir both on personal best, but there's not much of a gap between Zarco and Acosta. They're both on low 48s, less than a 10th between them, and they've got then a second back to Binder in 3rd place. So at the moment, it's a big improvement for Brad Binder, but it's not going to get him up ahead of his teammate.
No, he's going to be getting over the line for one more lap. It might be close. I think he might just run out of time here. Less than 30 seconds remaining as he comes into this final split through the last of the 2 getting right-handers to complete this Jerez lap. And then now this is where we had a great battle in the sprint 3 years ago with Bagnaia and Martin. A sprint which he did eventually hold on to win. Or he was asking for the power there. We're still a bit too much lean angle. The ATM snapped sideways underneath him.
Does get over the line though.
Binder got a 149.278 in there. Yeah, that's all over. Yeah, all over then for the South African. What about Joan Mir? Don't think this is going to be anything that's going to be worrying Zarco and Acosta, but this might gain him one grid position, possibly. He might actually just move up from 4th to 3rd, ahead of Binder.
Another shout out.
Can't quite believe what you have witnessed. Ooh! Is that Martin on the Taintworth on the curb on the outside there? Out on the outside of turn 1. Some late drama here, isn't there, in this section? Gee, me squirming underneath. Boy, Martin was the factory Aprilia. But we're all just trying to gather our thoughts and compose ourselves after the Razgatlioglu miracle save in that turn 13. I'm sure if Chopback would be able to explain it himself as yellow flags are out in sector 3. That's
he's about to hit those yellow flags. And it's Brad Binder who's sent his KTM halfway to the fence on the outside of turn 8. Brad Binder, of course, in moments is out there in qualifying 1, so that is a bad time to make a mistake such as that.
That's a pretty rapid old get-off there. Don't know whether he maybe just was on the slippery curb on the white line on the outside, but the bike goes barrel rolling through the gravel trap. We saw Binder quickly on his feet. But you're never, ever going to get tired of seeing a replay of what we just saw from Razgatlioglu at this turn 13. He's not going to quite get there this time because he's pulling into pit lane. I mean, I'd love to have a camera and a microphone inside that Pramac Yamaha garage right now. He comes in and just explains what on earth we all just witnessed at turn 13. I mean, save of the century. It's one of the best saves we have ever seen.
He was on the side of that Yamaha for what felt like an age. It must have been a good 20-30 metres at the very least. And he somehow managed to dig his left knee in and just stand the bike up and get it back onto the racetrack once again. That is why these riders are human beings doing superhuman things.
Gino Portasoi there has just gone, how did you do that? Well, he honed his skills pre-racing career as a stunt rider, didn't he, in Turkey. Just watch this moment as he tips into turn 13. Look at the angle of that front tyre. I mean, he's just digging everything in there. The left knee, the left elbow, and he just you can see the body language there. He's just thinking, crikey, I've got away with that one big time. Look at it, his right foot is off the peg. It's completely sideways. That is a crash. Straight marks on the fairing, surely. I mean, just mind-blowing.
Most of the riders would have given up on that and just let go of it. Just like, you know what, I've lost it, but Toprak didn't give up, and he was right to. What a save.
Just awesome. Just phenomenal. I mean, Marc Marquez has got some competition for awesome elbow saves. Mark was the master of it, wasn't he, for so many years, but that is one for the catalogue. That is one that shows Toprak is a top talent as well. Just brilliant. I mean, there's an element of luck to it as well, but there's also a lot of skill and a never give up attitude. He was not going to fall off that motorcycle at any stage. I'm not giving this up, not at all. No way, Jose, and it came back up.
Well, good news, viewers, is that we'll see Toprak back on track very shortly, because he is in qualifying 1, and the evidence of this 30-minute free practice 2 session is that he's going to be a genuine threat, including to this man, Pedro Acosta, who was quickest in FP2. A bit of a boost for Pedro as he gets set for Q1 very shortly, but Toprak for sure has got a genuine chance of booking his place in qualifying 2, and in these kind of conditions, who knows what's possible.
Johan Zarco late on. Never ever discount the Frenchman in these kind of mixed conditions, damp conditions. A last lap of a 1:49.580. That put Zarco up into 3rd place. So Pedro Acosta, after what was a rather fraught Friday here in Jerez for the Spanish rider, and leaves that wet FP2. Not an ideal practice start there as far as Marquez is concerned, but in terms of the timesheets, after the early run-off at turn 6, the Pedrosa corner, well, he was, as always, rapid around Jerez, wasn't he, Mark? Acosta then right at the fan of 1:48 in that session. Zarco 3rd, Bezzecchi, the world champion, the 4th. Martin Razgatlioglu, they complete the top 6. At the end of that session, we had 12 riders that did find laps in the 49s. That went down to 11 riders, actually, of course, in the 49s. Acosta was in the 48s. Well, Augusto Fernandez not doing a bad job, to be fair to him, on the development Yamaha V4. He was 13th fastest. That put him ahead of his factory colleagues. Fabio Quartararo at 16th, Alex Rins 22nd. Rider behind Alex Rins at the close of play in FP2 was a pretty wildcard Lorenzo Savadori.
As Aprilia are concerned, Marco Bezzecchi 4th, Jorge Martin, despite 1 or 2 slightly hairy moments, 5th. So, certainly from what we saw in this morning's 30-minute FP2 session, Aprilia do look reasonably competitive in these conditions. 4 different manufacturers were in the top 4 in that session. Acosta, Marc Marquez, Johan Zarco and Bezzecchi, KTM, Ducati, Honda and Aprilia. So it does look competitive and unpredictable as we get set for qualifying, and a huge opportunity awaits for the 2 lucky riders who can book their place via Q1.
That's more like it, isn't it, Pedro? 15th to 1st in less than 24 hours. Helped a little bit by the elements here in Andalusia, but he won't care one jot as Pedro Acosta finds himself back on top of the MotoGP leaderboard. Good shot there with the ranked tyres, searching for grip. Acosta on the factory KTM, and he leads away at the end of FP2.
Pedro Acosta, the only rider to lap in the 48th this morning. He was half second clear of Marc Marquez, the world champion second, with Johan Zarco, Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin. Toprak 6th, but that doesn't really tell the story of his session. Alex Marquez 7th ahead of Jack Miller, Raul Fernandez and Frankie Morbidelli. So at least 5 of that top 10 are going to Q1 shortly. Tranmere 11th ahead of Luca Marini, Augusto Fernandez and Fabio Gianantonio. Brad Binder with that late ball, likely to only have 1 bike available for Q1. We'll get more on that in Q1. Quartararo next up for Bagnaia, Aldeguer, Moreira, Bastianini, Agura, Rins. And as mentioned, Lorenzo Savadori, the Aprilia wildcard, 23rd.
So Pedro Acosta then with a much needed morale boost here in Iraq after a poor Friday, finds himself top the leaderboard up the top. Razgatlioglu save heroics in the final corner. Up next we go qualifying in MotoGP here in South Spain. Welcome back to the Circuito de Jerez, Angel Nieto. Welcome back to the Grand Prix of Spain in 2026. We have hit Europe for the first time this year. What a place to kick off our 14-race European leg this season. Fortunately, the weather gods haven't so far smiled on us this weekend. After what was a full dry but cloudy day on Friday, we've had a bit of rain falling around this part of Andalusia on our sprint Saturday morning. So questions about whether it's going to be dry for the 12-lap TISO sprint at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. The good news is, weather-wise, we're expecting a scorcher here tomorrow for those passionate fans, some of the noisiest and most fanatical fans that we get on the entire Grand Prix calendar. You can barely hear yourself think here in Andalusia tomorrow on a race day where we are expecting a crowd well in excess of 100,000 fans. Next on the agenda, we're going to go qualifying in MotoGP. Who is going to be on pole position in round number 4? The last 5 MotoGP pole positions have gone to just 2 riders, both the Italians, Fabio De Gianantonio and World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. Those 2 safely through to Q2. Coming up in what's going to be a damp, mixed conditions Q1, we're going to see the likes of Joan Mir, Johan Zarco. Zarco was just 3rd fastest in the earlier wet FP2. Luca Marini, those trio of Hondas. Morbidelli Acosta, who was fastest in that previous session. Binder, who took a late time in FP2 at turn 8. Quartararo, big task for Fabio to make it back-to-back poles here in Jerez. He's in Q1 with Razgat Lioglu, who just pulled off a stupendous save at the final corner. If you are only just joining us for the first time this morning, make sure you jump on MotoGP's social media channels to get a replay of that, because it was an absolute classic from top track. Moreira, Miller, Rins, the 2 wildcards, Savadori and Augusto Fernandez, also coming up in this session. We've talked about Johan Zarco being a big threat, not just in his Q1 if he gets through, but also the pole position conditions that he normally loves, the flying Frenchman. What's the boss, Lucio Cecchino, thinking we'll go down to Jack?
Yeah, big opportunity you'd imagine coming up for Johan Zarco. First, Lucio, though, he's got to get through Q1. How much of a challenge are the next half an hour going to be?
It's going to be a big challenge. I mean, the rider will do a lot. It's not completely wet. It's not dry, so the conditions are tricky. The rider will need to take some risk.
For a chance we see slick tyres in Q1?
I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. I think that perhaps at the very end there will be some rider taking this.
Thanks, Lucio. Good luck. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Thanks very much, Jack. Yeah, Lucio Cecchinello himself predicting possibly slick tyres might be the option towards the tail end of this Q1 session. As always, the format, 15 minutes. The top 2 will advance into the 15-minute Q2 session, where then 12 riders will fight it out for the first 4 rows of the grid. Joan Mir, well, he was so close yesterday to going directly into Q2, missing out by less than 3 hundredths of a second, but he took a fall in FP2 this morning at turn 2 and then decided to rejoin with a badly damaged factory Honda. He was given the black flag with the orange disc, which for those of you watching home, I'm sure you're very familiar with, means damage to your motorcycle. Mechanical issues means you have to exit the track as soon as possible at your earliest opportunity. Unfortunately, it does appear that Joan Mir ignored those instructions from race control, and we can confirm he will have to go and see the F1 MotoGP stewards at the end of these qualifying sessions. More than likely, you have to say that there's going to be some form of penalty coming the way of the 2020 MotoGP World Champion.
It usually leads to a grid drop, so we'll see what happens for Joan Mir. Of course, we already know that Jorge Martin's going to drop 3 places on the grid from wherever he qualifies. We'll see him in qualifying 2 as Denis Sonchu. We know who he'll be watching closely. He'll be watching that man, and if he was watching Top Track very closely, he'll have seen one of the saves of all time in MotoGP around about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was just jaw-droppingly brilliant from Razgat Lioglu. Here it is once again. And you just have to watch and marvel as El Turco manages to keep himself upright. Jack Miller, his teammate, was right behind him. I'm going to love to listen to what Jack says later on, because I'm sure at this point Jack's thinking, oh no, Toprak's down the road. Poor devil, that's a crash and a repair job for his mechanics. And then Jack, just out of the corner of his eye, just probably looks to his right and goes, cheeky so-and-so, he's only gone and saved it. So now, having kept himself on two wheels in FP2, can Toprak Razgatlioglu now find his way into Q2? It's going to be a tough ask. So many riders with vast experience of these wet conditions on these 300 horsepower MotoGP bikes. We have seen though Toprak excelling in wet conditions previously so far this season. You're looking at, in particular, given what happened in FP2, Pedro Acosta, who was only 15th fastest yesterday. He was the only rider in that earlier session, Lewis, to deliver a 1:48. So you have to say, hardly sticking my neck on the line here, that Acosta looks nailed on for a place in Q2. But then a few candidates behind him. Yeah,
it's one of those sessions where you're going to want to be on the racetrack at the end of the session. The lap times, all probability, are just going to continue to drop and drop and drop as the track conditions improve. And yeah, to underline why this might not be a cruise for Acosta through to Q2. If we look at the FP2 session that's just finished, Pedro Acosta was quickest, he's in Q1. Johan Zarco was third, he's in Q1. Toprak was sixth. We had Jack Miller 8th and Frankie Morbidelli 10th in that FP2 session. All of those riders are in this qualifying one session.
This time last year, Fabio Quartararo was about to deliver one of the best single laps of 2025 when he powered the then inline four-cylinder Yamaha Wizdar M1 to pole position. He has not got a prayer of getting anywhere near that, you would feel. But on this occasion, as once again, he has a little bit of a snap sideways. He was just asking for the power coming out of the Michelin corner, that Michelin rain tyre, just breaking traction underneath him.
Yeah, not straight out of the pits, Fabio Quartararo. He is still on that outlap, so needs to build up that temperature in the tyres. It's quite difficult to build up that temperature in your tyres in conditions such as this, but it is very, very easy to lose it.
That's the problem. You've got to really attack to get the temperature in your tyres, but you're also not wanting to attack too quickly on cold rubber, are you? A couple of riders were caught out in that situation yesterday. There was a twitch there, wasn't there? As Acosta laid the KTM on its side, going through the pond corner, down the back straight, accelerating hard, and on the brakes now into Pedrosa corner. This is turn 6 yesterday, where Acosta was having all kinds of problems getting that bike stopped in the full dry conditions. Oh, somebody's down. It's Morbidelli. Was that Morbidelli in the background? Yeah, Frankie Morbidelli has gone down, and an early mistake from the Italian. Morbidelli down at turn 6.
Is the bike still running for Frankie Morbidelli? The marshals will be giving him the news. If he hasn't kept it running, he's got to immediately depart the premises and head back to the pit. So Morbidelli on his back foot very quickly. Acosta, crucially though, as we saw, was ahead of that on track, so he won't be affected by any yellow flags. Several riders behind him though will be. In free practice 2 moments ago, the fastest lap time was a 1:48 from Pedro Acosta, so that's the sort of benchmark he'll be aiming at.
More Jerez woes for Morbidelli. He's crashed out of the last 2 Grand Prix here. He has finished 4th in the last 2 sprints, so to be fair to him. So he's shot on Saturdays recently in Spain, but not really got the job done on the main feature Grand Prix race day on Sunday. So Acosta then straight away into the low 1:49s, a 1:49.302 has got him half a second clear of Luca Marini. And Pedrosa, whose name was banded around as possibly replacing Maverick Vinales as Fabio Quartararo. Well, we mentioned in FP2 his patience is wearing wafer thin. I think it's really, really hard to sort of offer any kind of words, crumbs of comfort right now, isn't it, for Fabio Quartararo, because the Yamaha, frankly, is just so uncompetitive at the moment in full dry conditions.
Yeah, you'd have maybe thought that this might present an opportunity for Quartararo, but he hasn't got the greatest of records, it's perhaps fair to say, in wet conditions. We've never seen him win in wet conditions, and of course his 5 previous Jerez poles around this circuit were all in dry conditions, as Acosta now makes his way through the fearsome turn 7 and up towards 8. The rain now starting to fall again, so any hope of slicks might well now be disappearing.
Yeah, that's Kai Bosch, the slick tyre plant, that's for sure, because Lucio Cecchinello was sort of expecting maybe, without any additional rain, that we might see some slick rubber as early as the end of this Q1 session, but with the rain then now starting to return in Andalusia, that could put paid to those hopes. At the moment then, we've only had 4 riders who've set time in this session. That quartet, Acosta, Marini, Savadori and Quartararo. The cruise for Acosta into Q2, no doubt about that, as he pulls into pit lane.
Might not be the worst news for this lot in this Q1 session if a little bit more rain falls, because you end up entering that sort of half and half situation when it's drying out, where it's too dry for the wet, but too wet to really entertain slicks. So a little bit more rain falling on this racetrack might just keep these wet tyres in their operating window.
Zarco's on another flyer. We saw him jump up late on his last lap in FP2, saw him climb up into P3. It's going to be tight, this, between Zarco and Acosta when he comes over the line, the Frenchman. British Grand Prix Silverstone 2022 was the last time we saw Zarco. Now Zarco's coming into the yellow flag zone, and it's Jack Miller who's crashed, unfortunately. Jack Miller unable to make the save like top lap Brad Gatlioglu did in the very same corner in FP2. So this lap's gone to Zarco. This one will not count. Was it going to be the fastest time of the session? Over the line, Zarco goes. Yeah, that's cruel. A 49.151. It will, though, be scrubbed off.
Yeah, his teammate Moreira right behind him went third on a 49.7. Both of those will be deleted, which was why you saw Lucio Cecchinello there shaking his head, because he knows what's coming. As Jack Miller is now racing on his 2 feet into pit lane. There go the 2 lap times for the LCR Honda, so they still have no lap time next to their name. But Jack Miller with a 100-meter sprint now to get on his second Yamaha.
Yeah, you can see that Jack's sliding underneath that wise Darwin one, managing to keep the left hand on the clutch. But it has stopped, so yeah, that's the reason why he's coming back to the pits. So it's Acosta and Marini, both in the 49s. Half a second splitting those two. Zarco then now hoping to steer clear of any more yellow flag drama. He's putting together another strong lap here, halfway around this lap. He's up by over 1/10 of a second. That's just confirmation on your screen. Zarco's, what was a fastest lap of the session, was scrubbed off for the turn 13 Miller crash.
Bad news for poor Jack is that the Pramac Yamaha box is the furthest one away. It's near the pit lane exit, so he's got the entire length practically of the pit straight to run before he can get back on his second bike.
Zarco then now in the stadium section. Coming through turn 10. Lucky corner, and then you really have to commit in the rain in these fearsome fast right-handers. Now Diogo Moreira's gone down. I don't think he's behind Johan Zarco, so this time around there'll be no more yellow flag drama coming the way of Zarco. Let's hope he can keep it all neat and tidy in this final corner, because he is going to be soaring to the top of the timesheets here, isn't he? These conditions, you feel, tailor-made for the 35-year-old Frenchman, the most experienced rider in MotoGP. He goes fastest for the 1:48.388. Zarco then almost a full second clear now of Acosta. The previous lap might have been taken away from him. That one, though, surely is going to get him into Q2.
Yeah, he's now 9/10 clear of Acosta, 1.4 ahead of Marini, although they are aiming at a moving target here in this session, so he'll stay out there and just continue to try and drop his target time as Diogo Moreira drops his LCR Honda into the Ancel Nieto corner of turn 9. And he didn't even think about whether he could restart on that. With 6 minutes remaining, he had to leg it, much like Jack Miller, and try and get back to the pits as soon as possible.
Such an easy mistake to make for a rookie, lacking experience in these conditions. Isn't he, Diogo Moreira? Zarco just making sure that he's leaving nothing to chance here. Was it Portimao a couple of years ago when Zarco was in these very sort of similar conditions? Yeah, he took pole position. He was the last rider to come over the finish line, just stayed out there on the same rain tyres and was the last rider across the line, and right at the death he snatched pole position. He's a quarter of a second up on his own best lap time already as he's deep now into sector 3. Is there more time being gained here by Zarco?
Cole Sachsenring last year as well, although that was much wetter than this, where he came through Q1 and very nearly beat Marc Marquez to pole position that weekend. This is very much up Johan Zarco's street, and at the moment he is maximising these conditions. He'll be over a second clear of the rest of the field by the time he completes this lap.
You have to feel that this just does give him that bit of a leg up. Dialed in with the current track conditions heading into the second qualifying session. Acosta's not letting Zarco have it all his own way, though, is he? Here comes Pedro Acosta trying to retaliate as well. Maybe a 1:48.1, a 1:48.2 from Zarco as he picked up time in this last section to find a 1:47. We're about to find out. Yeah, it is a 1:48.2. Acosta, though, is really flying, isn't he? The fact that he came here at the moment. But Jack Miller, after a very, very long sprint up pit lane, is going to get out for at least one more crack at Q2.
Yeah, and he's got one bike now available to him for his final run. Brad Binder is doing this session on one run, because as I was watching Jack Miller out of the commentary box window racing up pit lane, they only just got Brad Binder's crash bike from FP2 back into the KTM box, so he's just got the one bike available to him in this session. Binder currently in 7th place.
Top lap this by Acosta. This potentially going to be a 47. He's up by only 2/10 of a second now. Full commitment, tackling hard on the brakes into turn 13. You just see ahead of him there on circuit, Frankie Morbidelli, who crashed very early on in this session down at turn 6. So Acosta on the power out the park order. We've lost something in second and fourth as well. Acosta goes second at 1:48.353. It's Luca Marini then now, the factory Honda rider, who has taken a tumble at turn 13.
Yep, he's got no choice now but to just keep on running. Doesn't appear as if there's a great deal of damage. And of course, hadn't lost the engine, so he's able to keep going in this session. But at the moment, the factory Hondas haven't had the best of days at the moment. Marini in 3rd. That was the tail end of his crash at turn 13, where we've already seen Jack Miller go down in this session. He's 3rd. Joan Mir currently 6th. Neither heading for Q2 at the moment.
Yeah, 3 of our 4 Honda riders on this wet Saturday have crashed out in these tricky conditions. It's a good job they've got Joan Barco in their ranks, because Marini, Mir and Moreira have all been on the floor here this morning in Jerez. Frankie Morbidelli this time around is able to get himself through that turn 6, and Acosta runs in a little bit wide. Acosta though must feel that his 48.353 is good enough. Still 3 minutes of the session remaining though, and Frankie Morbidelli's putting together a half decent lap as he comes into the stadium section.
Yeah, they're running out of time down at LCR to get Moreira back out. 3 minutes remaining in this session. I think they're still waiting potentially for the rider. 2 minutes 58 to go. He's got to be out of the pit lane in the next 45 seconds or so if Moreira still has a chance at this.
This is going to be the first time registered by Morbidelli. Jack Miller. Has Jack got some kind of Yamaha? The rodeo bull underneath him. Jack didn't look happy at all, did he? As he was on the power coming out of the final corner, he was just snaking left and right. Yeah, hand off the handlebar there from Miller. There's clearly some kind of an issue going on here, isn't there, for Jack Miller? And he's going to be livid, raging inside that helmet. Frankie Morbidelli's just gone over the line. He has just put in a 150.219. Morbidelli up to 6th.
Yeah, that's not the bike Miller crashed. That was his number 2 bike that he's clearly not too happy with the behaviour of at this stage, but he's got no choice but to just keep going and try and stick with it and put a lot of time on the board. Jack Miller, like Diogo Moreira, with no time set to this Q1 session, they're staring at the back of the grid start.
Almost like there, Miller had got like a dry weather matting, and there was almost too much power being put through the rear tyre. We'll find out later on today exactly what was going on with Miller, but there's clearly something that was a big distraction for the Australian. Zarco it is then that's still in control of this session, just under 900ths of a second, splitting him and Acosta in second.
And Moreira has not made it out of pit lane. Diogo Moreira will start the Spanish Grand Prix tomorrow at the back of the grid.
Zarco will not have that drama. He might be starting at the front of the grid, because he's certainly going to be in the hunt for pole position, isn't he? In the hunt for what will be his 9th MotoGP pole position. 74 Grand Prix of this since we've seen Zarco through that dry line now that's emerging out of that final corner. Zarco then, it's another mid-148. He's not just fast, he's very consistent on this pace at the moment, isn't he, Zarco? Starts his last line out, but I think he has rolled out of it. I think he's bailed out of that one now, Zarco.
Yeah, Acosta rolling out. He'll get one more shot at this. The threat, ironically, to Acosta is coming from his teammate, Brad Binder, who's entering the corner now that he crashed at late in free practice too. Binder and Mir both on personal best, but there's not much of a gap between Zarco and Acosta. They're both on low 48s, less than a 10th between them, and they've got then a second back to Binder in 3rd place. So at the moment, it's a big improvement for Brad Binder, but it's not going to get him up ahead of his teammate.
No, he's going to be getting over the line for one more lap. It might be close. I think he might just run out of time here. Less than 30 seconds remaining as he comes into this final split. Through the last of the 2 right-handers to complete this Jerez lap. And then now this is where we had a great battle in the sprint 3 years ago with Bagnaia and Martin. A sprint which he did eventually hold on to win. Boy, he was asking for the power there. We're still a bit too much lean angle. The ATM snapped sideways underneath him.
Does get over the line though.
Binder got a 149.278 in there. Yeah, that's all over. Yeah, all over them for the South African. What about Juan Mir? Don't think this is going to be anything that's going to be worrying Zarco and Acosta, but this might gain him one grid position, possibly. He might actually just move up from 4th to 3rd, ahead of Binder, which of course translates to 13th on the grid. Not so, as Mir takes the checkered flag with a last lap of a 49.569.
Well, one rider who definitely does deserve a shout out, the top Yamaha on the grid, is Augusto Fernandez, who took 6th in that session, 16th on the grid for him. Of course, the wild card for Yamaha here this weekend is Brad Binder, and of course that was to start what would have been his final flying lap. In the end, he rolled out of it anyway. Here's Fabio Quartararo, who yet again had trouble with turn 2. He started the session with a moment through there. He's ended it in the same manner.
Not a comfortable ride at all, isn't it? That's Yamaha in the mixed conditions this morning. I think that's been a rough ride for some of the Yamaha stars. Top Razgat Lioglu after his mesmerising save at turn 13 in FP2. Well, he's going to be starting 19th on the grid. Jack Miller, the last of the riders that did set a lap time in that session of 58.941. Only Diogo Moreira will be starting behind him. Miller, we know that Jack is phenomenally good in these conditions. Well, he was 10 seconds off the pace.
Well, but he's smoking here, isn't he, on the way into pit lane? So let's hope he's not dropped any further fluids to add to the water that's out there on the racetrack. But clearly a late issue for Frankie, who will start 18th on the grid for the Spanish Grand Prix. So only 2 places higher than he started in Austin.
Yeah, an issue he wasn't obviously aware of, and clearly the motor was still running. Mechanics will have a look at that one.
It's a bit of a yellow haze now coming from the fluo yellow of the VR46 Ducati. It's not going to run again in this qualifying session anyway because Frankie is out, but something certainly that the team will need to diagnose before they send him out for the sprint later.
So Miller's crash at turn 13 on his #1 bike was costly, and then he just couldn't get anything out of his spare bike. I mean, the best time in that session was a 148.267. There's Danny Aldridge there, the FIM technical director in the blue shirt. They're just trying to diagnose exactly what the issue, what's causing this smoke to flood out of this Ducati GP25. Mechanics there, you can see they've got the good old leaf blower. Fire crew are coming as well, just as a precaution with the fire extinguisher. Danny Aldridge on the headset, just relaying. I think Pablo Nieto has just sort of come across there and said, I think we're okay. Just thanking the fire crew there on attendance, being ready just in case they are needed. But under what is still very heavy cloud cover, we're going to find out shortly who's going to be fighting the pole position in MotoGP here. Zarco and Acosta still well and truly in the hunt, aren't they? Johan Zarco, the Frenchman, fast hit from Zarco. That's just a tomorrow. Well,
on that lap that Marquez did at 48.0, he lost time to Johan Zarco in the final sector, so this is far from over.
Aguirre has just finally cracked the he's down to 151.1, which has moved him ahead of Fermin Aldeguer late. So, on Zarco, 35-year-old Frenchman, the oldest rider on the MotoGP grid. This ahead of his 308th Grand Prix start. When he was going for it, you have to say, he was going all in for pole position. I can't quite believe it, because that crucial late mistake. Marc Marquez was watching the big screens there, wasn't he? And now he's seen the mistake from Johan Zarco, and he knows pole surely is now secured in front of his home crowd. Marc Marquez then on pole position for the first time since the Hungarian Grand Prix at Balaton Park last year. A 48.087 has got the job done for Marc. Pedro Acosta needs the final sector of his live here.
Front row, though.
This could be front row. Could be front row. Fabio De Gian Antonio might be sweating late on here. The Italian at the moment is in P3. Acosta from 15th on Friday. And now he stays in P6. So your front row of the grid then for the Grand Prix of Spain in 2026 will be led by the home crowd hero. They worship him, don't they, in this part of the world. Confirmation on your screens and what we just mentioned. His first pole since the Hungarian Grand Prix last year. pole position, number 75 in MotoGP, his 103rd of his Grand Prix career, just adding another Tissot watch to his massive collection. The front row will also feature Johann Zarco. He really did capitalise on those tricky conditions when they came his way. Fastest in Q1, second on the grid for the Sprint and Grand Prix here in Jerez. And Fabio Di Gianantonio on the front row for the third race in succession.
So this is Marc Marquez must be at the end of the session. He's gone straight past Parc Ferme, which Marc Marquez isn't awfully used to being in at the moment, so he goes straight back through and back onto the racetrack once again. Marc Marquez has had to wait an awful long time to have this feeling once again. But a rare feeling in 2026, but certainly a very familiar one over what has been a legendary career in all classes now. That is pole number 103.
Marco Bezzecchi off the front row for the first time in 2026, but not far off it. He's on the second row, heading row 2 in 4th place. He missed out on the front row by less than 200ths of a second. But Marc Marquez came in this Grand Prix saying he was 100% fit, no excuses, and he has delivered once again here in front of his home crowd. Pole for Marc in Jerez. Let's get the thoughts from the boss, Davide Tardozzi with Jack.
Davide, first pole position for Marc since Hungary last year. That feels like it comes at a very important time.
Yeah, for sure. But anyway, it was a very difficult condition, and in those conditions, especially him and Zarco are really specialists. So I see that he's back, but we'll see the race today and tomorrow what it's going to be.
Thanks, Davide.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Davide Tardozzi. Just throughout his career, whether it be 125s, Moto2, MotoGP, Marc Marquez is one of his massive skill sets has been his ability in rapidly changing conditions, that ability, that knack of just being able to find where the limit is, find where he can push, find where he just may just need to back out of it just that little bit, and he's been rewarded once again with that pole position. A great sprint Saturday so far for Johann Zarco and LCR Honda, confirming yesterday that he'll be heading off to Japan to try and make it 3 successive Suzuka 8-hour victories, but more pressing matters coming in the way of Zarco, trying to stop Marc Marquez being victorious once again here in the Spanish Grand Prix. At this late stage, we thought, well, this might be a pole lap from Zarco, but just look how much that front tyre took through the turn 13 left-hander. That's when LCR Honda knew the chance for pole had gone, but nevertheless, a front row start, brilliant as far as the Frenchman is concerned. Gianantonio on the front row. Your second row will feature Bezzecchi, 2025 Spanish Grand Prix winner Alex Marquez, with Pedro Acosta at 6 after he was second in Q1. Jorge Martin, 7th on the grid. He will lead row 3 away in the sprint this afternoon, but he will have to lead row 4 away from 10th on the grid in tomorrow's main Grand Prix after the 3-place grip penalty for balking Alex Marquez yesterday. Bastianini was 8th at the end of that session. Your top 10 completed by Raul Hernandez. Pepe Bagnaia, who has never finished slower than 2nd in his last 5 visits to Spain in the Jerez Grand Prix. Well, he's got his work cut out to keep that proud record going, because Pepe finds himself 10th on the grid.
3 seconds off pole position in the end for Pecco Bagnaia. Johann Zarco, as you can see there, his first front row since the Sachsenring last year, in quite similar circumstances, and very similar in that he was second to Marc Marquez on the grid at the Sachsenring last year. And it feels like Zarco's role will be quite key in the sprint and the Grand Prix tomorrow, of course, with major front-running threats like Bezzecchi and Alex Marquez, and Di Gianantonio, of course, starting right behind him.
You know whose eyes have already lit up with that prospect. It'll be Marc Marquez. He knows if he can get a clean start, potentially just use Zarco as a bit of a buffer to halt some of the faster riders behind him. And that's not knocking Johann Zarco, but let's be perfectly honest, he does not really have the front running pace in the dry conditions. That was a late crash for Bastianini. We've seen a KTM go down the road hard there from Brad Binder early on in the day as well. The Beast, though, will start 8th for the sprint at least. Tomorrow he will be bumped up 1 position to 7th with the incoming Martin penalty. But yeah, Marc Marquez and Johann Zarco were almost in a Q2 of their own. Just under a 10th.5 splitting Marc and Zarco, and then a massive gap between them two and the Gianantonio of almost 9/10 of a second in 3rd place. did you though? It's 3 successive front row starts now in 2026 for the Italian. Once again, he's in the podium game. Let's get his thoughts for Jack.
Well, Fabio, it's not a hat-trick of pole positions, but in those conditions where making a mistake is so easy, I'm sure that front row feels just as sweet.
I'm much more happy of this front row than the pole position, so honestly, for sure, I wanted another one, but with these conditions, I felt quite tricky. The bike on track, especially this morning after FP2, I was not that confident, but luckily I had a huge work behind the scenes from the team, and we made few modifications on the bike, and the feeling was much better than just the strategy. This I have to give all the credits to them. They made an incredible strategy to stop just the last and put a new tire, and it paid off. We are in front row, sweet spot for tomorrow and this afternoon, so I'm really happy.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
It is a very sweet spot to be starting the Spanish Grand Prix from front row of the grid. So many riders speaking yesterday. We're expecting conditions tomorrow to be very different. Temperatures close to 30 degrees, and so many riders saying yesterday qualifying is always important, but it takes an extra emphasis here in Jerez. And it's so difficult if you're minding the group in a big battle to keep your front tyre temperature down, keep your front tyre pressure under control as well. So that's a bonus result for Fabio Di Gianantonio. One Sunday podium so far in 2026, that 3rd place from pole position in Brazil. Gianantonio, of course, that double podium he took in Goiânia, which will see him going into this afternoon's race action as the top Ducati in the World Championship standings. Johan Zarco, though, got another brilliant performance in the mixed conditions, the tricky conditions, from the wily old Frenchman. Second on the grid, he's with Jack.
Johan, I'm sure you were one of the only people in Jerez to wake up this morning, see the weather and smile. A huge opportunity, but you've taken it with both hands. How proud of you are of this front row, and how close were you to pole position?
I'm pretty happy. It's true that I was calm this morning. I slept pretty well. Hearing the rain on the GP room this night, I slept pretty well. But this morning, the beginning of FP2, I was not fast as I could expect. And I need time to find a bit of confidence with the front tire, because I've seen many crashes in Moto2, so confidence was not there this morning. But then in Q1, when we get a bit less water on the track, I get more confidence, and also using the medium rear tire always helps to get a little extra. And then for the Q2, I really thought that pole position is doable. I was leading, and Mark then did a good lap time, and it was in the lap I was slowing down to try to cool down a bit the tire and then have an extra push. So I've seen that I've lost the P1, and I did everything to catch the first position, but the last corner I had a big slide, and I've lost maybe the few tenths that was necessary to get the pole. It's fun because Mark is very strong on all conditions, but this condition he knows that I can try to beat him or fight with him, and he's always looking at me. So it would have been nice to beat him just for this morning.
Excellent job, John. Well done.
As always, a full chapter and verse on his experience on circuit from Johan Zarco. Yeah, at one stage, as he braked going into that turn 30 on his last lap, he must have thought, I might have something of a pole position here, but it was the big front end slide. But he has done a great job, no doubt about it. And if you see Johan Zarco in the red paddock later on, trust it, we're doing a rain dance. He'll be hoping for more rain to fall ahead of the 12-lap sprint this afternoon. He has got a massive task on his hands to try and race Marc Marquez for the victory. He's up for that challenge, though. As we know, Marc Marquez will be up for the challenge of trying to win his second sprint of the campaign. He's already had one gold medal in 2026 in Brazil, but what a special place to take a pole position for a Spanish rider. Marc Marquez has done it again here in Jerez. He's with Jack.
Mark, first pole position of the season, a first one since Hungary last year. But to come here at Jerez at the Spanish Grand Prix, this feels like an important result for your championship.
Yeah, of course, the qualifying practice are not my strongest point, but the fact that there was tough conditions, wet, there is where yeah, normally I feel comfortable. And today was not the best feeling out there, but I was able to be fast. In one moment I saw that, I feel like Johan will beat me on that last lap, because I knew that I did a mistake on last corner, but he did even biggest mistake. Or bigger mistake. So yeah, happy for the pole, and will be a help for the both races.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, brilliant performance once again by the 33-year-old Spaniard. Took his first Ducati pole position, of course. He went on the Gresini Ducati back in 2024. Carried that on through to a second place after an absolute epic battle with Pecco Bagnaia. But he's in the game, he's in the hunt for what would be a third sprint podium in 4. He'll be hoping to collect yet another gold medal. Trying to tie Jorge Martin in terms of the record sprint wins. Martin got a jump on him last time out in Austin. 17 sprint wins now for Martin. But Marc Marquez goes for number 17 from pole here in Jerez.
In the end, it was a battle between the two specialists in those mixed conditions. Marc Marquez denying Johan Zarco. Fabio Di Giannantonio a third straight front row start. Marco Bezzecchi the points lead at 4th. Of course, after his penalty, he did win from 4th in Austin. Alex Marquez after a crash 5th ahead of Pedro Costa via Q1. Martin 7th for the sprint later. He'll drop to 10th for the Grand Prix tomorrow. Bastianini and Ralph Fernandez next up ahead of Bagnaia, Agura and Aldeguer, who's fallen twice already today. Brad Binder at 13th. He fell in FP2. Joan Mir did likewise. He's ahead of Luca Marini. Augusto Fernandez is the top Yamaha qualifier in 16th ahead of Quartararo. Morbidelli, who had his smoky issues late in Q1, 18th for him. Toprak 19th ahead of Lorenzo Savadori. Alex Rins in 21st on the grid ahead of Jack Miller and Diogo Moreira, who was another Q1 faller. BMW M Award has a new leader. Fabio Di Giannantonio, after 3 straight front rows, now leads Marco Bezzecchi by a point. Marc Marquez, with his first pole of the year, now moves to within 8 of the lead in 3rd. Pedro Costa qualified 6th today, and that's enough to keep him ahead of Jorge Martin in 4th.
So don't forget to join us in just over 3 hours' time when it'll be lights out for our 4th sprint of 2026, a sprint that will be led away by Marc Marquez on the factory Ducati. 5 points he currently sits behind Fabio Di Giannantonio in the battle to be top Ducati in the world standings, but Marc Marquez has eyes on much bigger prizes, doesn't he, as he looks to defend the MotoGP world title tomorrow over 25 laps. He'll be looking for his first Grand Prix success of the season, but he's taken his first pole of the campaign, his first pole position since the Hungarian Grand Prix here last year, and now Marc Marquez hungry for more success in front of his home crowd in Jerez. Grand Prix of tomorrow. It is an absolute showstopper. Number 17. His dream of Saturday turns into
and about on this Jerez circuit. Now he's off the bike altogether. There is maybe some mechanical gremlins down here. No, it's not. They're telling him to get back out and get on the track. We'll pick that up in a minute. Cormac Buchanan, meanwhile, so far, so good here in Jerez. Has kept it on the island, hasn't had any big misdemeanors. A little front-end tuck yesterday morning, but besides that, Cormac Buchanan, fine stuff at the moment as he's looking to try and move up from last into the top 4. We pick up Guido Pini, working his way down pit lane. He's only going to have a super lap start at this. If he gets round in time, he should do, but he can't dawdle.
Yeah, he can't mess around too much on that outlap. He's probably got around 10-12 seconds to play with from what would be a normal flying lap to get himself back to the bit. So we'll keep an eye on his progress through this outlap. Here comes Buchanan then, who is looking to make his way through the qualifying 2 for just the second time this season. Unfortunately for Cormac, it has been another weekend interrupted by the odd crash, although it was a slow speed one at turn 2 yesterday. Clean lap this time though for Buchanan, and he falls short by 15 thousandths of a second. Pini breathes for now.
For now, that margin is shrinking. Buchanan moves up to knock on the door, but can't quite get in the door. His final flying lap. I can tell you, Moodley, his teammate, is right in touch. Halfway around the lap, we pick him up now. This is through turn 7. Moodley, 6th, 1 place behind his teammate. But if he can hold on to this and really lay it into this final sector, Moodley may well be on it. Yellow flags in sector 1, and this is another dynamic to what Guido Pini could be facing here. If he needs a lap, it's very easy for it to be cancelled.
Is it Ramersdorfer who's down there at turn 2? He just got across the line. Ramersdorfer's down in 12th place in this session. Moody with a great third sector.
Fantastic.
The yellow flags are now cleared, which is good news for Pini, who, as you could just see there on the track map, is just coming through turn 9 now.
Rouchet Moodley works his way through the Ferrari corner. This is down towards turn 13. He has been so good here at Jerez in all of the classes he's been in. Junior GP, European Talent Cup. I've got to say, Rouchet Moodley is in the mood here. Coming to the line. What's the South African got? Is he going to go up into the top 4 with 30 seconds on the clock? Oh, he does better than that. He goes to the top 1. P1 for Rouchet Moodley, the first rider in the 45s.
Weird as it sounds, given that he's dominated this session, Pratama's no means safe yet, because he's in second. He's done a so-so first couple of sectors, but there are red crash helmets and orange crash helmets all over our timing screens, including Kelso, who are waiting to come over or into the final corner now. This should move him ahead of Pratama and bump Rios out.
Tell you what, Moodley has just bumped Pini out as well, so Pini really has got to get on with this. I can tell you, I think he's crossed the line already, and he is out there on a flying lap. Let's pick up Buchanan, and the checkered flag is out. He's 6th, the New Zealander, looking to move through to Q2. Can he do it provisionally? Oh, he misses out by the narrowest of margins. He stays in 6th in the anchors. Kelso has moved up. The Australian does it for the Antipodeans at least. A 46-1 is shaking ahead, but he's in P3, provisionally Q2 for now.
And Yamanaka's had a shocking third sector, lost 0.6 of a second, so that's going to put paid to any hopes of Yamanaka making Q2. Ironically, if he had made it in, the rider he would have bumped out is Timmy. Pini's had a shocking first half of the lap, Kiko. Pini will not be making it through to qualifying 2, and with a move like that from Rios, neither will Yamanaka.
I tell you what, Rouchet Yamanaka's going to be spitting feathers here, isn't he? Rios has got to go for it. At least they're neck and neck up towards the finishing line. I don't think it's really helped any of them across the line, no. Both take the checkered flag. Yamanaka at least moves up a couple of positions. I wonder if he had a little bit more had he not been dive bombed into the Lorenzo corner. But Guido Pini, and he's looking over. It's all done. Guido Pini, your Grand Prix winner from Kota just 4 weeks ago, is stuck in Q1. That is going to be a disaster for him. He's down on what? Row 7, I make that 21st on the grid. Guido Pini. Well, how times change.
Yeah, life comes at you fast, as they say, for Guido Pini, and he's going to be starting way down the grid for tomorrow. You'll have to wonder whether the issues, whatever issues he felt on board that Leopard Honda, they clearly didn't have time to try and fix it. They just said, sorry Guido, you got to go back out there and try and get a lap in. Clearly Guido was not happy with the Honda underneath him. The result of that is 7th place.
Disaster. He's ahead of Rouchet Yamanaka. I tell you what, if anyone's listening, someone stick an onboard camera on him tomorrow, because he's going to be box office coming through. Top job though. Rouchet Moodley, at long last, gets back in to Q2. He's chasing points as well. Rouchet Moodley likes Jerez. He's been good round here before. He'll be looking to try and make it work again. Vader Patama, well, in the end he was safe, but he didn't get down to the 45s like Moodley was able to. Kelso goes into third, Danish 4th. but top job by the 21, Lewis. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, it was said through the session that he really needed a bit of a picking up, a bit of a confidence boost. I think he has achieved it, and there was no luck involved in that. He did that all on his own. It is often the strategy employed by the Code Motorsport squad, formerly the Boeing team. They tend to send their riders out alone to go and do their work by themselves, and Moodley did exactly that. His teammate Buchanan, he missed out in the end by 700th of a second, 6 for him.
And I can tell you that by virtue of that being Roger Moodley's first appearance in Q2 this year, that will automatically be, whatever happens next coming up in Q2, his best result of the season, at least his best qualifying. So he's chasing his first points. Roger Moodley up until now had the best 21st place on the grid. That was back in Brazil. Yet to score points. 16th place last time out, as we said. So Moodley, Patama, Kelso and Danish. We saw Kelso just chatting away there. We've also got Hakim Danish just debriefing with his team and technicians down there in the MC Helmets MSI box. I can't imagine him and Ryusei Yamanaka are going to be having afternoon tea anytime soon. That is probably not the best atmosphere, not conducive to getting both riders fast and further up the order.
Second Grand Prix in a row for Yamanaka that he's been eliminated in qualifying one. Only Mitani, O'Shea, Carraro and Ramersdorfer behind him. Of course, Ramersdorfer had a fall late in the session. This was the little bit of exchange of views between Danish and Yamanaka.
And I can see why.
Stewards are having a good look at that. It wasn't at the end of the previous lap. I mentioned on that previous lap, Danish came up the inside of Yamanaka into the final corner, but then, of course, blocked him coming out of turn one on the following lap, and that is why Ryusei is none too pleased.
I can see why, because I think Hakim has gone to slow down, not realised who's behind him and caught the eye of his teammate. Disaster.
This will be an easy discussion in the stewards. The case for the defence and for the prosecution will be from the same team manager. Moodley quickest from Veda Pratama, Joel Kelso and Hakim Danish. They advance through to qualifying two. Rios fifth, having got tripped up a little bit by Yamanaka late in the session. Buchanan sixth from Pini, the quick big shock seventh in that session. Yamanaka eighth from Mitani O'Shea, Nicola Carraro and Leo Ramersdorfer. Roger Moodley looks his place in Q2 for the first time this season. 17 will join him in the battle for pole in Moto3. That's coming up.
Moto3 Q1 done and dusted down here in Andalusia for the Spanish GP at Jerez. Where else could a Spanish GP really take place in modern MotoGP? The passion down here is really, really unrivaled across the course of this 22 Grand Prix calendar. Can't wait to get on with this. This is crunch time in Moto3. We are, of course, building all the way up to the Tissot sprint at 3 o'clock. The fans are having a party in the stands. We're having a party up here in Comms. Kiko Giles here, Lewis Sotheby to the left of me. Down there in pit lane somewhere is Elliot York. He'll be having his own party as well and bringing some behind-the-scenes conversation and interviews throughout the course of the next hour or so. We've got Moto2 coming up a short time after. So, yeah, don't go anywhere. Pull the fridge closer. Cancel your plans, just like all of these guys have, and enjoy a bit of MotoGP, whether it's trackside or on the telly. Pre-qualifying two, these are who are in this one. Max Keeler, David Munoz, Valentin Peroni, Matteo Bertelli, David Armando, Adrian Fernandez, Brian Uriarte, Adrian Cruzes, Alvaro Carpe, Marco Morelli, Casey Gorman, Rico Salmela, Joel Esteban and Scott Ogden all did enough yesterday, but joining them, Roger Moodley, Veda Pratama, Joel Kelso, Hakim Danish, as you've just seen, moving all through from Q1, 18 riders trying to squeeze onto the front row and go for pole. It is going to be a shootout. Lewis, we'll come to you in a moment. I think Elliot York is waiting down in pit lane. L, who have you got?
Certainly am, yeah. I've got Peter Ertel with me from the Lichtenberg Dynamo Intact GPT. Peter, great to have your boys back, I'm sure. David Munoz and David Armando. We'll start with Munoz, of course. What a performance yesterday to finish, Peter. I know he's still struggling, but how good is it to see the 64 back on track and back at the top of the timesheets?
Yeah, we are all very happy to have both David back in circuit because it was a hard weekend for us in Austin. They have not any of our two riders, and Yeah, we are very happy, and it was incredible how they did it yesterday. We couldn't expect the results like this, and so we have to see how it works today, and especially tomorrow the race. I hope they can be both in top 9. That would be a good position for the race tomorrow. Then we will see.
What's Munoz's feedback been so far this weekend? We know he's going to be still struggling with that left femur injury, 6 surgeries. So, as a former rider yourself, you must know what that feels like, and yeah, how's he feeling in general? It's his home Grand Prix, of course. He wants to do as well as he can, but I guess you're trying to temper expectations.
Yeah, my expectations was not really existing, and how he did yesterday was great. But of course, important is he has no pain. That was the problem in Thailand, and he's weak, because the last operation is not long time ago. He leaves the hospital 10 days ago, and so he's sure not in top form, and that will be a hard race for him tomorrow. But if he can finish, will be great.
And for Almanza as well, obviously the fractured elbow we picked up in Brazil, it was a fantastic start to the season, was leading as well when he crashed. How's he feeling this weekend, and how excited for you guys is it to have David back on the bike as well?
We're also very happy about Almanza back. He was together with Gilles the fastest rider in the first 2 GPs. And hopefully he can show also something tomorrow. But how I told you already before, my expectations are not so high. And we have to do step by step. Now the qualifying, tomorrow's the race. And sure, for Le Mans and Barcelona will be better.
Thank you, Peter. Good luck for the session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Ertel, thank you. Elliot York down there chatting away. Lots to debrief, but so far, pretty positive. Team Dave showing how strong they can be, and both their riders are intact, Lewis.
Yeah, Dave M, or local Dave, however you want to call him. David Munoz, who hails from nearby Sevilla. He was second yesterday. David Almanza, who is still up in the top 8 of the World Championship, despite only scoring points in 1 Grand Prix so far. The victory, of course, in Buriram. 4 points up in points leader, Max Gilles. He was 5th yesterday. I think if both of those riders are on the front 3 rows of the grid, I think the intact team can be fairly happy with that. Clearly, rather different expectations. Munoz, who hasn't had the best of luck, it's fair to say, at his home Grand Prix. Famously crashed in qualifying here a couple of years ago when he was due to start on the front row of the grid, and then beaten into 2nd place by Colin Bayer in 2024 before being taken out last year. So Munoz might feel that Jerez in one.
Yeah, I think Munoz, he's got the pace, he's got the speed, it's whether he's got the endurance. And the same can be said for David Almanza. Caught up with David Almanza yesterday, and he was saying that he's in a bit more pain than he expected to be in, and it's going to be a tough weekend. But the adrenaline is now going to be flowing, because we are counting down the clock to see who is going to get pole for the Moto3 Estrella Galicia 0-0 Grand Prix of Spain. And I've got to say, if you're betting against Max Gilles, even if his qualifying record might not be glistening, he has been sparkling here at Jerez this weekend.
Yeah, it's looked coming into the weekend, or coming into qualifying, should I say, that Max Gilles had this one all under control, but we were saying that at the same point of the weekend in Austin, Texas, weren't we? And then he didn't exactly nail qualifying, as you mentioned. Saturday afternoons have been a bit of a weak spot for Gilles so far this season. Yet to see him on the front row grid, and then I think we were all expecting for much of the race in Austin that he was just eventually going to break the group behind him, but led by Guido Pini, Valentin Peroni, Alvaro Carpe, the chase group reeled him in, and in the end, Gilles was arguably fortunate to get out of 2nd place.
If it hadn't have been for Carpe and Peroni knocking spots off each other, you could argue that a podium had gone begging for Gilles. So maybe a little bit of work to be doing to close out GPs, but at 18 years of age, or recently turned 18 years of age, youthful exuberance will probably overpower wiseness and smart thinking come race situations.
It's first Grand Prix acting here for Max Gilles, but he showed them basically the way to go around, and no one really saw which way he went in testing here back in February when he was comfortably the fastest rider in the field. So there was absolutely no question about this young man's pedigree. 23 points a lead in the World Championship. It looks like the fairing there wasn't completely attached on the left-hand side. Drilled to make sure it's fully attached. Gilles can now get underway with his Q2 soon.
See the team know the drill. 13 minutes to go. Don't worry, we're not going to be pun clubbing all the way through this one as the riders head out. Queso Gorman was I'll tell you what, we've got a lot of rookies in this one. Queso Gorman is one of them. Cruz says if you can consider him a rookie, another. Likewise, Brian Uriarte. And then you look down the order of Gorman, as we've said, Enrico Salmella, along with Marco Morelli, very, very strong kind of Friday. But we knew this was going to happen because the rookies know Jerez.
Yeah, the Red Bull rookies and the Junior GP, as it was, Moto Junior, as it is now called, do race here very frequently, so there is no disadvantage as a Grand Prix rookie around the circuit. Here is Morelli on the 97, certainly contrasting Grand Prix across the North and South American stretch for Morelli after very nearly denying his teammate in the latter stages in Brazil. He had a tougher time of it in Austin, finishing outside the top 10 after picking up a long lap penalty.
I've got to say, the lack of adhesion flag being waved quite frantically down that front straight, so there may be a little bit of moisture seeping through up at turn 1, or maybe some fluid has been spilt, but see anything untoward over in Q1 though. So that's just something relative.
I'm just looking out the control's window that it's been waved at the gantry. I wonder whether perhaps some of the rain that's fallen is just dropping off the UFO over the start-finish line, and maybe just leaving a little bit of a damp patch on the main straight. You can see a little damp patch basically on the very left-hand side as the riders look down the main straight. It's not on the racing line though, so just a little warning to the riders just to be careful.
I was going to say, because we know Leo Amersdorfer crashed, but that looked like it was over at turn 2, I think, according to the timing screen, so I'm not sure that would have really warranted anything major like a lack of adhesion flag, so it must be from the UFO. Who means UFOs, eh? Coming through turn 7, this is David Almanza. The two riders ahead of him, Morelli and Munoz, they seem to have rolled out. This one, Almanza, absolutely not. Almanza is so quick over one lap. We've seen that so many times before over the course of 2025 when he was on the Leopard Honda, and again this year he has been pretty fast, it's got to be said, and he has been able to convert that speed into a race win, but that was only in Prurram. Goiânia crash and a red flag meant that he couldn't rejoin, and then in the USA he was too injured to do anything about it. So lots of positives, but unfortunately not a lot of points probably unserved for Almanza.
You just saw 3 of our Q1 graduates there barreling into turn 1. They might have a little early advantage in this Q2 session, because the sort of pace we were seeing yesterday, Keeler's quickest yesterday on a 44.0, but they were doing high 45s, or certainly Ruche Moodley was late in that Q1 session. A 45.7 then for David Almanza, so perhaps we shouldn't expect sort of stratospheric lap times of yesterday, given that they're still putting some Pirelli rubber back down on the circuit.
Already quicker though than Q1 time, so Almanza on his first roll out in dry conditions today, managing to get ahead of the likes of Ruche Moodley's lap time. So the track is not in terrible conditions, probably not in what is described as an ideal condition. We're down in the 143s if you want to know the lap record. I don't think that's going to be threatened today.
Held by David Alonso back in 2024. We'll see him later this afternoon in Moto2 qualifying. Here comes Joel Kelso out of the final corner, another of our Q1 graduates. He's going to be quite a long way off Almanza here. He's going to be in the mid-46s, by the way. This lap is trending into second place, but he's going to need a lot better than that if he's to trouble the front row.
Down across the line as well, Adrian Fernandez moves into P2, but he again about half a second off his ex-teammate. So Almanza at the moment struck first, but we're still waiting for everyone to come around and get that first flying lap under their belts, and here comes a big gaggle of riders. That's Alvaro Carbe sideways on 154 here last year, got to the checkered flag in 8th place, but has a decent record back in Red Bull Rookies, Junior GP and the like, so knows this place like the back of his hand. He's going to set his first lap time in the dry. What's it going to be at 45.9, and Pitama just out of shot, 45.7, moves himself up to P1. Brian Ariarte provisionally at the head of the second row, just behind him Adrian Cruces has gone into third, but importantly all 18 riders with a lap time on the board, and let's see if we can see Almanza or Munoz improve here.
He's the quicker of the two intact riders, a 45.2 for David Munoz, leading Almanza around. So Munoz, who's of course chasing a first home pole position here in Spain. Of course, last time we saw him on pole position was in Austin, Texas, over a year ago. Imagine if he announced his return to action in Moto3 by taking a home pole position.
I'll tell you what, would you be surprised? It's the most David Munoz thing to do, is have a 6-month layoff effectively, come back, bang!
6 surgeries too.
6 surgeries, and it's not one a month either. The last few weeks have been particularly grueling and pretty grim for David Munoz, but here at home he's putting on a show. P1 at the moment, out of Pitama and Almanza.
We'll keep an eye on Scott Ogden on the CIP Green Power case in the number 19. He's up halfway around the lap. We've not seen anything substantial so far for Max Chiles. He's down in 17th place. Adrian Fernandez then, we remind you, the sole Leopard Honda remaining in this Q2 session. If you've just joined us, Guido Pini, the Austin winner, was eliminated in Q1. Fernandez isn't holding Leopard on us though as he goes into the middle of the front row.
Two Hondas on the front row, Fernandez and Pratama. We need to be having a look at Scott Ogden. He's right there in the fourth sector now. He's going to be coming down through the fast rights and then towards the final corner. I think
he's behind Keyless,
just behind Keyless on track, isn't he? So he's got a great reference. Scott Ogden down in 14th place at the minute. 17th it is for Max Keyless, who gets into the final corner, gets around it safely. Scott Ogden, very, very good strategy here from Alan Bronick's team to send Scoggers out, try and find a fast rider to tow you up the order. Across the line comes Keyless, goes third, Scoggers second, so fantastic. Scott Ogden moving into P2. Fernandez has gone P1. How was that? Someone had a lap time deleted, Lewis.
45.308 for Adrian Fernandez. It was the Munoz lap, wasn't it? That would have been scrapped away. So yeah, David Munoz is back down to 18th place. So clearly taking too many liberties with track limits on its way to that 145.2.
I was going to say, we haven't had anything come up on our timing screen either to say why, and we haven't had any yellow flags, so it must be track limits. Almanda in the pits in 7th, that's his teammate. So David Munoz, well, I'll tell you what, what's more David Munoz than coming back, going P1 and getting a track limits warning and a lap time cancelled? That seems very much like the 64 is back to his best.
One extreme to the other, the David Munoz story, as Fernandez then will be not complaining as he picks up, as it stands at the moment, a provisional pole position. Fernandez, who was last on pole position at the final round of last season in Valencia, and as you say, quite a lot of Honda representation towards the front with Pratama on the second row of the group.
Lots of red sectors on our timing screen. Scott Ogden is 300th of a second up. We have got Brian Uriarte, who is half a tenth up, and then a tenth and a half up. Max Keyless, wow, Brian Uriarte through the third sector, fantastic. He's a quarter of a second up now, but 3/10 up. Max Keyless, we're looking at Adrian Fernandez down in P1 at the moment and in the box, but we really need to be seeing Scott Ogden and Max Keyless. They're in the fourth sector and flying.
Yeah, we understand from Ellen Pitlane that the instruction has gone out to Uriarte to box, so clearly he's not got enough fuel to get round on this. That Keyless certainly does. He's carrying on with his lap. Ogden right behind him too, so this is going to be very close between them. Ogden has picked it, so he won't be improving, but Keyless just going about his own thing, and his thing this weekend has been faster than anybody else. So 145, 154, and Keyless on to provisional pole.
45.1, that's pretty nippy. It's not quite as quick as yesterday, but Max Keyless, oh, he slides into the apex at third too. Fantastic stuff from the number 28. Takes up P1. I think Scott Ogden maybe the same situation as Brian Uriarte. Al was telling us in our headset that they had to pit because of fuel, as you said, Lewis, and maybe that's the same situation going on there for Scoggers.
And of course, if they didn't come up pit lane, whether they had enough fuel or not, they were pretty much locked into doing the session on that one tyre. This at least does give them the option of putting a fresh tyre in. Keyless, this might be a measure of his confidence going to tomorrow's Grand Prix, that he's quite happy to do this Q2 section on one tyre.
Yeah, I think Max Keyless, well, he was playing down the fact that he was even pushing for a lap time yesterday. Whether or not he's playing it down or playing mental games, who knows? But Max Keyless at the moment is absolutely in fine form. This is Scott Ogden down there, the number 19. CIP Green Power Machine, Alan Bronick's team doing a great job at the moment. Third and fifth, Adrian Trusev in the middle of that second row ahead of Vader Pratama. And we're going to have a sync between Trivier and Ferrari. Maybe that's why Scott Ogden decided to come down pit lane, not for a change of tyre, but for underwear.
Already gone. Scott Ogden, who's got a so-so record around here. We'll never guess, Kiko, what Scott Ogden's best finish is around this Jerez circuit.
Let me have a guess. Is it the same place where he finished yesterday's FP1 in 12th place?
Yes, on 3 separate occasions for Scott Ogden, who I guess will be a little fed up of seeing that next to his name. But points are indeed points. This is Vader Pratama, who I guess would have signed for 6th on the grid at the start of the day, given he was going through qualifying one.
Great to see Scott Ogden's good mate Sullivan Mounsey from the Red Bull Rookies Cup just in the back of shot here. Scott Ogden obviously not quite convinced that to go out with 4 minutes to go.
Waiting for Max Keyless.
Could be, yeah. I was going to say he looked like he was going out and then they didn't bother. So obviously something, I think they're still looking at the fairing perhaps for Max Keyless. Remember at the top of the qualifying session 2 that Keyless was a bit loose on the left-hand side of the fairing. Maybe just double-checking a few things before they go out. We're being told from Elliott it's just a tyre change, so nothing too untoward down at Aspal.
Yes, Clearly they are not going to do the session on one tire. They just did one further lap on the original set they started with before coming back into the pits. 3.25 minutes to go, so we have had some split strategies here. We've got Pratama, Cruces, Ogden, Salmela, Quiles and O'Gorman all currently sat in the pits. I can imagine 5 of those are waiting for the World Championship leader, whilst the rest of the group are all out on track somewhere near this young man that we're on board with, Paul Valentin Peroni. And it's a measure of just how lovely a chap that Alvaro Carpe is. They even in part Ferme after his podium, he was apologising to Valentin Peroni.
You can't help but feel that Valentin Peroni one day is going to have the cards fall his way, because he gets browbeaten a little bit, does the young Argentinian, but got to say, Valentin Peroni, barely spoken about him. He's down in 8th place, the middle of the 3rd row, just completing the top 10 is Joel Esteban ahead of his namesake Joel Kelso. Matteo Battani, who we said is in good form there as well for Alessandro Tanucci, a level up MT8 team in 12th place, Morelli 13th, Salmela, Dinesh, O'Gorman, Moodley and David Munoz, who was provisionally top and had his lap time taken away down there in 18th place. But we've got 2 minutes to let this one shake out, and we are going to shake, rattle and roll around this Jerez circuit. Moto3 qualifying really disappoints, and it's not going to start now.
Joel Kelso just set the fastest first sector out of picture on the M-Lab Honda. He's currently in 11th place. One person who might be asking for an early end to this session and put the flag out now is Alan Bronick from the CIP team. Because not only is Scott Ogden 3rd, but Adrian Cruces, his teammate, is up in 5th place. That will be by far and away his best qualifying so far.
Brilliant stuff from Adrian Cruces. His best qualifying I make it is 11th from last year in America, actually. I have that down.
Equalled in Valencia.
Yeah, equalled in Valencia. So Adrian Cruces has really outshone himself here if it stays as is, which of course in Moto3, with any time remaining on the clock, is a brave assumption. Coming through the stadium sector, Adrian Fernandez, he's up through sector 3, so is Kelso. Munoz is on a lap as well at the halfway point. Look at Alvaro Carpe. Alvaro Carpe, a 10.5 lap. He's coming through the 3rd sector, timing being just about now. Has he dropped time? Has he made time?
Munoz is smashing this. Look, Munoz 4/10 up in the 3rd sector. Don't rule out Almanza too on the other intact bike. He's also in touch at the 3rd sector.
Munoz and Carpe are together on the track, so Carpe's time, he's got a brilliant reference with Munoz up ahead of him. Let's take Fernandez across the line. He's up as well. Does he go P1? Yes, he does by a 10th of a second. Kelso 2nd. Honda's 1st and 2nd at the moment. Quiles going to have to work a bit harder for this one just yet. 3rd, Matteo Battani. Fantastic stuff from someone who was very, very quick over the course of one lap last year. Across the line. Where has that come from? David Munoz, 44.445. Fantastic stuff ahead of Alvaro Carpe at 2/10 of a second. David Almanza absolutely sideways on. Even David Munoz would have been shocked at that. 15 seconds to go, and David Munoz has come back with the biggest of bangs.
Practically reversing that KTM into turn 2, wasn't he? Let's hope he's not taking liberties with track limits on that occasion, because if it's a legal lap, it's going to be a very difficult one to beat.
Brilliant stuff, but look who's trying to go for it. Quiles over a 10.5 up at the 1st sector point. He's coming through the 2nd sector now. He's a 1/4 of a second up, so Max Quiles has been P1 right away through this weekend. He's not about to give it up in qualifying, is he? But there's still time left on the track. Fernandez is in touch. He's P3 at the moment. He's going for he's going for the gravel trap. Oh, dearie me. Adrian Fernandez down and out at turn 8. And that's going to be yellow flags, Lewis. You're correct there. That is going to be yellow flags. This might have just saved David Munoz's bacon here. I can't believe it. Well, and Max Quiles is going to know it as well. I'm fairly sure he is going to have this lap taken away from him.
Yeah, he'll keep pushing on just in case, but I think he was far enough behind the incident that he would have come through the yellow flag zone at turn 8. Surely he must have done. We'll follow his lap to the end, though. What might be important here, though, if Quiles does get this lap legally over the line, is that Munoz got a toe up the main straight from his teammate Almanza on that previous lap, so it's no guarantee that Quiles will even beat Munoz's time, even if it is legal.
Yeah, he's not got a hole in the air punching his way through, so Quiles, well, 7th provisionally, goes down to 8th, moves up to P1, so it is provisional pole. Max Max Keyless. I can hear a class down in Aspar, but they seemingly measured. Let's see if Max Keyless does indeed have this lap taken away. But at the moment, it is pole for someone who has been mighty in Jerez this weekend.
Well, Munoz, who was behind him, and Carpe, they've had their lap times cancelled due to yellow flags. It will be touch and go for whether Keyless got through just before they launched the yellows or just after, and also whether he had enough time to react. So this might take a little bit of time to settle this one out, because they're going to have to look very, very closely at just what time Keyless came through turn 8 and whether he came through a green flag zone or a yellow flag zone.
I am going to be fairly certain it was yellow flags because we cut away from Keyless and joined Fernandez. So I'm pretty certain that as mighty as that lap was from Max Keyless, this might be well taken away. Yeah, Munoz had his done. We're just getting that up on our timing screen as well. Munoz though, but that's not a yellow flag for that. It's not a yellow flag for his fastest lap. It's a yellow flag for the lap that he was on just behind Keyless.
What I can say, it's the first pole position of the season for someone.
Yeah.
It's either Max Keyless or David Munoz. Either way, a Spaniard is on pole for the Spanish Grand Prix. In fact, it's an all-Spanish front row. Keyless, Munoz and Carpe with Joel Esteban fourth head of Brian Ariarte and Adrian Fernandez. So it's actually an all-Spanish top 6.
Well, that is exactly what the home crowd wanted, isn't it? I've got to say as well, if this has made you want to come to the racetrack and come and get a ticket, good luck. There aren't many around. You may well have to know some people in some very high places in order to get in here tomorrow. This is going to be electrifying. And we're only Moto3 King 2. Comes round 9 and 10. You can hear the crowd cheering behind him. I tell you what, Lewis, they haven't scrubbed Keyless's lap, so he must be gold at the moment. He must be on pole.
And he would if he does keep up his unbeaten record so far this weekend. It's been quite the weekend so far for Max Keyless and the Aspar team, and on the kind of form he's been showing so far this weekend, he will take some stopping. Let's get some reaction. Does Nico Tirol think that Max Keyless has got a pole bought and paid for, El?
Yeah, Nico, it's pole position so far for Maximo. Maybe yellow flags, maybe not, but nevertheless a great lap time and a great weekend so far.
Yeah, we are super happy with the Massimo performance. He's super strong. Also this morning in the wet condition, and we'll be see, but he's ready for tomorrow to make a very good race here in Spain.
What about the yellow flags? Do you know anything, or?
Maybe I don't know, because we don't see the image of the television, but maybe sometimes, you know, they don't have to put the yellow flags. We need to speak with Massimo.
Thank you, Nico.
Thank you.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, us too, Nico. Yeah. Brilliant stuff down there. Nico Tirol, of course, world champion back in 2011. I think it was those last 125cc world champion. Aspar have it sorted. Management all the way down as well. Oh, hello. It's oh no, I thought Danny Aldridge there was just saying that his lap's been done, but maybe not. Max Keyless moving over to get Wade, and then he will, well, seems like keep this pole position. Oh dear me. Well, every picture tells a story. That is for Vader Patama down in 17. And a massive gets off. That's coming through turn 10, I think that is. Vader Patama, that's a second big high side in 2 rounds, straight out the front door. And Vader Patama, well, goes through all the rocks and all the sandpit. Thankfully, he's up on his feet. But as I said, every picture tells a story. Vader Patama is the story now, crashing out of qualifying.
First time this year, he won't start on the second row of the grid in Moto3. He will start on the 6th row instead, down in 17th place. An all-rookie 6th row with O'Dorman and Salmella, who will both be a little disappointed with that. Scott Ogden, who was staring at a front row until those final couple laps, he got shuffled back down to 13th place. So frenetic those last moments were of Q2.
Well, we are going to get the interviews then down in the park phone. We're going to hear from your pole sitter, who it looks is going to be Max Keyless. So obviously those above us up in race direction, they've got a lot more cameras than we're privy to up here in Coventry. I know everyone at home thinks we've got a gallery up here in Coventry, but it's not quite the case. And I know our gallery will be frantically looking for a way to explain the story, and we will as soon as we can. But at the moment, looks like Max Keyless safe and sound. It is a first pole. I think it might be his first front row of the year, Lewis.
It is his first front row of the season. Best qualifying so far was 4th. When of course he converted into 2nd in Thailand so far this year. First pole position since Hungary last year for Max Keyless, just his 3rd in his Moto3 career.
Yeah, it's been a little while since we've seen young Max Keyless on pole. As you say, Hungary last year, we know how he converted that one, so all good for the 28th in terms of how that's going to shake out. And Of course, we go to a place where he was on pole for the first time just 12 months ago. Le Mans coming up in a couple of weeks' time. But first, the small matter of Jerez. Max Keeles is going to make his way over to our very own Elliot York, and Elliot York is going to be able to ask Max Keeles about that session. 44.070 is the lap time, and it is pole position for our home hero, Max Keeles.
Maximo, what a lap time and what a weekend so far on home soil. First front row in the first pole position of the season, and no better place to do it. And your thoughts on the potential yellow flags as well? What a session for you.
Yeah, it was great. Really happy. At the beginning, it was tricky conditions. There was a lot of movement, so I was a bit more calm. But yeah, the next lap, the next run, I tried to push. I had a good gap between some riders. I said, okay, this is my turn. And yeah, it was a great lap. I'm really happy. It was great to have these people fighting for me, and it was great because they pushed me a lot in Jerez here in Spain. Is where this is the best land in the world.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Max Keeles finally getting to race at the real Spanish Grand Prix. Missed it last year through injury. He's not missing a beat this year. Fine stuff. He is yet to be beaten this weekend. P1 in everything.
And it feels like if you beat Max Keeles tomorrow, you win the Spanish Grand Prix. So strong he has looked so far this weekend, and a real opportunity to hammer home his World Championship lead, which is already up to 23 points after a strong start to the season. Podiums each of the first 3 Grand Prix. His nearest championship rival, though, at the moment, as we stand now, Alvaro Carpe, does join him, though, on the front row.
Yeah, Carpe on the front row there, split by David Munoz. Look at the amount of KTM shots. KTM 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Spain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Joel Kelso on the Honda there in 7th place behind Adrian Fernandez. The Max Keeles fans already starting to grow a bit of a fan club. There's no surprise there, really. Joel Kelso there in 7th. I've got to say, Lewis, that's a good job by the Australian. Very strong indeed. Kelso in good form, but no one can touch Keeles.
Kelso will be potentially chasing a second consecutive Jerez podium tomorrow from the front of row 3. Max Keeles then does take pole position for the Spanish Grand Prix. Clearly either didn't hit the yellows or didn't have sufficient time to react to them. Munoz second, ahead of Alvaro Carpe, Esteban, Uriarte and Fernandez on the second row of the grid for Brian Uriarte. That equals his best qualifying so far. Kelso, Almanza, Bertelli, then Danish in 10th, having come to Q1. Morelli and Peroni join him on row 4. Disappointing that for Peroni down in 12th. Ogden 13th, having been second at one point. Moodley via Q1 and Truces join him. O'Gorman, Pratama and Salmella on row 6 ahead of Rios, Buchanan and Pini, who will have to go from 21st if he's to secure back-to-back victories tomorrow. Yamanaka, Mitani, O'Shea, Ferraro and Ramastorp are behind him after the Austrian crash in Q1. It is the first pole, though, of 2026 for Max Keeles. The championship leader goes from the front tomorrow at his home Grand Prix. We'll turn our attention to Moto2 in just a moment with their qualifying 1 session, which is just moments away.
Turn our attention away from Moto3. Moto2 is the call of the hour as qualifying continues here for the Estrella Galicia 0-0 Grand Prix of Spain here in Andalusia. Jerez is the venue. 40 years since this place opened, and it's our 40th consecutive year of racing here. MotoGP, it is a staple on the Spanish sports calendar, and that's the reason why an enormous attendance, even on Saturday. Sales are up all the way across this weekend. The paddock is absolutely packed. It's going to be busier tomorrow, but the stand, the grandstand in front of us, the grandstands all the way around this track, the hillsides at turns 9 and 10, they will come alive come tomorrow's Grand Prix Sunday. Before we do get on with all of that, though, the Tissot Sprint at 3 o'clock today, local time, and qualifying 1, the first session here in Moto2, which will see Tony Arbolino, Ayumi Sasaki, Joe Roberts, Aaron Canet, Zonta van den Goorbeek, Philip Salach, Adrian Huertas, Dennis Onchu, Captain Andalucía, Marcos Ramirez, more on him in a moment. Luca Lanetta, Jorge Navarro, Tayo Furtado, Alberto Ferrandez, more on him as well in a moment. And last year's Moto3 Grand Prix World Champion and winner here at Jerez, local hero Jose Antonio Rueda. All of those guys going to shoot it out to see who can squeeze into the top 4 placings and enjoy a graduation to the Q2 shootout, which will be a pole position battle. We'll get on to exactly who's already in there via practice in a short while, of course, when Q2 is ready to rock and roll. You're joining myself, Kiko Giles, up here in commentary. Lewis Sotheby, who's next to me, and Elliot York will be bringing you the stories and the headlines from pit lane. Lewis, Moto2 thus far this weekend, lots of talking points. I suppose we should start with exactly why Marcos Ramirez is here and exactly why Alberto Ferrandez is going to be a hot topic in this session, because whatever he does, he's going to have the exact same starting place.
Yes, the dramatic incident at the start of the United States Grand Prix with Alberto Ferrandez. He and Sergio Garcia both responsible for incidents that took down other riders. Unfortunately, the incident for Ferrandez led to a broken femur and damage to the ankle for poor Angel Piqueras, who had made a very strong start to his rookie season. Certainly had shown potentially qualifying. He was on the front row course in Austin, Texas. Ferrandez's punishment for that is that he will start from the pit lane wherever he qualifies for tomorrow's Spanish Grand Prix. Piqueras, we know at this point that he will be absent here and in Le Mans. Any sort of prognosis beyond that, we'll have to wait and see. But his place this weekend, as you say, will be taken by a local favourite, someone who knows this place very well, Marcos Ramirez.
Yeah, and Marcos Ramirez, of course, no stranger to Moto2, and is a big welcome addition back here in this part of the world. Well, I said that Elliot York will be bringing you the stories. El, let's cross down to you. Before we go green for Moto2 Q1, down to you, mate.
Yeah, cheers. I've got Jordi Goodell with me from the MSI team. Jordi, obviously, super bad luck for Angel last time out. Just wanted to get an update on him. We know the injuries he sustained, but how is he feeling and how are the team feeling this weekend?
Yeah, we are really sad because Angel is showing us the great potential. We know them. We know that they can arrive MotoGP really soon. But for the team, for sure, it's a big pity because we are doing a very good job. They are preparing to be a surprise in the next coming races. And well, first of all, for sure, the important thing is that they will recover as soon as possible. But anyway, the team has to still pushing. But sure, it's a really sad situation because the incident for us is too heavy. It's something that in MotoGP must not to happen in the future.
I've got to ask about the statement you guys released. We know that Alberto's getting a pit lane start. Did you guys feel that wasn't enough? That it felt like you were asking for a bit more in that statement? Just talk to us about why you released that.
For us, it's easy. It's very easy because when you make a mistake, all the riders can make it, and all the teams must to understand it. But this is not like a mistake. It's something really dangerous. It's some action that your life is in risk. This is not. We not must permit this. We must to be really strong. But anyway, we accept it. We know that for the race direction, it's not easy to take decision. But for the rookies and for the young people, I think a little bit.
Just wait for Marcos to head out. We've got him inside the box this weekend. Marcos brings a lot of experience to the box, obviously a local hero as well. How much can Ivan learn from Marcos' experience this weekend in Jerez?
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, with Marcos, we don't have a big challenge. It's just to try to know about all his comments, because he has, as you say, a lot of experience with the Kalex bike. We are at just the 4 races with the Kalex. We are learning, we're still learning. Sure, we will take this opportunity to learn, to help a little bit more if we can, to help to Ivan to push a little bit.
And just finally, Jordi, back on Angel, when can we expect to see him return? I know it's early days yet, but is there a sort of time frame in mind?
We are always really optimistic. We expect that, I don't know, in 2 months or something like that, before the summer break, I expect that Angel is joining with us more or less in 4-3 races, 5. But anyway, the important thing is that the recovers will go well. That's the main thing now.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jordi, and good luck this weekend with Marcos and Ivan.
Thank you.
Thank you, El. Thank you, Jordi. First things to say, I suppose, get well very, very soon, Angel Piqueras, because he was really lighting it up in Moto2, and obviously no fault of his own. The second thing to pick up on all of that is the team were not happy with what it's got to be said is the MotoGP stewards, the FIA MotoGP stewards, not race direction. That's more of the running of the race, not the stories and the incidents that happened within. They weren't happy. It looked to me like they were calling for more. The only real thing they could do more is either bolt on a few long laps or a race ban. Alberto Fernandez, at the end of the day, made an innocent mistake, and as Jordi said, everyone can make a mistake. It's about learning from it, and probably the safest and smartest decision that all of the stewards could come to collectively is that, well, you can't put him at the back of the grid because look what he did in Kota. So, of course, Alberto Fernandez isn't looking to try and do that. It's an innocent mistake with massive consequences. But innocent mistakes can happen, and they can bring massive consequences. So to try and limit that, starting from pit lane, Fatty still turns up for the Grand Prix.
Yeah, Fernandez will know better than anyone the gravity of the mistake he made in Austin. As you say, it was an innocent mistake. There was no malice involved in it whatsoever. So I think the stewards got that one absolutely right. He will learn from that penalty. I can also understand potentially this slightly emotional response from the MSI team, given that Angel Piqueras had made such a bright start to life as a Moto2 rookie. On the subject of injured Moto2 rookies, we're glad to report that this young man is back. Luca Lanetta for the Speed RS team on the number 32. Of course, he was involved in that crash with Sergio Garcia back at the Thai Grand Prix, which fractured his leg. Lanetta, of course, missed both Goiânia and Austin, but he is back in action here.
He is indeed, and rather annoyingly, from a stats point of view, this is his debut.
Yes.
Riddle me that one, because whoever's listening, if someone's listening who makes up that rule, please change it, because it's very, very frustrating. Obviously, Luca Lanetta did not have his debut in Buriram because he actually took the original start on the grid. He actually took the restart of that original start, but it was that incident that brought out a red flag, and then because he didn't start the third restart, or the third start, the second restart, he's considered as not having made his debut. Utter lunacy.
Lunetta will be saying, hey, never mind having made no starts. I've made 2 of them already in my Moto2 career. Unfortunately, the second of them led to that incident with Sergio Garcia. Garcia, who we will see in qualifying 2, he has a double long lap penalty to serve this weekend, not for the collision with Lanetta back in Buriram, but for his role in that same incident that involved Fernandez back in Austin. We'll see him in Q2.
Yes, Garcia was in a little bit deep, but he was saying that he reacted to Alberto Fernandez absolutely charging in. Whatever it is, it's a double long lap penalty. So unfortunately for Sergio Garcia, who is still trying to make, is it his 50th start in the class? I think he's had that running for what, 4 or 5 GPs now. He hasn't been able to get it over the line. Sergio Garcia, all going well, will make his 50th start, even if, again, Lewis, he technically did in Buriram.
Well, Joe Roberts here on screen makes his 150th Moto2 start here this weekend, a milestone for the American, who I guess knows better than anyone that if you qualify in the midfield, you can find yourself in trouble, because he was tailgated by the then championship leader, of course, Danny Holgado, at the start of the race in Austin. He currently leads this session, does Roberts, on a 140.547. In the Moto3 qualifying session that we've just completed, we won't tell you who got pole position in case you're watching them out of sequence, but they did ultimately get down to the sort of lap times they were setting yesterday by the end of Q2. Fastest lap of the weekend so far in Moto2 is a 138.9, a new lap record for the Austin winner, Senna Aegis.
And absolutely worth noting that just like in Moto3, this is the first dry running of the day for Moto2. It was damp earlier, it was damp for MotoGP. That's why I can't wait for the sprint, Lewis, coming up in just about an hour and a quarter, because it's going to be the first real dry running for them as well. I'll tell you what, Alberto Fernandez may well be starting for pit lane. He was right out to the edge of the curve, though, so he's pushing on here. Of course, Fernandez gets in the top 4. He's nicked a spot off someone, and he does go through to Q2 to fight for what could be a pole position, of course. Alberto Fernandez might have to be going some to try and do that, though. He's not really troubled Q2 too much so far. Has been able, though, to get in there back in, according to my notes, back in Brazil. But then I have him down as 24th on the grid, so maybe I've got my ones mixed up there.
Yeah, some wires crossed potentially. What you can say about Fernandez, though, is that He's made progress. He's gradually improved through every Grand Prix so far this season. 26th on the grid in Thailand, 24th in Brazil, and then 20th in Austin, Texas. Yellow flags have come out, though, in the second sector. It's bike stoppage by the looks of it for poor Luca Lanetta, who's currently in 8th place. Leathers look immaculate. It looks like he's pulled over. I think he's between turns 4 and 5 there.
Yeah, he is. Turns 4 and 5 coming out of turns 4. Turn 4 up towards turn 5 there, but he pulls it off. I was going to say sector 2, you haven't seen too many yellows around there this weekend at all. So Luca Lanetta, well, his Q1 session here in Moto2 qualifying has come to an abrupt halt. Elliot, what have you got for us down in pit lane?
Yeah, I think I pressed the wrong button, so everyone knows I've got Alex De Angelis with me. Alex, great to speak to you. Of course, we've got to start with Alberto Ferrandez. Obviously, a disappointment last time out in a pit lane start. How do you guys view the incident? And I guess you guys accept that he made quite a big mistake. What's the team feeling so far this weekend?
Yes, of course it was a mistake, but the point is he's very young. It was the third race in the World Champion, and he didn't have like the time in Moto3. So he's like a very rider new in this World Championship. So this small mistake become a very big issue in the first half. So we are really apologize for everybody for what happened, but something that we hope never happened, but it happened. So we just wish that Alberto from this big mistake will understand that he must pay more attention, and all the rest is experience.
I've got to ask about the MSI team also releasing that statement. How did you guys receive that, asking for maybe potential bigger penalty for Alberto? How did you guys receive that?
No, actually we expect this kind of a penalty. We agree, of course. We didn't make any issue about that, and we just wish that he can make a good race and not make the last all the race, because he cannot learn. He must learn, and if you start from the pit lane, it will be the last probably all the race. But we'll try to take him calm and make this experience.
And on the other side of the box, we've got Ethan Guevara in such great form, but he's also got a 3-grid place penalty coming up tomorrow. How has Ethan felt this weekend? He just got into Q2 yesterday. Is he feeling pretty comfortable on the bike? Is he struggling a little bit more? What's the feeling on his side of the box?
About Ethan, yesterday we were more happy respect to the morning, because we make a good step. He were faster, but then we came to know about the penalty. 3 positions are not a big disaster if we will be able to do a good practice like qualifying. And the point is that the next penalty will be much more strong, so he must be very attention in what we'll do from now to the forward race.
All okay after the crash as well this morning at turn 1? He's all okay in the bike?
The bike was a very small crash, and him is completely okay, so everything is okay for later.
Thank you, Alex. Good luck later on.
Thank you.
More penalties down at the Blue Crew Pramac Yamaha squad than Ipswich Town have had in the 2025-2026 championship season. But yes, of course, thank you very much. That's a very niche reference. Any championship fans will know that. But on a serious note, and it's a very good point Alex De Angelis has made, is that if you penalise Alberto Ferrandez more and you give him the race ban, he comes back to his next race without a penalty to serve, and he's learnt nothing. So I understand Alex De Angelis, and we all agree with the Simon Crayfire et al. On this one, because they've got it right. He's got to learn his experience. It's a fair point. He didn't come through Moto3, but he's got to serve a penalty of some kind. So the best way is have him at the Grand Prix, but pit lane starting.
Yeah, a race ban feels to me a bit like an elephant gun to kill a mosquito, really. It's way too much for the actual penalty, the actual incident for Alberto Ferrandez. Essentially, in a roundabout way, he has been banned for this Grand Prix, because by starting from the pit lane, unless we get some sort of red flag midway through the Grand Prix, he's essentially going to be riding around at the back.
Well, we say about red flags in Grand Prix, but we've had one every single week at the moment. So hopefully in Europe that all kind of goes away, and we can carry on with a proper lights out to checkered flag Grand Prix style weekend for all classes. But yeah, gotta say, I completely agree with Simon Crayfire. The decision was correct, and at the end of the day, they've got to learn. Nice to see that the Prima Pramac Yamaha squad.
Boscoscuro solidarity down there.
Yeah, we're starting helping out the Boscoscuro lot. So, of course, we all know why that is, though, because the Prima Pramac Yamaha squad are on them indeed here. But the official, as you could say, I suppose, Luca Bosco scorer team, just getting a helping hand down there. You see Toprak Razgatlioglu in the background here. We're looking at Dennis on. No, we're not. We're looking at Aaron Canet, and he's going out now. But Dennis Onchu, of course, is in that Elf Mark VDS crew. And Dennis Onchu at the moment has been third. Just give you a quick recap of this Q1 session. We've had a lot of interviews and a lot of debate, and we've got a lot to get through here. So Tony Arbolino, who was quick in the wet this morning, P1. Joe Roberts second. Dennis Onchu third. And Adrian Huertas, who's had a podium here back in his World Supersport days. The first race after he was World Supersport champion back in 2024. He's there in fourth. Then it comes Sasaki, Ramirez, Canet, Lanetta, Zonta van den Gurberg, Tayo Frivasato, Jorge Navarro, Alberto Ferrandez, Jose Antonio Ruedo, your winner here last year in Moto3. Philip Salach, plumb last at the moment. It's 6.2 seconds off the pace. You get the feeling he's yet to put a bank ring.
Yeah, Salach is currently on an outlap, so he's about to start what will be his penultimate time lap of the session. Arbolino on a 40.3. I'd say he's in a relative safe position, but of course Moto2 is so tight, and we're expecting these lap times just to gradually improve as we go through the session. As more Pirelli rubber is put down on the circuit. Arbolino looking to join his frantic teammate Baltus in qualifying to Baltus on the hunt for back-to-back pole positions in Q2 shortly.
Arbolino's gone very well through this first sector as we clock eyes on Ayumu Sasaki. This is Arbolino now just in the braking zone down towards turn 6, struggling to get that thing stopped, runs it right through the middle of the corner, and I did think he's going to have to bail out of that, and he does indeed. So Tony Arbolino is not going to be improving this time around. We pick up Dennis Onju now coming through turn 7, firing, picking it up just briefly, and he's going to throw it into turn 8, and he's a quarter of a second up halfway round.
Yeah, he's been fast at times this weekend, as Dennis Onju. He had a crash in FP1 yesterday when he was up inside the top 6, so there have been one or two signs of encouragement and promise and potential to move forward for the Mark VDS team. Canet at the moment is on an out lap. He's just about to come around and start what will potentially be his final. But I think that's him getting out of the way there of Onchu, who's targeting the first 139 of the afternoon.
Yes, Onchu is absolutely sideways on through turns 11 and 12. I can tell you off screen, Luca Lanetta has headed back out, so Lanetta not done and dusted just yet, perhaps. I think he's running something rolling down pit lane. He's going to be.
He's going to struggle to get around.
He's not going to get out in time, is he, at all? So yeah, looks like that might be out for a practice start, and that is that. Red sectors everywhere. Huertas up to P1, Onchu second. Now we pick up Phil Salach, who's down in last place at the moment. Does he go from last to first? No, goes fourth though. Three wasn't good enough. Roberts comes in. Ramirez, Captain Andalucia moves into P4. So Arbolino, who was P1, is back in fifth now, and he's not moving through to Q2. Sasaki though, fantastic, brilliant lap the first 39 of the day, 39.988.
Yeah, he said yesterday they felt they were on the right track down there at the Momovid RW squad. Sasaki has been on the wrong side of some very fine margins this season, narrowly missing out on Q2 on several occasions already this season by hundredths, if not thousands, of a second. At the moment, Sasaki is in good position to move through, and a good lap through that from Huertas on the 99. He's taken back-to-back points finishes in Moto2. Never, though, so far in his 22 Moto2 starts, and he scored in 3 consecutive Grand Prix.
That is absolutely correct. Last year, he qualified a bit down the field, I think. The 23rd, got through to 13th, though. So, can get into Q2. That takes out a lot of work on tomorrow afternoon. So, Adrian Huertas obviously knows this track really, really well from his World SBK paddock days. Putting it to good use in P2. Across the line, Zonta van den Gurberg can't join his teammates up in the top 4, 8 for him.
And it looks like he might be about to get somewhere near his teammate inside that top 4. I'd say if Ramirez can get himself into Q2, that will be a fine effort. Of course, he does have plenty of Moto2 experience and knows this place better than most. And of course, the World Supersport regular these days with the QJ Motor Squad. And given that they are sponsored the MSI team, I guess he was the obvious replacement down there once Angel Piquera has picked up his injury. We're following at the moment the 54 Ferrandez ahead of Arbolino, who needs to try and bounce back into the top 4. He does that. Canet also moves up, and Onchu is turfed out. He drops to 5th.
And he's taken a checkered flag, so Dennis Onchu has been usurped by his teammate, Aaron Canet. Well, what about that then? I was just about to say that Aaron Canet has never been off the front 4 rows of the grid here in Moto2, and write him off at your peril. Canet half a tenth off Sasaki, but that's good enough. I tell you what, it's tight, isn't it? 6,000 of a second between Canet and Onchu. Arbolino just 1,000 behind Canet as well. Jose Antonio Rueda comes across the line. That's 11th in this session for him, so that's going to leave him pretty downfield for his first Moto2 home GP. But Ayumu Sasaki in the 39s, everyone else in the 140s, and it's 140 flat that were good enough for everyone, but not Dennis Onchu. 5 thousandths of a second, that is all.
So close, just on the wrong side of those fine margins, which you saw from the way in Moto2. So Mark Vidies do get one rider through, and one rider misses out. Van den Goldberg looks like he's going to struggle to get into top 4 unless he does something truly heroic in this final sector. Mike's moving up ahead of Salach as he comes across the line. That's exactly what he does, up into 8th place. So much like the Mark Vidies team, RW have one rider through and one rider eliminated.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I've got to say for Zonta, he shakes his head. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I've got to say for Zonta, he shakes. There with Fabio Quartararo. Arbolino does just about squeeze through into Q2, but Ayumu Sasaki leads the charge, Lewis.
64 thousandths of a second covered the top 5 in that session, and 4 of them went through. Sasaki, Blair, Taskinen and Arbolino were those 4. Untuned 5th ahead of Joe Roberts, who we saw how he felt about 6th place. Marcos Ramirez 7th for his home Grand Prix ahead of Van den Goldberg, Salach, Horasato and Rueda. Luca Lunetta, after his mechanical issues, 12th ahead of Jorge Navarro, and Alberto Ferrandez qualifies last anyway. He'll move from last place on the grid to the pit lane tomorrow. So Ayumu Sasaki advances to the battle for pole position in Moto2. A team will battle it out for those crucial front 6 rows of the grid. Moto2 Q2 is up next.
Here we go then, it is crunch time, it is time to go for pole. Moto2, Spanish GP, pole supremacy. Who's it going to be? The Circuito de Jerez, Angel Nieto. What a place to have a Grand Prix in this part of Spain. Normally it's pretty sunny, and depending on what angle you have with the camera, it is sunny. But out up towards Turn 1, dark clouds are looming large over this fantastic circuit. And it is busy in here. So even though if it does rain, I'm fairly sure the fans won't be having their spirits dampened. We are going to get ready then for Moto2 Q2. It's the pole position shootout. This is Jerez, and this is Saturday afternoon. This is going to be what it's like at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The light show, the traditional light show, is going to be kicking off. The only thing that will be different is it's going to be pitch black, and that they'll all have to get their torches out. More on that tomorrow. This is Q2, then Senna just need to charge in this one ahead of Alonso Lopez and Barry Baltus. Colin Via there as well. Danny Holgado, Ethan Guevara, Danny Munoz, Mario Aggi, David Alonso, Manu Gonzalez, Alex Escridge, Ivan Ortola, Sergio Garcia's back in action as well as Celestino Vietti. And joining them, Ayuma Sasaki, Adrian Huertas, Aaron Canet and Tony Arbolino. Lots of work to do. Those four moving through from Q1. But of course now the other 14, they were the fastest yesterday, and now the dry conditions are back out here at Jerez. You're in the company of myself, Kiko Giles, up here in commentary. Alongside me is Lewis Sotheby. He's going to be staying put and bringing you the Tissot sprint with Matt Burt in just about an hour's time, more maybe a little bit less until they go on air together. And Elliot York is somewhere down there in pit lane. Jack Appleyard, of course, will be taking over from him when we get our first MotoGP racing action underway very, very soon. But Moto2 Q2 is the attention for now, Lewis. And I've got to say, Senna Aegis mightily quick on Friday. Is he the favourite coming into this one, mate?
I think he is. Senna Aegis, a 38.973 yesterday, a new all-time lap record around this Jerez circuit in Moto2. Fast in all conditions so far this weekend. We have had all conditions. From the drive yesterday to the wetter this morning, back dry once again this afternoon. It feels, certainly from the sessions we've seen so far, this is something of a shootout between Senna Aegis and Barry Baltus, who of course ended up taking pole position last time out in Austin once David Alonso's tyre pressures had been closely examined. But as is often the case in Moto2, it is fiercely close, so one small mistake or potentially one very special lap could make all the difference.
Yeah, and it really could be both of them at this point of the weekend as well. The limit is so finite in Moto2 at the best of times, let alone when most of these riders are going out on a dry track for the first time today. Conditions a little bit different to yesterday. You can see that the suntan lotion is being worked in for the fans around here. I've got to say though, Lewis, it will be dry for this one, but the MotoGP sprint, an hour's a long time around here in Jerez. The clouds have rolled in. We had a perfect vista when we came up here over an hour ago now. For Moto3, the clouds are closing in on us here at Jerez.
Yeah, even with our tinted windows, it is getting noticeably darker over ahead. We're directly looking onto the main straight from the grandstand. So essentially, from where the clouds are coming from, they're coming from what sort of turn 6, turn 7 area of the circuit. So we'll keep an eye on it. It would appear, certainly given how much blue skies up ahead of us, that we should get away with a dry Moto2 qualifying 2 session, which is good news for this man, Manu Gonzalez, after once again a far from impressive wet showing this morning in FP2.
Yeah, you get the feeling that Manu Gas might well just have to iron out his wet weather problems, Lewis, because next up Le Mans, well, you just have to look at last year's Grand Prix to see how wet that was in MotoGP. Barcelona, that's not a given dry weekend. Neither's Mugello, and Balaton Park's moved to June, so we could have a little bit of tricky weather coming our way very soon. And then after that with Bruno, and that's earlier this year, and we had a wet one last year.
Yeah, Manu Gonzalez can't afford really to have that sort of weakness in his game if he is to challenge for a world championship. You could see the applause there down at Aspar. Perhaps they've just wished a happy birthday to young David Alonso, who's ended life as a teenager. He is now the tender age of 20.
Oh, he's achieved so much, and he's 7 years younger than
me. In a lifetime.
I know, he's 7 years younger than me, and I just feel so pathetic, really. I've got to be saying it. The Colombian is one of the nicest people in the paddock. You couldn't wish to meet someone much nicer, really, than David Alonso, and he is going places. He's going out on track in a moment, that's for sure. Before we do get on with this one, we're about to go green in 3, 2, and now 1. Green lights are out and Moto2 head out. Let's get our first thoughts for this one ahead of Q2. And York, who have you got with us?
Yeah, Jürgen, the team manager at Liquid Money Dynamo Intact GP. Senna, what a win last time out with everything that's gone on this year. Well documented. How impressed were you by that performance? And he's also carried it on this weekend as well.
We are very impressed. I mean, first of all, winning a race in Austin is unique because it's a really difficult track and you can't do any mistake. and he did not. And also the battle was really nice to see it the last lap. But he shows, I want to win, and he did it. And this was really super, super good. We felt already on Saturday that he's performing well, but first he needs to finish, and he did very well. And the next thing is, we had in the past, we know he has something special, but sometimes after a good race, it's up in the next race. But now it looks like we become a bit more constant, and this is super important because yesterday everybody have seen the lap was crazy. So it's really good, and now we hope for good qualifying, that we can have a good.
He obviously got his debut pole position over in Thailand, but he said in Austin that he found a step forward in terms of his pace setting. The team had changed some things, and he feels even better. And he said yesterday that he's riding better, than he'd ever been. So just how strong is Senna at this moment in time?
Yeah, of course, it's always a combination between the rider and the bike, and they did a small step, especially in the front. He feels much better. In the past, he often suffers on the braking areas. He can't stop the bike as he wanted, especially since the grip level was not there. But now they found something which helps him a lot, and this gives him a lot of confidence.
And obviously Manu on the other side of the box is the championship leader again. It looks like he struggled a little bit yesterday. Of course, a runaway race winner here last year. So how's Manu feeling, obviously coming here, home Grand Prix championship? It must be pretty good, but maybe a sluggish start yesterday, let's say.
Yeah, for him it's not that easy. Even we have to consider he's still faster than last year, where he did the all-time record, but it shows this category. And he's still missing something with the new bike. For him it's not the same as last year, but it's not that much missing. And I think also if you see yesterday, the gap wasn't that big. It shows not competition. The gap was nearly nothing, and what we have seen also, the pace is good. So I just hope for him to have the perfect lap in the qualifying, because a good position on the grid is very important.
Thank you for your time, Jürgen, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, Jürgen. Thank you, Al. We'll be back down with you very shortly, mate. Don't worry about that. But a lot of interesting stuff to get into. Manu didn't perform yesterday. Senna did. But both still looking, trying to find their packages. Not 100% happy.
Although Gonzalez looks like he's slightly faster through the first few sectors on this lap. Just getting a little bit caught up there with Danny Munoz on the 17 Italtrans bike. Both Italtrans riders, as you can see, because Quietas is right behind him, are through to this Q2 session. We'll expect 39s right from the get-go in this session, and that's what we're going to get from Munoz. 39.6 for him. So clearly he wasn't holding up Senna Agents. He was faster than him and towing him up around to a 39.6. Lopez straight into second on a 39.9. To remind you, the fastest lap of the weekend is a 38.9 as the yellow flags come out.
Now where is that? Is it the last corner? Can't see any yellow flags either. We just can't quite see the other side of the bridge down at the final corner. If it isn't turn 13, then it's a big one, because it's the fast rights that end the lap. Turn 11, Sergio Garcia, turn 11, dearie me. Elliot York was just now headset saying it's absolutely not turn 13, and now we know where it is. Good to see him up on his feet and walking away, but you get the feeling that this could be pretty sizable for Sergio Garcia, who is already coming back from what's been a little bit of an injury hit season. He's qualifying. He's got to do a double long lap yet, so his weekend goes from appalling to atrocious.
Yeah, he was already up against it from the double long lap penalty. He's now going to have to serve that for an 18th place on the grid. A blow for Garcia. We pick up Aegis then through the Paluki section, the stadium. There's barely a spot to be found on the hillsides there on the outside of those two right-handers, and Aegis has looked the pick of the bunch so far this weekend in pure dry conditions. I think we're about to see more evidence of that here in this session. He continues to lead Munoz, who continues to set pretty fast sector times himself. It's Baltus on a 39.6. The rider who we think is his likeliest challenger is about to take pole away from him.
Across the line they come then. Senna just looking to get back on pole position, and he does provisionally for the moment. Fastest time of the day by only 4 thousandths of a second though. Look, I tell you what, Alex Escridge, Celestino Vietti, David Alonso, red sectors absolutely everywhere here around the track at Jerez. This is the 13 of Celestino Vietti. looking to go to provisional pole if he can, and he can't. P4, Baltus. Look at that, Baltus, your pole sitter from last time out, goes into P1, but a 39.605. It's only the narrowest of margins, Lewis, but it's just enough.
Well, Alonso got stuffed by the yellow flags on his previous lap, that crash for Garcia. This time, though, the path is clear. The flags are green for David Alonso. And is he about to have a green light to go to the pole position that he should have started from in Austin, Texas, before the tyre pressures were investigated? Alonso over the line. Is it pole position on his birthday? At the moment, the answer is yes.
He can have his cake and eat it then here on Saturday at Jerez. Fantastic. 39.368, David Alonso. Well, Colombia never had a pole position in Moto2. They should have, but they didn't have last time out in America. Have they come to Spain expecting? Well, your answer at the moment would be yes, but we're only halfway, not even halfway through this sector, this session. We're picking up Manny Gonzalez. This is his teammate Senna Aiders, who at the moment finds himself on the middle of that second row. So Senna Aiders at the moment fitting, having had his first outing so far today.
Teammate Gonzalez down in 13th. We covered his struggles with Jürgen Ling and Pitlane. Here he is. We've got Danny Holgado down in 17th place as well. So the top three in the World Championship are all deep on the grid at the moment. Gonzalez 13th. Guevara at second in the championship is 11th. But remember, he will drop 3 places from wherever he qualifies. So he dropped back behind Gonzalez, and Holgado down in 17th. The highest placed championship front at the moment is Celestino Vietti, and he's only up in 7th.
Yeah, it's not brilliant there, really, for your main title heavyweight. We, of course, discount David Alonso at this stage because after the first 3, he's not really been, let's say, firing on all 4 cylinders. Just on his teammate, Danny Holgado, he was a bit higher up. He had his lap time deleted for exceeding track limits. So Danny Holgado is now in the pit lane. He's down in 17th place, even behind Aaron Canet, and that has not been something you could say too often this year for the number 96. But into pit lane comes David Alonso. At the moment, provisional pole. But halfway through this session, this is the lull in proceedings that we always get in Moto2's pole shootouts. And soon enough, we will be out there going for broke in the final run on Saturday.
So a Stridge at the moment on for a second front row in the last 3 on the forward bike for the Clint team. Second for him, and that is no fluke or no surprise. No. Remember, a Stridge smashed the lap record here in pre-season testing. Of course, not an official lap record because he didn't do it at a Grand Prix weekend, but he did a 1:38.8 in pre-season testing back in February. So there is no shock to see a Stridge up in second place. And we haven't seen much of Colin Vaya so far, but the Red Bull KTM IO rider currently completes that front row.
Oh, look at Celestino Vietti. I tell you what, we said a little while ago that maybe they'll be a little bit more conservative with using the white line and curbs. Not really for Celestino Vietti. He was riding that like he stole it across the rumble strips there in the braking area for turn 1 here at Jerez. And yeah, not a total surprise to see him go on to the runoff and completely blow the apex. This is going to be pretty exciting on board. Oh, dearie me. Bucking Bronco, but gets it pulled down, doesn't go in the gravel. Just on another thing for Alex Escrid, he may not have scored any points here last year, Lewis, but he has got a European Moto2 victory to his name. His first one came here 4 years ago, so he likes Jerez.
Yeah, he's in the best run of form of his Grand Prix career, and it's clear that that forward chassis is taking steps forward, which is good to see for that team. We've been waiting long enough to be able to put the trajectory of the team next to the name of the chassis, and it would appear now as if the Stridge is taking them in the right direction. At the moment, second place, which would be one better than his third on the grid. He took 8th.
Particularly a great time to be a Mr. J. Navarro, though, when you're seeing your teammate do that up the order. Alex Escrid originally on the front row. Right, then run 2, the final run for pole position. Let's see what we've got then. Let's see what these guys are made of. Ethan Guevara, we're riding on board with him now. He's going out down the pit lane. Where is Guevara at the moment? 11th place, but less than half a second off. In fact, the top 12 down to Ivan Ortola are all covered by just half a second. So it's small margins, but they are still margins that can be bridged out there here at Jerez. I've got to say, the cloud has come right over here. It's gone a little bit overcast. We're going to get pretty much to the end of this one. It is a little bit windy down there as well. So we're going to get to the end of this one. We knew that anyway. It didn't look like it was going to rain. It wasn't forecast to rain for this one. But rain is due from 3 o'clock onwards. Enjoy the Tissot sprint break.
Yes, it could be quite an eventful 12 laps coming up at the top of the hour. As Holgado leaves pit lane, we remind you that 11th of Guevara will become 14th if that's where he qualifies with the 3-place group penalty picked up for being slow on line. Second defence for Guevara yesterday, having already picked up a warning for that earlier on in the season. We pick up Munoz then on the number 17. And this is the certainly the homest of home Grand Prix for Dani Munoz, who hails from nearby Sevilla. And it would certainly be quite an event if he can get himself up onto the front row of the grid. He currently sits 6th.
Here we go then. Oh, I love turns 3 and 4 here at Jerez, particularly the Moto2 guys. All the electronics dialing in, or not, is the case in Moto2. But just allows a little bit of sliding out indeed. And that's what Dani Munoz has been doing right there through 3 and 4. Down over the top of the hill. This is out of 5. Dani Munoz doing this alone at the minute. And of course, this is as home a GP as it gets for him as well. No relation to David Munoz, but both are from up the road in Sevilla.
Yeah, he's not got Jerez about him this time to act as the tow truck or the reference about him. This time, that strategy has been adopted by Aaron Canet and Manu Gonzalez, and it's a measure of the level that Aegis is at the moment, and potentially also the level that Gonzalez is at, more to the point. The fact that he's put himself up behind his teammate, Jerez.
Yeah, it's as you say, kind of double meaning here. Aegis has got the pace, and Gonzalez hasn't. Aegis has put himself at the front to try and help Gonzalez, or perhaps to even give himself some clear space to do it all on his own. Whereas at the moment Gonzalez needs a reference, and he needs a quick one. We pick up at the moment, this is Colin Vire, who is absolutely flying. He's in the third sector. The third sector timing beam is in between turns 9 and 10. He comes across it now, and he's still up by 900ths of a second. So Colin Vire going for broke. Oh, this is going to impact his lap though. Sector 4. This looks like there could be a crash down to the final corner, and indeed there is. I'm trying to see who that is. Can't quite work out. We're going to see in a minute though. Oh, Colin Vire, yeah, yellow flag, so there's absolutely no getting away with this one. We saw Max Quiles was absolutely level with the timing panel in Moto3, got away with it, but not this time. Oh, we're just saying how good it was. Dani Munoz has gone down. There's the bike being wheeled off to the left of screen. Dani Munoz is not going to be much higher than 6th in this session.
Vire's lap was a 39.453, in case you want to know what he would have won in bullseye terms. It would have only put him up into 2nd place, though, would not have put him on pole position, and Vietti did roll out of it because of the yellow flags. They have now cleared, though, and potentially cleaned just in time for Intact.
Oh, I tell you what, we're riding on board. I think this is with Manu Gonzalez, and we got almost billion with Aaron Canet. Coming out to turn 13, little bit of slipstream, not too much, all the way up towards his turn 1. Gonzalez was fast through 6 to 3. Oh, no, he's not, because his teammate's gone and robbed it back off him. So Gonzalez goes into P1. Now, that has come from nowhere. What about Guevara? Is he going to go up? Ooh, just a lot of time in the final sector. Only 7th for Guevara, who is at the head of that 3rd row. But it's an Intex 1-2. Gonzalez and Aegis ahead of David Alonso. This rider's teammate, this is Daniel Gardo, who's squirming and sliding through Privia.
Lopez is up the 3rd sector. Estrich in the fastest 1st sector so far. Yellow flags now and that 1st sector. And Ivan Guevara, who's already got that 3-place group penalty, he'll be starting at the very best from 10th on the grid.
Disaster for Ethan Guevara, just what he couldn't have afforded. Coming up to the line, Alonso Lopez has moved into 3rd place. Brilliant spot from you there, Lewis. He got up onto the front row and pushed David Alonso away. Ethan Guevara walks away, and that is a very subdued looking number 28 as he traipses through the turn 2 gravel.
Yeah, the airbag had gone off, as you could see. He's right in the heart of the corner, front end tucks. Fortunately, he didn't have the same reaction times as a fellow Pramac rider earlier on. Front tuck as well at the end of it, just to stick the landing there for Ivan Guevara, but it's a tough afternoon for him. Vire across the line, back into pole position at 139, 101. But check out Alex Screech. We told you that he was fast in testing. Is he about to back up that pre-season testing pace?
Oh, he backs it into the final corner. He was down in the 38s, of course, as you said, Lewis, in testing. He rides it right out to the edge of the curve. Alex Screech on the Clint forward factory machine. Is he going to go to pole? Oh, not quite. Colin Vire's time in the last sector, just doing enough. Giovanni Cazzari nods on there in the middle of the shot. The grey-haired chap in the middle. Alex Scridge goes to the middle of that front row. Right, let's pick up Sasaki. That's not going to do anything. He's going to stay 13th. This is Baltus, the number 7, coming to look to try and take back-to-back poles. He's going to improve his time, but he's rooted to 8th place. David Alonso across the line, 6th at best for him, and I'd see an Elfmark VDS machine. That's obviously Aaron Canet, who's gone off at turn 1, and he is going to be 11th at best.
Yeah, no grey, no orange crash on there, should I say, at the moment on our time screens. The only rider who's threatening Vire's pole time is Vire himself. Here he comes on the 95, definitely giving it plenty through the left-hander of turn 8. Vire, of course, is a Moto3 winner in the past here. Is he about to put himself in pole position to potentially add a Moto2 victory tomorrow?
Tell you what, Munoz has done well here to get back out, but I don't think think he's going to set a lap time here. He's not going to go any higher than 10th place. The only other... Well, we've got Senna Aegis in touch here, and David Alonso, number 80 and number 81. They're in the third sector. We'll pick them up in a moment. Colin Vire is looking at pole position here in Jerez. It's whether or not he's going to be deposed of that pole position. We'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, he takes the checkered flag, and he's provisionally P1. Let's wait and see, though, about Alonso or Aegis. It's gone away for Aegis in that third sector. We wait for Alonso.
Yeah, Aegis now 3 tenths down, so he'll be starting off the front of the grid. Look where Alonso is. He's up behind Baltus, but another poor third sector, much like Aegis. 3 tenths have gone missing for David Alonso. So it looks like the birthday boy will start on the back of the second row. He will out-qualify his teammate Danny Holgado, who's 7th and has taken the checkered flag. But barring something absolutely spectacular in this final sector, it looks like we have a first Moto2 pole position for the young Dutchman at IO, Colin Vire.
Yeah, his previous best grid slot was Catalunya and Portimao last year, and he was third on the front row of the grid. But it looks like, to me, everything is done and dusted. Big congratulations to Colin Vire, the number 95. He took his first ever Junior GP Moto3 victory here 4 years ago. He takes his first ever Moto2 pole position here in 2026. Colin Vire, a maiden pole for him. Alex Escridge on the front row, just half a tenth off. And Manu Gonzalez, if you'd have said to him yesterday, you'll out-qualify Senna Aegis, your teammate, he probably would have shook your hand. He's done it.
He'd have probably said that's pole position then.
Well, also true.
As it is, it's 3rd and 4th for the intact team.
And it's very, very strong indeed from both of them. We know Aegis has got good race pace. Tell you what, though, Vire looked good yesterday as well. 5th and 6th, if I can just squeeze in Alonso Lopez and David Alonso.
First Dutch pole position in Moto2 or in the intermediate class since Wilco Zeelenberg at the 1991 Japanese Grand Prix. Elliot, down to you.
Yeah, got Nicky Aya with us. Gents, Nicky, what a lap time from Colin. He looks good yesterday, but that's one thing. Converting it into a pole position is another. How proud are you of Colin in his performance today?
Of course, we are really very proud of his progress in general. You know, it wasn't an easy start for him last year, but I feel, you know, he's one of the hardest workers in the category for sure. Especially now, the beginning of the season, I felt that maybe took a little bit too much pressure on himself, and especially we could see in the overseas, mistakes, crashes. I felt that he would reset really well during the break. We were talking a lot about the beginning of the season. Get a good start. About winning, even talking about podium. Finally, top fight tomorrow.
Thanks, Nicky. Good luck for tomorrow.
Diamond performance from Colin Vire to take that first Dutch pole in the class in what, 35 years. Wilco Zeelenberg is here this weekend. Yes. He's working for is it Ziggo Sport? I think he's over there with our Dutch broadcast partners. So good job, Colin Vire. Alex Escridge, majestic in second, and Manu Gonzalez is your well, you could say he's your probable favourite for success if you was based
in your hand off, Kiko, if you look at him out this morning.
Exactly. He's probably coming into this weekend, you'd say, well, this is a Manu Gonzalez track. He was so good here last year. But after yesterday and after the wetter this morning, P3, big salvage job there for Manu Gas, Lewis.
And the great thing, as is always the case in Moto2, because it's so unpredictable, haven't got the faintest clue who's going to win the Grand Prix from that, because Aegis starts on the second row of the grid, and Baltus, who we also think has got race-winning pace this weekend, he goes from the middle of row 3. From a championship point of view, we've got Guevara, who's going to be trying to rally from 12th on the grid, of course, qualified 9th, but dropped 3 places due to the penalty that he picked up yesterday afternoon. We've got the Aspar duo, who ran into each other here last year. They start 6th and 7th, Alonso ahead of Holgado.
Yeah, and Jorge Martinez Aspar is going to to be finger-wagging tonight to make sure that
the last birthday party's cancelled if you do that again.
Exactly. Last year's misdemeanors are not repeated. This is a brilliant job, and you can see his smiling eyes through the crash helmet there. Alex Escridge on the front row. Absolutely fantastic from the number 11, who, I'll tell you what, Lewis, what a performance and what a ride he is. He's showing he's got it, and he's showing the bike can do it as well, which has been very hard for Giovanni Cazzari's outfit so far.
Yeah, we have to give the Clinton team and the forward squad credit, because I said at the end of last season, I'd love to see what Alex Escridge could do on a Calyx. He ain't bad on a forward either.
Yeah, exactly. And tell you what, that the Canucks might be the bike to be on. Alex Escritch is just showing that, you know, he can ride probably a wheelbarrow at this point. I mean, Jorge Navarro is penultimate. It's quite funny. Second on the entire grid, Alex Escritch, second last, and actually will line up last, Jorge Navarro, as Alberto Fernandez has obviously got to start from pit lane. So
Navarro's former pole sitter around here as well in Moto2, so he is no slouch on any kind of Moto2 machine.
Jorge Navarro knows his way around here. He's been here in World Super Sport. He's been here in Moto3, Moto2. He's got pace as well. So Jorge Navarro looking a little bit lost, and that's fine. He's going to have to work it out himself, but the bike is well capable of doing it. Maybe Alex Escritch, we've all been sleeping on him for a little while, and well, any other teams lost has been forwards gained thus far.
Well, we saw the pace from him in pre-season testing and thought, I wonder what the Clint team are playing at in pre-season testing. Are they going for some early headlines to attract some sponsors? Not a bit of it. That pace was genuine.
Very genuine indeed. A great front row, I've got to say. Via, Escritch and Gonzalez. Aegis, Lopez and Alonso. Well, that's getting elbows out on the second row, isn't it? Then we've got Olgado, Baltas. It won't be Guevara, it'll be Danny Munoz who crashed, but will line up ninth. And Aaron Canet, well, keeps up his form of always being on the front four rows around here. He'll start from the head of the fourth row, and if he qualified in the middle of it, then it is Ayumi Sasaki and Celestino Vietti. The number 13 qualified 13th, but he'll start 12th. Senna Aegis in the box there. He'll maybe think that was one that got away from him, but fourth is by no means a disaster. I can see that Colin Vire is ready. Absolutely fantastic. Colin Vire, you are a Moto2 pole sitter for the first time, and as a reward, you get to talk to Elliot York. Enjoy.
Colin, a phenomenal debut front row and pole position, in Moto2, the first since 1991. You must be super proud and feeling really good ahead of tomorrow as well. Talk us through that qualifying.
Oh yeah, it was amazing to be honest. First lap was a bit rough because it was a yellow flag. Then the second lap I didn't feel amazing, but got myself already on the front row, so I was happy with the lap. But I knew there was still more because because of the yellow flag. So I went out straight away, just tried on my own. First lap got cancelled again because of the yellow flag in last corner. So I slowed down a little bit in last corner to just not take the penalty of improving my last sector. And then yeah, I tried again another lap, and yeah, apparently it's enough for a pole position. Yeah, no, I feel very confident for tomorrow. Pace is actually really good this time. So yeah, let's see. I feel amazing. Thanks to everyone at home. Thanks to my team for helping me always. And yeah, let's bring on tomorrow.
Look for tomorrow, Colin.
Thank you.
Top job, Colin Vire. Thank you very much, Elliot York. Down there, Moto2 qualifying absolutely lived up to expectation, didn't it, Lewis? And it's always going to give us a surprise.
Yeah, it certainly does. And as mentioned, it's so difficult to pick a winner with the state of the grid for tomorrow. Of course, so difficult to overtake in this Moto2 field, but so competitive. A 10th and a half covered the top 5 in that qualifying session.
And it's only going to get closer tomorrow. Make sure you do tune in, folks. Moto2, Moto3, MotoGP coming up in just a short while. I tell you what, I'm going to get out of here. That's it for myself, Kiko Giles. Lewis, take it away with the results. Matt Burt is moving in here. The MotoGP TSO Sprint's going to be unmissable, isn't it?
Colin Vire, a first Moto2 pole position then, and the first Dutch pole sitter in this class for 35 years. Alex Escritch, second, career best for him on the forward. Gonzalez and Aegis, third and fourth for Intact. Lopez, fifth ahead of Alonso and Holgado. Baltas only 8th, Guevara 9th, but drops 3 places on the grid for tomorrow, which will promote Munoz, Canet and Sasaki. Celestino Vietti next to the Boscoscuros in 13th place. Arbolino next up ahead of Ortola, Huertas, Adji and Garcia, who will have a double long lap to serve tomorrow from 18th place. Unchu next up ahead of Roberts, who was none too pleased with 20th in Q1. Ramirez, Van der Gorberg and Salach. Forosato 24th ahead of Rueda. Lunetta, who had mechanical problems in Q1. Navarro and Ferrandez, who will move from P28 on the grid into the pit lane at the start tomorrow. So the 95 takes his first Moto2 pole. It's pole from Colin Vire in Moto2 at Jerez. Fascinating TSO sprint coming up though in MotoGP. Will it stay dry? Stay with us for the answer. The sprint's up next.
over now for Flamenco. A question and Sherry. MotoGP is back in the ref for one of these season's biggest spectacles at a track named after Spanish racing hero Angel Nieto. Established as a jewel in MotoGP's crown since 1987, the ref has produced some classic last corner battles played out in front of some of the most fanatical fans in the world. Sprint action is next live. It's time for MotoGP. The Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto first opened its doors for business back in 1986, 40 years ago. What an anniversary weekend the local fans are having here at one of the most spectacular tracks on the Grand Prix calendar. 4.423 kilometres in length, 13 corners, 8 of them right, just 5 of them left, including that rather tight and busy first sector as you go through the tight right-hander of turn 3. Hard the brakes in the Pedrosa corner, turn 6, and then into the stadium section. And a key turn 10, an overtaking opportunity to play, particularly on the brakes, into that turn 13. There are your overtaking hot spots. Turn 1, turns 9 and 10. This was a classic battle, wasn't it, last year between Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia. Into turn 9, the Angel Nieto turn. Well, it seems like an awful long time ago, doesn't it, since we were last Grand Prix racing at the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Stuck in the front row of the grid, getting a lightning launch to lead the field over in Austin. Marco Bezzecchi at this stage were trying to ensure he was going to be leading for 121 successive laps. The job he would eventually do after this big early scare as they powered down the start-finish straight on lap 1. Marco Bezzecchi winning out on a Costa on that occasion. And it was Bezzecchi who was then able to cruise to what turned out to be his 5th successive MotoGP success. Just the 8th rider in Premier Class history to win 5 on the spin. The outcome of that Austin Grand Prix sees Marco Bezzecchi arrive in Europe for our first European Grand Prix of 2026 with a narrow 4-point lead in the championship over its factory brilliant teammate Jorge Martin. What a start to 2026 has been for Martin and for the Navarre factory. Although Ducati, as we knew they would do, and Marc Marquez in particular, have responded to Aprilia's early onslaught. They have retaliated, and some so far here this weekend at the Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto. You will not find a more popular pole starter in Grand Prix racing than Marc Marquez, starting from pole in front of his home crowd here at the spiritual home of Spanish motorcycle racing in Jerez. In wet conditions, in mixed conditions this morning, it was a 1 of 48.087, which fired Marc Marquez to his 3rd MotoGP pole position here in Jerez. On pole in 2014, a couple of years ago in 2024, his first ever Ducati pole on that occasion, and just about edging out Johan Zarco, a wet weather specialist himself, the Frenchman, at the end of that dramatic Q2 session this morning. Packed grandstands. Have to say, this does not feel like a sprint Saturday here in Iraq. This feels almost like a Grand Prix Sunday because it is jam-packed at the Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto. 12-lap Tissot sprint coming your way then in just over 25 minutes' time. Marc Marquez, Johan Zarco and Fabio Di Gianantonio currently top the category in the World Championship is your front row of the grid. World Champs leader Marco Bezzecchi heads row 2 in 4th place. Talking you through all of this afternoon's action, Matt Burton Lewis will be in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Super special scenes, a super special atmosphere, a carnival, festival, fiesta feel, as always, to this Spanish Grand Prix. Let's hope those fans are going to get treated to more spectacular MotoGP action in our 12-lap sprint coming up short.
Yeah, there are a few atmospheres like the Spanish Grand Prix at Jerez, and there are a few venues where we see the circuit so full of spectators on Saturday afternoon. Which gives you the idea of what kind of atmosphere we're in for tomorrow. Grandstands will be packed at the top of the hour for the Tissot Sprint. We've had all sorts of conditions already today. We've had the raincoats and the umbrellas up this morning. We've had the sun cream applied and the shirts off already over the course of Moto3 and Moto2 qualifying this afternoon. We're not quite sure which of those two conditions we're ultimately going to get for the sprint, because it could go either way.
Yeah, a little bit of blue skies emerging through what has been seemingly endless cloud cover since we first arrived here in southwest Spain. Marc Marquez then on the front row of the grid, heading the front row of the grid. A career pole position 75 now in MotoGP for the 33-year-old Spaniard. His first pole position though in 8 Grand Prix since he started at the front of the pack at the Balaton Park circuit in Hungary. He has got some big contenders behind him. But Gian Antonio looks in great form, probably in the form of his MotoGP career right now. There are plenty of teams and bosses seeking the signature of Digia in 2027. Let's put the VR46 Ducati on the front row of the grid for the 3rd Grand Prix in a row.
It would appear from what went on in qualifying earlier on today, we'll hopefully be able to put a bit more meat on the bones as we go through the build-up to this sprint. There's a bit of needle between Marc Marquez and Fabio Di Giannantonio. We've already seen some incidents and battles between the two of them, the battle for the sprint victory and for the final podium place in the Grand Prix in Goiânia, and of course Marc crashed and took out Digia in the sprint last time out in Austin, Texas. So there is certainly a bit of competitive rivalry between Ducati's world champion and their current leading rider in the championship.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but we're in round 4 in 2026, but the only podiums that Marc Marquez has scored so far this year have come on sprint Saturdays. Second he was over the line in Buriram. Of course he was the sprint winner in Goiânia, still seeking his first Grand Prix top 3 of the campaign so far. Lacking top 3s on Sundays has certainly not been an issue for the factory Aprilia team, and this rider on screens right now, Marco Bezzecchi, who has led the last 121 Grand Prix laps, just the 8th different rider, as mentioned, to win 5 Grand Prix in a row. Bez now part of a very elite and illustrious club which features some of the best to ever do it: Agostini, Duke, Harewood, Surtees, Duran, Marquez and Rossi. Tomorrow, could it be just the 7th rider in history to win 6 in a row? Certainly got a great chance heading the second row of the grid in 4th place. It is the first time since the Sepang that Bezzecchi has not qualified on the front row of the grid, although he did of course start 4th for the Grand Prix in Austin recently after a penalty in practice.
So here is Fabio Di Giannantonio. It's not a 3rd consecutive pole, but it is a 3rd consecutive front row start, and I guess we're going to find out, perhaps not so much in the sprint today, but we'll certainly find out tomorrow just how much of Marc Marquez's pole position was whether assisted or whether he genuinely does have the pace to challenge for victory once again, because Marc Marquez wasn't all that confident about his prospects yesterday. Not as confident as Fabio Di Giannantonio was from the outside of that front row. Between them, we will see Johann Zarco. We are looking now down on the LCR box right now. Johann Zarco, kind of conditions in qualifying this morning that feel tailor-made for Johann Zarco, and he did not disappoint.
He was 3rd fastest in the wet in FP2 this morning, qualified 2nd on the grid, having come out of Q1 with the fastest time. He's a wily old campaigner, really, 35 years of age now, Zarco, using every ounce of experience this morning to just judge where the grip was on offer around this 4.4 kilometre Jerez circuit. At one stage, he really fancied having a pop at Marc Marquez's 148.087. He was on course potentially for his first pole position in 4 years before he lost the front. Big front end slide in the final corner, but it is his first front row start in 15 Grand Prix since the Sachsenring in Germany last summer. His best ever qualifying performance in MotoGP here in Jerez.
And is he going to act as a bit of a cork in the bottle to allow Marc Marquez to escape this afternoon and tomorrow? That has to be a question going into the sprint. Surely that will be the target of Di Giannantonio, Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez and Pedro Acosta, who start right behind Johann Zarco. Surely if Marc Marquez gets the whole shot, that quartet behind Zarco know that they have to pass that Honda as soon as possible if they are to keep up with Marc Marquez this afternoon.
Alex Marquez on practice Friday in full dry conditions, if not sunny conditions, under the heavy cloud yesterday. It was Alex who completely dominated proceedings, leading the way on Friday. Certainly didn't help himself this morning in a push for the front right of the grid or better. A crash in Q2 in those tricky conditions at turn 9. At one stage, Alex was plummeting down the order. He did recover, and a late 149.146, actually on his very last lap of the session, did get Alex up to 5th on the grid. A nice bit of late damage limitation as far as that 2025 Spanish Grand Prix winner is concerned. We've just seen Jorge Martin venturing out on circuit. We're getting ready to head out on circuit. Martin's going to start today's sprint heading row 3. The Martinator qualifying in 7th place on his RSGP. If you're joining us for the first time this weekend, after he balked Alex Marquez in practice yesterday afternoon, going through turn 3 and 4, for tomorrow's feature 25-lap full Grand Prix, Jorge Martin has been hit with a 3-place grid penalty. So tomorrow he will start from the head of row 4 in 10th place. And another Spaniard, as we feared, who's been in hot water, Lewis, having ignored the black flag with the orange disc after a crash at turn 3 this morning. Joan Mir, we expected him to be in a bit of hot water, and that has proven to be the case ahead of the Grand Prix tomorrow. Yeah,
scorchingly hot water, sadly, for Joan Mir, although I don't think he can really blame anyone but himself. A double long lap penalty that he'll have to serve in tomorrow's Spanish Grand Prix, and he's already up against it from 14th place on the grid. It is a total no-no to continue riding around the racetrack when the black and orange flag or white panel is displayed, because it tells you that you need to get off the racetrack for the safety of other competitors. This is perhaps the highlight of the day, though. Top pro Razbat, who might have only qualified in 19th place on the grid, but if style points were enough to get you up the grid, then Top Rank would be on pole position.
This is insane. This is truly unbelievable, isn't it? 67 degrees of lean angle. That is how you defy the laws of gravity, the laws of physics. Somehow, I'm not even quite sure right now, Top Razgatlioglu will believe how he pulled that one up on his left elbow and his left knee, but he did. It was a spectacular save. He looked strong in the FP2 this morning, didn't he? In the full wet conditions, did Top Rat. Of course, twice crowned World Superbike champion right here in Jerez. He was 6th quickest this morning. Unfortunately, unable to convert that kind of pace in drying conditions when he was in Q1. The Turk will fire away from 19th on the grid. Worst position 40 for his Prima Pramac Yamaha colleague Jack Miller, who himself had a fall in Q1 at turn 13. Another Yamaha rider, Miller, who is really suffering right now. Jack's going to go from 22nd place in the grid, his lowest qualifying in 11 years since the Japanese Grand Prix in 2015. Only the 9th time in what's going to be his 202nd MotoGP start that Miller finds himself starting outside of the top 20.
Yeah, a couple of riders who really did pay a heavy price for crashes at the wrong moment of qualifying one. Diogo Moreira the other. The Honda LCR rider will start behind Miller at the very back of the grid in 23rd place. So a weekend that promised a lot for Honda, certainly a part of practice yesterday when they looked like they might get as many as 3 bikes through to qualifying 2. As it is, the first Honda on the grid for this afternoon sprint is Joan Mir in 14th place.
Yeah, a lot of people have been asking about the meaning of the sort of the meatball flag as it's known. Basically, this is what the penalty explanation was released by the FIM stewards. The flag informs the rider that the motorcycle has mechanical problems likely to endanger themselves. Other than that, he must immediately leave the track. Precisely what Mr. Joan Mir did not do. The reason why he has the double long lap coming his way tomorrow. So for just the 3rd time in his MotoGP career, Marc Marquez finds himself on pole position here in Jerez. Well, we've got 2 LCR Hondas at opposite ends of the grid, haven't we? With Joan Zarco on the front row, unfortunately Diogo Moreira on the back row, an experience gaining exercise once again coming up for the Brazilian rookie. Let's get his thoughts from Jack.
Yeah, less than ideal morning for Diogo, but the only way forwards now. What's the plan for the sprint coming up, and how different did track conditions feel compared to yesterday on the outlap then?
Yeah, I mean, the strategy for today will be, push already the first lap to, to the last one. And I mean, I will try, because at the end we don't lose nothing, so I'm gonna try to overtake the people, and let's see.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, all he can do is get his head down and try and pick off a few riders ahead of him, Diogo Moreira. I wonder if he can get himself up into P13. He needs to recover 10 places because he has been 13th in 4 of our opening 6 events so far this season. 13th on debut in both the Sprint and the Grand Prix in Thailand, and that's been followed up by 13th places in our most 2 recent Grand Prix in front of his home crowd in Goiânia and, of course, last time out in Austin. As mentioned, the LCR Honda riders at complete opposite ends of the grid. Joan Zarco's 31st front row start in the MotoGP World Championship. Never had a sprint podium, has the Frenchman.
Best of 4th so far in the sprint era for Joan Zarco. 4th is where we find the World Championship leader on the grid. Sundays haven't been the problem, as I'm sure you're aware. He's led every lap on a Sunday so far this season, but it's fair to say he has dropped a few points in the sprint so far this season. 12 of them in the first sprint in Buriram, and certainly a minimum 7 in Austin last time out. Here's your grid: Marc Marquez, Johann Zarco and Fabio Di Giannantonio on the front row of the grid. World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi heads row 2. He's got Alex Marquez and Pedro Acosta behind him. On the third row of the grid, you can see Jorge Martin, Enea Bastianini and Raul Fernandez. Igor does not start from where he appeared on that graphic. He's actually on the fifth row of the grid. Some water in the works, so we'll get the grid up back for you in just a moment. While we get to the bottom of that problem, let's head down to the grid and find out whether Marco Bezzecchi can move forward from fourth. Paolo Bonora speaking to Jim.
Yeah, second row of the grid for Marco, third row of the grid for Jorge, under skies that are getting ever greyer by the minute, Paolo. I think we're in for an interesting sprint. What do we have in store here?
Yeah, grey clouds for sure. So difficult to understand what the weather forecast will be. By the way, we hope that it remains dry for all the spring. We are confident about the race pace, despite of the not a very good lap time qualification during this morning. But by the way, we did a step forward compared the yesterday setup and feeling about our rider, so quite confident about it.
We know in terms of the championship, Marco has been brilliant on Sunday, but work needs to be done in Saturday's sprint. So is he mentally thinking about today differently to the opening 3?
I think so because compared the first 3 races where he had better race pace compare probably his competitor, today he has to fight a little bit more, so probably he will be inside of the group in the first part of the race, so it will be quite different from the previous races.
Thanks, Paolo. Good luck.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to a pretty boss, Paolo Bonora. You just there on screens the grid graphic running through the order. I guess some of you will have noticed that our 2025 pole starter Fabio Quartararo way down the order in 17th place on the grid. His lowest qualifying in 29 Grand Prix since Phillip Island back in 2024 for the 27-year-old Frenchman, whose patience looks to have finally snapped with what is the underperforming and rather uncompetitive new B4 powered YZR M1. No problems there inside the VR46 garage for Fabio Di Giannantonio, who looks the epitome of cool, calm and relaxed, and why would he not be going away from the front row of the grid for the 3rd race in a row. Alex Marquez then had a little bit more work to do than I'm sure he would have liked in this sprint, having qualified on the middle of the 2nd row in 5th, particularly given how strong he was in the dry yesterday, although that performance yesterday afternoon does bode well if we do get a dry sprint. What are the thoughts of the boss, Michele Massini, with Jack?
Yeah, he is indeed. Super strong Friday for Alex, the fastest man out there. Mark labelled him the favourite. He gets the dry conditions he wants, Michele. So what is his plan for the upcoming sprint?
So for sure we know that we have the speed on the dry, so we try at least to stay in the top 3 today, and we know also that we can manage well the used tire on the dry, so I think that will be crucial, of course, like always, the first lap.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Grazzini boss Michele Massini. Yeah, there is no doubting Alex Marquez's pace in the dry yesterday was pretty frightening. If you're lining up on the grid next to Alex, the Fermin Aldeguer fans are out in full voice. The yellow-clad Aldeguer fans supporting the number 54. Couple of tumbles, though, here today in the wet conditions this morning for the 21-year-old. He was down at turn 13 in FP2, and then his hopes of qualifying higher than 12th in Q2 were pretty much ended when he was on the floor once again at turn 8.
12th place then he starts for the sprint. His points will be the target for Fermin Aldeguer from there. Toprak, who's watching from the relative tranquility of his Pramac box, as covered earlier on after the incredible acrobatics from Toprak earlier on. A little bit of a return to reality in the qualifying session. He starts from 19th place on the grid, 1 place behind Frankie Morbidelli for VR46 in P18. The other VR46 Ducatis on the front row, Fabio Di Giannantonio. Pablo Nieto's with Jack.
Yeah, well, Saturday so far in 2026 have been about Fabio Di Giannantonio versus Marc Marquez. We were treated to a battle in Brazil. We were treated to a coming together in Austin. It looks as though the two of them are going to clash again here, Pablo.
I wish, because I love it. I love it when you have this kind of fights. and we are making this kind of fight for the podium, so this is very, very important. We know that it's going to be very hard. Mark here are super fast. Also, Zarco makes amazing qualifying. It's going to be hard, but we will see what happens.
You, like everybody else, is looking upwards at the sky from your weather radar. Are we going to get any rain?
Could be, but we are really, really focused on dry condition. If it starts raining, we are ready. So at the moment, I say to the rider, don't worry, we have to be focused for dry condition, then we will see what happens.
Thanks, Pablo. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to VR46 boss Pablo Nieto. Didier was really heaping praise on the strategy of his crew this morning when he got on that front row grid. They left him out on his second soft tyre pretty late on, and he said they called it absolutely bang on the money. Nice shot inside the Pramac and Yamaha garage there. We know that a very close ally, manager and mentor to Toprak Razgatlioglu, his former World Supersport king, of course, Keenan Sofwoglu, joining the garage there with some support is Keenan's 7-year-old son Zane Sofwoglu, who I'm sure is very familiar to many of you who follow the young fella on social media. 5.1 million followers on Instagram, and he's already a bit of a stunt king to rival Toprak. He's a brave young fella, I think it's fair to say. Braving the conditions, in the tricky conditions this morning in the wet, was Johan Zarco to put himself on the front row of the grid for the first time in almost 12 months. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, LCR Honda's Lucio, checking on him with Jack.
Yes, Lucio just gets a word of good luck from MotoGP Hall of Famer Giacomo Agostini. Johan did an unbelievable job this morning, Lucio, to stick it on the front row of the grid. I spoke to him in a lunchtime break, and he said, although there's no rain, I was pretty strong on rhythm yesterday. He feels that despite these dry conditions, he's still well in the fight. Do you agree?
I mean, definitely for tomorrow with the medium tire and with the medium rear tire, I think we showed that we have not bad pace. However, with the soft slick, I think yesterday the other were a little bit stronger than us. So what we explained to him, that for us it's very important, you know, to finish the race and to stay possibly in the top 8, but you know, not necessarily look for more. And then tomorrow maybe we have a slightly better chance.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Lucio. Good luck.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Lucio checking out. So yeah, maybe hopes of Zarco hanging in for the podium battle slightly more favourable tomorrow over the longer distance. 25 laps tomorrow will be the full race distance. I don't know if it's me here in the commentary box, just perched above the main grandstand opposite pit lane, but those sort of nice little pockets of blue sky seem to be getting less and less, and there's some rather ominous and threatening looking grey clouds, which all of a sudden are starting to close in on the Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto.
Yeah, when Jack asked Pablo Nieto, he didn't sound awfully confident, did he, that it's going to stay dry. It's worth reminding you that flag-to-flag rules do still apply in the sprint, even over the shorter 12-lap distance. So, as always, the marshals will put the white flag with the red cross, then the white flag to indicate that riders can change bikes, because this will obviously be declared a dry sprint. Of course, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but flag-to-flag rules do still apply.
Can you believe it? Fabio Quartararo strolling down pit lane on pole position. Here he was 12 months ago. He was on the podium second in the Grand Prix to Alex Marquez 12 months ago. Boy, what would he give for that? Anything close to those kind of results right now as he tries to make any kind of headway on the currently being developed V4 Yamaha, Goiânia and Kota. First time in his MotoGP career that Fabio Quartararo has finished 2 races in a row outside of the points. Tough times indeed for the recently turned 27-year-old Frenchman. He'll be hoping for some kind of boost, some kind of confidence lift before he heads home to the French Grand Prix in Le Mans in a couple of weeks' time.
Brad Binder looking pensive as he sits on the 5th row of the grid. 13th for him. He's also been on the floor so far today. Crashed right at the end of free practice too, over at the Jorge Martinez Aspar corner. Yeah, 13th might not sound particularly special for Brad Binder, but it is his best qualifying since the season opener in Buriram, and of course we know he has pedigree around here. The first rider to win a sprint here at Jerez.
Yeah, that sprint in 2023 remains the closest sprint podium we have ever witnessed. What is this? Sprint number 65, I believe. That's an epic fight on that occasion back in 2023 involving Binder, Bagnaia and Martin. Starting on the 4th row of the grid is Pecco Bagnaia. He will get pushed up 1 row tomorrow for the main Grand Prix, courtesy of Jorge Martin's incoming penalty. but his equal worst qualifying performance in MotoGP here in Jerez. He was 10th on the grid 7 years ago in his debut year back in 2019. He does bring a quite brilliant record, though, to this Spanish Grand Prix. Certainly on Sundays, does the 29-year-old Italian. No lower than third in the last 5. A 3 times winner here, 2022, 2023, 2024. A couple of those were an absolute classics as well.
Spots of rain, we understand, from Jack Appleyard, who is leaving the grid as we speak. Very, very light, but just something to occupy the minds and add to what is already a tense situation on that grid. I think if you asked 831 of the 23 riders on that grid, they would want a dry sprint. Are they going to get their wish?
It's been worse in this situation as they're just as it's about to go lights out, just at the height of tension. When the butterflies, you're really trying to keep them under control, churning inside your stomach to see rain spots on the screen, rain spots on your visor. Just about the worst possible scenario to face for these MotoGP riders. Fabio De Gianantonio then. He has already had some epic tussles with Marc Marquez in sprint so far this year. Ayagura, fair to say, seemed like he was lacking a bit of belief, a bit of trust in that Aprilia RSGP in the wet conditions this morning. He was at the wrong end of Q2, starting in 11th place for the Trackhouse squad. He was 3 seconds behind the pole time of Marc Marquez, and only got better because he did put a 151.110 in on his 7th lap of the session. His last lap, at one stage, he was almost 5 seconds back of the best speed.
So at the moment, only very light spots of rain. Nothing at this stage that would be heavy enough to even consider them delaying the start. It would have to absolutely chuck it down at this stage for them to consider that. The sprint, as mentioned, has already been declared dry. So it will be a case at the moment of the riders trusting their own instincts, trusting the grip levels underneath them, and almost trying to block out whatever spots of rain land on their visor. And I guess the warmer black will be quite crucial just to understand if the grip levels have changed at all since they left the pit lane for the sighting lap around about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, the old eyes weren't deceiving me. It definitely has gone a lot darker. Some of the thick, heavy, dark clouds that have been off into the distance for a period of time now really are just pretty much completely plonked on top of this Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto. So with, what, 2.5 minutes until it's lights out, what are the elements going to throw at the world's best riders here at one of the world's best circuits? Third successive front row in 2026 for Fabio De Gianantonio. His 8th front row in the MotoGP World Championship. A first front row since Germany last year for LCR Honda rider Johann Zarco. A first front row since the Hungarian Grand Prix at Balaton Park last August for Marc Marquez. His 3rd pole position here in Jerez. The crowd will erupt if he's able to take his 17th sprint win here in southern Spain. Marc on pole in Jerez. MotoGP's spring break is well and truly over. The world's best riders are about to spring back into action. The fight for glory in this year's World Championship in 2026 is about to pick up some serious momentum. 8 Grand Prix coming up before our summer break in mid-July. More crowd expected once again at Le Mans in a couple of weeks' time. It feels like we're going to get a record crowd here this weekend in Jerez, because this, without any question, surely is going to be one of our biggest ever Sprint Saturday crowds since the new format was introduced back in 2023. And if the Spanish fans weren't happy enough to see the world's best riders back in action, well, Marc Marquez putting the factory Ducati on pole position in his home Grand Prix has just whetted the appetite even more ahead of this 12-lap Tissot sprint. That's where we sit in terms of the championship. We've ticked off Thailand, we've ticked off Goiânia in Brazil, and Austin in Texas. Marco Bezzecchi, 81 points collected from the first 3 Grand Prix. 75 of those 81 have come on Sundays, as he's remained undefeated so far this season. As you can see on the graphic, it's tight at the top, just as we like it. Jorge Martin, a factory of pretty stablemate to Bez, second in the standings. He took a record 17th sprint victory only 3 weeks ago in Austin, Texas, did the Martinator. He'd be hard pushed to repeat that, although maybe there is a bit of an omen already in the offing, because Jorge Martin, 7th to 1st in the Austin sprint. Guess where he starts the sprint here today in the red? 7th place on the grid. Can he produce more heroics? So we're certainly hoping to win again and then maybe land at the post-sprint wheeling celebration, unlike he did a couple of weeks ago in Austin. Marc Marquez then on the front row of the grid, heading the front row of the grid. Johann Zarco, how long can he hang in there? Not convinced about his performance. Lucio checking out LCR Honda boss in terms of his pace on the soft rear tyre. We might see more from Zarco in the main Grand Prix tomorrow. Fabio Di Gianantonio. It's today the day that he finds his first ever sprint success, his first sprint victory. He's been close. 8 sprint podiums so far for the 27-year-old Italian. Keep a close eye on Bezzecchi then, world championship leader. He's heading the second row in 4th place. A straight shootout in terms of the Michelin tyres. Every single rider, 23 of them with 2 wildcards here this weekend. Lorenzo Savadori and Augusto Fernandez. Tech 3 slightly depleted with no Maverick Vinales sadly for his home Grand Prix. But all riders coming to the grid, medium front, soft rear tyre. So no deviation in terms of tyre choice. So under grey clouds, is Marc Marquez going to light up the Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto once again? It's lights out to a really
Tell you what, a shocker though. The World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi was snaking left and right and plummeted backwards. He's well outside the top 10 already.
Yeah, work to do there now for Bezzecchi. Perfect start. This is just how Marc Marquez would have envisaged the start of this sprint. He's got clear tarmac ahead of him. Fabio Quartararo's out on the paintwork on the exit of turn 4.
Marco Bezzecchi is 17th at the end of the first sector of this sprint. Points would be an achievement from where he is.
Aguirre's gone wide. 2 Star Aprilias are suffering in the early part of this sprint because Aguirre was really wide on the outside of the Tito Pons corner, turn 5. The Gianantonio looking to fire back at Jorge Martin. Martin's gone the right way on the factory Aprilia. He's gained 3 places, 7th to 4th from the dynamic start from the 89.
Well, like Bastianini being elbowed wide at the turn 6 hairpin. I think it was Binder on the other KTM who went past him. Pedro Acosta is still in the 6th place he started from. Di Gianantonio immediately up ahead of him.
Yeah, and Alex knows he's got to get on with this. He's got to find a way through quickly on Johann Zarco because Marquez will be capitalising on this. They're already trying to gang up behind Zarco, so he's the mega pass. Alex surely going to try and attack Zarco on the 5 LCR Honda going into the final corner. He has to because Mark already nearly 0.6 of a second clear.
This is exactly the kind of scenario that the chasing pack feared. Zarco acting as a bit of a bodyguard for Marc Marquez. Alex, though, not close enough. Who was close enough is Jorge Martin. He actually passes Alex Marquez and takes his 3rd place.
Jorge Martin is just so good on sprint Saturdays, whether it be on a Ducati or an Aprilia. Can he fend off a retaliatory movement by Alex on the brakes in the turn 1? That was all because Martin compromised his exit speed a little bit, but he's gone wide. Has he got a problem? It looks like the Aprilia has given up the ghost. That's a nightmare situation for poor Jorge Martin. He just got himself up into 3rd place on that opening lap. As it got going again, looks like it is. Well, clearly it's still running, but Jorge Martin drops to the back of the field.
So the top 2 in the World Championship having nightmare first laps, a lap and a quarter to this sprint because Bezzecchi's back in 14th place. This is the move then from Alex Marquez. Was always going to come straight back up the inside of Jorge Martin, but Martin's already recognised he's got an issue.
Look at the glow. Look at the bright red glow on the front brake disc. Look
it's
at
all
it.
fired almost.
That's just unbelievable. I mean, you normally only see that kind of shot, don't you, in Qatar under the lights. He's like having a good look down there. I mean, did he just have a brake fade going into that first corner? Was that what caused the issue? I mean, it was so blatantly obvious there. The front disc was glowing. I mean, what are these? This run around 900, 1,000 degrees temperature, maybe not that hot after just one lap, but clearly it just looked like that. Martin didn't have any brake.
Alex Marquez takes that second place finally from Johann Zarco. How much damage has been done? A full second is the advantage for Marc Marquez. Halfway around the second lap, his younger brother is now his nearest challenger.
As mentioned, you only ever really see that, don't you, under the night lights of the Lusail International Circuit in Qatar. A nightmare then for poor old Jorge Martin. He's at the back of the field. At the front note, Marc Marquez in the comfort zone here. Got a nice buffer. Well, he's just taken his lead to over a second for the first time in the sprint. Clear of brother Alex. And he's trying to get on with business here. Alex trying to catch back. 137.156, the fastest lap of the sprint so far from Alex. Zarco still there in third place. Jorge Martin lost 5 seconds with that mistake, or that sort of issue he had on the first corner last lap.
Yeah, the rain panel was flashing there on the way up. You just saw it on the left-hand side of the screen as well as they come through turn 3. So spots of rain now falling all around the circuit. Jorge Martin retires from the sprint. So at least Marco Bezzecchi will retain the World Championship lead. But at the moment, he's scoring nothing either. He's back in 16th place.
Highs and lows of a professional motorcycle racer. In our last sprint, Jorge Martin came charging through from 7th to take the gold medal. Wasn't even in the contest for a full 2 laps before. Looks like some kind of an issue has curtailed his hopes of back-to-back sprint success. But Gian Antonio at the moment just cannot find a way through. Can he from the very resolute Frenchman, Johann Zarco? White flag then is being waved. Riders are now allowed to swap bikes. And now once again, Didier, he's just going to be patient here. He's got to bide his time. He's getting a little bit frustrated by the fact that he cannot find a way through cleanly on Zarco. He can now into the Angel Nieto corner, into turn 9. Oh, no, now Zarco strikes straight back on the inside. Into Pellic, here we go, turn 10. This is playing into the hands of the Marquez boys.
Oh, that's a brave move up the inside of the Tribier corner. Once again, he just can't turn it tight enough, and Johann Zarco happily takes third place back again.
Fabio Di Gianantonio has delivered some fireworks in battles so far this year as Ralph Fernandez goes on the inside of Pedro Acosta into turn 13. That was a lovely move by the track out of Aprilia rider. Fabio Di Gianantonio has had some epic battles in sprint so far this year with Marc Marquez on a couple of occasions. This time around, it's Johann Zarco who's proving to be a right test.
Marc Marquez has got a major problem here in the form of his younger brother Alex. He took another 3.5 tenths out of him on that last lap, cut the gap down to 4 tenths of a second. Surely it's a matter of time before Marc has got his brother right behind him.
Well, Alex threatened a runaway success. Jack just saying the rain is now starting to intensify. We've still got a little bit more 8.5 laps remaining here. Di Gianantonio has another dig at Zarco. This time around into turn 5, he's going to ram the door shut on the Frenchman on the inside of the Tom's corner. You can see there the rain flag on the outside of the LED panel. So Di Gianantonio has finally, it's taken him 3.5 laps to get through on on Zarco. Well, what can he now do about the Marquez? This is all the pressure, isn't it? They're still building from Zarco. Can he shake off the Frenchman finally?
And the Marquez horses have bolted, though, unfortunately, for Fabio Di Gianantonio up at the front of the race. They are over 2 seconds clear of Fabio Di Gianantonio. This is the battle for sprint victory, and it's the kind of battle that the fans here would have dreamed of. Where their allegiances lie, though, between Marc and Alex, as now Ralph Fernandez piles on the punishment for Zarco, which also opens the door for Pedro Acosta.
Yeah, Zarco's taking a couple of uppercuts here at the moment, isn't he? Spaniard attacking him left, right and centre. Acosta as Fernandez picked up Zarco going into turn 9. Pedro Acosta said, well, thank you very much, I'll also ease my way through. Could get worse for Zarco as well as he goes back on the inside of Acosta's KTM into the final corner. That's brilliant. Johann Zarco, 35 years of age, still full attack, full commitment, scrapping for every single point in this sprint. At the front, the gap between Marc and Alex, 3 tenths of a second. You can see rain spots on Pedro Acosta's onboard camera there on the front of the factory KTM. He got it loose, he got it lively on the power coming out the first corner. He's just about able to drop across the nose of Zarco into turn 2.
Uche Cecchinello said to Jack on the grid, then take a top 8. That's certainly not the attitude of Johann Zarco right now. He's fighting for every position he can get his hands on. Update on the World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. Believe it or not, he's just passed Pecco Bagnaia, who's also having a shocker. They're battling for 15th.
Yeah, on untouchable on Sundays. Rather underwhelming on Saturday so far this year, Marco Bezzecchi. His only sprint finish so far this year was a 4th place in Goiânia. Now here comes Zarco once again attacking Acosta on the brakes in the turn 6. This is where Acosta was weak on the brakes into that Pedrosa corner yesterday. I mean, Johann Zarco, I really just hope he does score some sprint points here today, because he's riding his heart out. Look at this gang behind him, a gang of KTMs. He's got Acosta, Bastianini, Binder behind him. Aldeguer's keeping a watching brief as well. Come on, I was just going to say, looked like he was going to just run in a little bit hot and wide there, Acosta. He does indeed. Oh, Zarco is back on through.
Bastianini through. Bastianini taking full advantage of that. He takes Acosta. Binder looking to do the same. Aldeguer's joining that battle too. We're trying to keep our eyes on this, but look at the top left of your screen. Alex Marquez now right in position to take this sprint lead away from his older brother.
What a battle this is, though, at the moment for 5th place. This is played right in the hands of Ralph Fernandez. He won't know it yet, but that massive melee behind him has given Ralph Fernandez serious breathing space in 4th spot. The gap then now to under 0.2 of a second. The Gian Antonio is getting on with it as well. Vidya into the 37s, a 137.729 from the Gian Antonio. That was almost half a second quicker than Alex Marquez. Is the Gian Antonio going to be really ruining, taking too long to get through on Zarco at the Spa?
He's not out of this by any means. He was 0.6 quicker than Marc Marquez, and of course it's always tricky for the leader in any kind of race when there are spots of rain falling, because you're the first person to hit each corner, and of course the grip level might have changed from the last time you came through there. So Fabio Gian Antonio in quite a good position here. He can just watch what's going on ahead of him and just gradually close in on the Marquez brothers. Already through this lap, he's only now 1.2 seconds off the sprint lead. It was 1.6 at the start of the lap.
Alex almost tripping over the rear tyre. Mark on the brakes into the Pedrosa corner. You can just see starting to get bigger and bigger in the onboard picture is the flue yellow of Fabio Di Gianantonio's VR46 Ducati. Pedro Acosta and Bastianini having a right good old tussle at the 6th and 7th. They keep swapping paintwork further down into the stadium section. Through Angel Nieto we go. Turn 9. Now Pelican at turn 10. On board with Alex Marquez. When will Alex feel like it's his time to try and attack Mark? 73 versus 93 was the story of the start of 2025, wasn't it? And this is the first time we've seen these two lock horns in 2026. Mark is so good though on the brakes into this Lorenzo corner. You're going to have to be the latest of the late breakers to outdo Mark on the brakes in the 13.
Yeah, Mark won't be easy to overtake, and Alex Marquez I'm sure will want to make it clean, but he might just have to get on with this, because it's going to be pass or be passed here. A 37.8 for Fabio Di Gianantonio. The Marquez brothers were nearly a second slower than it.
And looked like as well Alex just maybe charged in a little bit high in that last corner, lost a bit of exit speed because there was half a dozen bike lengths between him. Had a sprint podium, has the Frenchman.
Best of 4th so far in the sprint era for Johann Zarco. 4th is where we find the World Championship leader on the grid. Sundays haven't been the problem, as I'm sure you're aware. He's led every lap on a Sunday so far this season, but it's fair to say he has dropped a few points in the sprint so far this season. 12 of them in the first sprint in Buriram, and certainly a minimum 7 in Austin last time out. Here's your grid: Marc Marquez, Johann Zarco and Fabio Di Gianantonio on the front row of the grid. World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi heads row 2. He's got Alex Marquez and Pedro Acosta behind him. On the 3rd row of the grid, you can see Jorge Martin, Enea Bastianini and Raul Fernandez. Igor does not start from where he appeared on that graphic. He's actually on the 5th row of the grid. Some water in the works, so we'll get the grid up back for you in just a moment. While we get to the bottom of that problem, let's head down to the grid and find out whether Marco Bezzecchi can move forward from 4th. Paolo Bonora speaking to Jeff.
Yeah, 2nd row of the grid for Marco, 3rd row of the grid for Jorge, under guys that are getting ever greyer by the minute, Paolo. I think we're in for an interesting sprint. What do we have in store here?
Yeah, great clouds for sure. So difficult to understand what the weather forecast will be. By the way, we hope that it remains dry for all the spring. We are confident about the race pace, despite of the not a very good lap time qualification during this morning. But by the way, we did a step forward compared the yesterday setup and feeling about our rider, so quite confident about it.
We know in terms of the championship, Marco has been brilliant on Sunday, but work needs to be done in Saturday's sprint. So is he mentally thinking about today differently to the opening three?
I think so because compare the first three races where he had better race pace compare probably his competitor. Today he has to fight a little bit more, so probably he will be inside of the group in the first part of the race, so it will be quite different from the previous races.
Thanks, Paolo. Good luck.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to a pretty boss, Paolo Benoit. Just there. This is now a race of Crayfile. The FIM Shield's going to have a close look at that one. Back at the front then, Alex Marquez. He's lead to over half a second clear of Mark. It looks like at this part of the circuit, the rain has eased off, but clearly we saw from the outside camera looking at turn 7. Oh, no, it's pouring down. Now on the brakes at the final corner. They are on a right old tightrope now, aren't they? Mark's gone down. Marc Marquez has bailed out. Alex Marquez ahead of him had a massive moment on the front, and Marc Marquez has crashed in this sprint here from pole position. He's going to drop out of the point scoring places, surely. Davide Tolozzi can't believe it. The reigning world champion on the deck.
We've got a KTM in the pit lane. Trying to work out which one it is. I think it's Brad Binder, who of course famously made a gamble to stay out in Austria. He, Pecco Bagnaia and Frankie Morbidelli, and now of course through necessity Marc Marquez, they have pitted for a change of bikes.
Well, we promised you drama pre-sprint. The rain has started to fall then. We're on lap 9 of 12. Alex Marquez 1.1 seconds clear of Fabio Di Gianantonio. Marc Marquez heading back out on circuit now on a wet shod Michelin factory Ducati. Jack just saying it's absolutely bucketing down right now in pit lane. Here are your top two then on the road. Alex Marquez, look at that, no lean angle whatsoever. I mean, Alex could push this Ducati around that Pedrosa corner faster right now.
So this is looking very, very good for Brad Binder all of a sudden. He is the leading rider in the race on the wet tyres. You can see left-hand side of your screen, the indicator next to their names, which indicate they've changed bikes. As now we've got a crash for Jack Miller. So now both of the Pramac Yamahas on the floor.
Somebody else is down by the side. Yeah, Alex! I was going to say, I could hear my headset. There was another rider that's crashed out. So Marc Marquez crashes out of second place at turn 13. And in treacherous conditions. This is a mistake, so easy to mistake. There was no lean angle there for Alex. He was just barely tipping in. And down he goes. Alex Marquez then crashes out of the lead. Fabio Di Gianantonio now. Well, he can ride a scooter around here quicker than a MotoGP bike in these conditions. Just look at him. He barely dares carry any lean angle whatsoever.
Yeah,
it is absolutely pouring down. Ralph Fernandez there behind him is still out on slick tyres. Pedro Acosta has also crashed out. Here comes Digia into pit lane. He'll be quickly followed by Ralph Fernandez.
So we need to keep an eye out for where this lot rejoin in relation to Binder. Pecco Bagnaia has all of a sudden turned on its head for Bagnaia. He could be in second place very shortly. Binder, Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, who remember was on the floor just before he pitted. That might have actually just saved Marc Marquez's bacon.
It's our first ever flag-to-flag sprint. It is, I'm going to say. I don't recall ever having one previously. Well, we had our closest ever sprint podium here in 2023, and there's been more high drama. Fabio Di Gianantonio then on his spare bike. Fermin Aldeguer on the road on the Gresini Ducati is leading this sprint. He's 9.6 seconds clear of Brad Binder, who we know has changed bikes. We know Binder has come in and gone on to his wet spec KTM.
So Brad Binder is 5.7 seconds ahead of Pecco Bagnaia, who will take second place.
Binder's crashed.
Binder, who was going to lead the race.
No,
so
it's not Binder.
Yeah, it's the 33. Brad Binder's on the floor. So Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, who were separated by less than a second, they're now battling for the lead of this sprint match.
Binder's picked that KTM up. You can just see how much dirt there is and dust. Oh, now Bezzecchi, the World Championship leader's gone down. He's just out on rain rubber as well. As you can see, a wet front tyre for Marco Bezzecchi. Unfortunately, trapped under that crash factory. Well, what did I say about 2.5 laps ago? This now is a sprint of survival, and that's exactly what it is.
This is essentially going to be the battle for the lead. Look, they've already caught Aldeguer. Pecco Bagnaia is about to take the lead of this Tito sprint, and after crashing 2 laps ago, Marc Marquez is right behind him.
MotoGP insanity here in Jerez. Can you believe this? Marc Marquez crashed 3 or 4 laps ago in the final corner, yet here he is, all over the rear tires. He's going for the lead. Oh, that's going to be really, really close. Super aggressive by Mark on the inside of Bagnaia into the Angel Nieto corner. This is a hark back to 2 years ago in the main Grand Prix. Is in between these two, 93, sticking it to 63. The crowd are on their feet. They're getting drenched. They're getting soaked, but they do not care one jot, because can you believe this? Marc Marquez, when on slick tyres, the rain started to fall heavily, crashed right here at this corner. It looked like it was game over. I suppose he was forced to crash at turn 13. He crashed at turn 13 and could just remount, get across back on the circuit, move straight away to pillar. He'd have been one of the first to go onto wets, wouldn't he?
Jack Miller's got a double long lap penalty. That's the least of his problems. Speeding in the pit lane, he's already been on the floor. So it's Marc Marquez from Pecco Bagnaia. Morbidelli's third. Di Gianantonio second of the Arboni Ducati's board. Binder has picked it up and is still in fifth. Ahead of Fernandez, Quartararo, Marini and Bastianini at the moment is in the final points position.
So 2 riders at the moment in the top 5 have crashed on different sets of tyres in this sprint as well. Binder was already out on wets when he went down. Fermin Aldeguer, he's going to rather somewhat reluctantly maybe jump onto his spare, but he just stayed out way too long on the Michelin slicks. So Marc Marquez is going to potentially win his 17th sprint here to tie Jorge Martin's sprint winning record in the most weird and wonderful of circumstances. What a way for MotoGP to return from its unexpected spring sojourn. Marc Marquez then is now starting to really break away from Bagnaia in second place. Just look how much spread. This is the wettest this track has been all day here today. What a time for the heavens to open, as Marc Marquez then, having crashed early on in this sprint, is now leading and on course for sprint win 17.
And this is how he took it from Pecco Bagnaia. He basically left Pecco with no option. Jump out of my way, Pecco. I want the gold medal and the 12 points. I have to say, given that Bagnaia was riding around in 15th place in the dry before it rained, I'm sure he would quite happily take a silver medal.
Stark raving bonkers this sprint has been here in Jerez. The drama may not has yet finished. We certainly hope not. Marc Marquez in torrential rain tiptoes his way through the final corner. There's no cover on this main grandstand here in Jerez, but you can see just at the bottom of your picture, the crowd are going wild. The crowd are going ballistic. 4.4 kilometres then between Marc Marquez on the unlikeliest of sprint victories. Pecco Bagnaia second. Frankie Morbidelli has come from 18th on the grid. He's going to be on the podium here now, Frankie.
Yeah, the riders at the back of the field who had nothing to lose by just changing bikes when the rain got heavier, they are going to benefit. Morbidelli and Bagnaia, and of course Binder would have done the same. Binder would have been leading this had he not gone down after changing to the wet weather tyres. He might still, if he has an incredible final, he might still salvage a podium.
Diogo Moreira from the back of the grid got himself back into very familiar territory. The Brazilian now up into P13 once again. He's ahead of Pedro Acosta, who we know has been on the road as well. Brad Binder, he'll be really regretting the chance of throwing away a rare visit to the sprint podium. Just look, there's almost standing water on the outside of the Pedrosa corner. Marc Marquez then, I mean, he has won some balmy races and balmy sprints in his career, but surely this is going to rank up there with the very best of them, because as it stands with a 1.5 second lead over Pecco Bagnaia, having about to take the checkered flag first.
Binder has taken fourth from Fabio Di Gianantonio. When we look back, and you just look back at the results on Wikipedia in a few years' time, and you see that it was a Ducati 1-2 in the Jerez sprint of 2026, you'll feel, well, that was a pretty boring sprint. It was anything but.
It has been remarkable. It has been unbelievable. It has been nothing short of pure theatre. Pure drama here in Jerez. At the corner where just a few moments ago Marc Marquez crashed out of contention. He powers out the final corner to take victory in a truly sensational sprint here in Spain. Where do you even start to tell the story, to tell the tale of that 12-lap sprint here at the Circuito de Jerez? Angel Nieto having crashed at turn 13 around the halfway point. Marc Marquez eventually, somehow, quite ludicrously, has taken the win by over 3 seconds from his factory Ducati teammate Pecco Bagnaia, who came from 10th on the grid. Frankie Morbidelli I mean, has anybody come from lower on the grid in a sprint to take a podium? 18th to 3rd for the VR46 Ducati rider. Morbidelli's 4th ever sprint podium. Brad Binder crashed on rain tyres. Surely Binder was going to figure in that battle for the win. He takes the checker flag 4th. The Gian Antonio is 5th. He was very late to pit from slick tyres. So too was Ralph Fernandez, who's 6th. Points for Quartararo. Zarco.
Whatever spots of rain land on their visor, and I guess the warmer black will be quite crucial just to understand. You see Tardoxi there saying, get the second bike ready. That Marc Marquez was essentially forced to change bikes by crashing here. You'll see him here now ride over to the left-hand side. He waits for the pack to go through, straight into pit lane, and this moment where he moved over to the wet bike essentially won him this sprint.
He never even considered rejoining the sprint, did he? His mind was made up straight away. It's pointless trying to rejoin here. I'm just gonna roll the dice, come into the pit lane and get on the wet shod bike. This was the key moment. This was a hard old move he put on Pecco Bagnaia into the Angel Nieto corner. At this point, the crowd were going crazy. They still are after that epic, classic sprint here in Jerez. Marc Marquez on the floor, yet somehow he still wins with a bike swap by over 3 seconds. I know it's only been, what, 3 or 4 weeks since Austin, but MotoGP, we really have missed you, and thanks for serving up yet more unrivaled drama.
We have had some sprints this year, haven't we? The 4 we've had, in their own unique ways, have all been absolute barnstormers. And I don't think I'd ever thought I'd say that a rider crashes and still wins a 12-lap sprint. That's Marc Marquez for you.
Stories galore. You could write a book, couldn't you, on that sprint? So much happened. We have a sprint winning time of 21 minutes, 25.6 seconds from the number 93, Marc Marquez. But you could write a novel based on what we've just witnessed. Thank you once again, Jerez. Thanks, I guess we could say, to some rather inclement Spanish weather. We normally get blazed in sunshine in this part of Andalusia, don't we? But the rain really did throw a monumental spanner in the works in that sprint. And at the end of it all, Marc Marquez rather cheekily and rather sarcastically throws himself into the gravel trap. That's his second crash of that sprint.
Famously, he crashed here and his career was potentially never the same again when he crashed here back in 2020. Today's Tito sprint may be the best crash of his life.
Here is Marco Bezzecchi's disastrous start. Was he on a tear-off? I was going to say a tear-off did get flipped up there, didn't it? Of course, there was... it looked like Marc Marquez Phillip Island 2024 on his grid slot here. Marco Bezzecchi in 4th. I mean, talk about bad luck. Rotten luck. He's going to just, his rear tyre is sat right on top of a tear-off. Right on top of a tear-off. I mean, how's your luck? That is dreadful luck, isn't it, for Marco Bezzecchi?
Couldn't quite see whose tear-off it was, but you see material really now. And of course, Marco Bezzecchi did then go on to crash, having changed to the wet tyres. You can't really blame any rider for crashing in the kind of scenario they were faced with here. They could see with the wet tyres on, Bezzecchi went down later on. It's impossible to know where he might have ended up because there was so much happening. But Marco Bezzecchi, of course, with Martin having those front brake issues right at the start of the sprint, which feels like a lifetime ago now, Bezzecchi does still have that 4-point lead. The top 3 in the sprint all failed to score, which plays beautifully into the hands of the reigning champion.
I'll say it until I'm blue in the face. MotoGP is the greatest motorsport show on earth. That was just pulsating. It was nail-biting from the first corner to the last corner. It just had a little bit of everything, didn't it? Bike swaps, crashes. I mean, Alex Marquez, we have to mention him in dispatches. He was looking so good in the dry. And then he crashed out of the lead at turn 8. The maestro conducting his own orchestra here, conducting his own choir. And then he'll make a right racket long into the night here in Jerez. come rain or shine. They are some of the most fanatical and fervent fans we have on the MotoGP World Championship calendar. What a sprint. Frankie Morbidelli, 18th on the grid to 3rd at the end of that sprint. Let's get his thoughts for Jack.
Frankie, what a performance from 18th on the grid to now being stood on the sprint podium. Just talk us through a crazy sprint and the decision-making process to pit at obviously the correct time.
Crazy race. I was there behind the whole group, and crazy things happened. And yeah, I had the luck to go to the pit box earlier than everybody. I followed Pecco, and this amazing result came. I want to dedicate this result for the people who's suffering, who's thinking that they have no chance, who's thinking that they are worse than everybody. My thoughts are with them. I think about them, and I dedicate this kind of podium. In that way, he has no chance. He cannot make the results. He has no speed. He has no whatever. And here we are. I'm really pleased. I thank everybody inside the team, and I dedicate this podium to the people who are suffering.
Always keep believing. Well done, Frankie. Great ride. Thank you.
Always keep believing indeed, Jack. Never give up. Never accept that you're beaten. He's a deep thinker, isn't he? Is a Frankie Morbidelli. What a performance, though. Look at Davide Tardozzi. He's gone from head in hands and anguish to just complete and utter joy. Look, he can't believe it, can he? As he embraces first Pecco Bagnaia in second place. We have to remind you, the Ducati Lenovo 1-2. Marc Marquez leading.
The weirdest 1-2 they've ever had.
Pecco Bagnaia. I mean, Mark trying to explain what happened there to his crew chief, Marco Rigamonti. Good luck with that one, Mark, trying to cover that one off. Going to be looking forward to listening to what Bagnaia's got to say very, very shortly. But yeah, Frankie Morbidelli. What was it, the great quote from the late, great Nicky Hayden? It's why we line up on Sundays, because you never know what is going to happen. Pecco Bagnaia with a big smile on his face, second in that incredible sprint here in Jerez. He has an embrace with Gigi Dall'Igna at the Ducati Lenovo 1-2. Very, very shortly, we'll try and grab a word with Pecco. Yeah, we've got him. Here he is, Pecco with Jack.
Pecco, a huge smile, and for good reason as well. I bet you cannot believe that you're about to stand on a sprint podium. Just talk us through the last 20 minutes.
Honestly, as soon as I saw in the grid that it was started raining, I said maybe I need to go with a medium visor because we never know. Then as soon as it started to rain, I just take some laps to understand the condition, and I decide, okay, go in, and then what will happen will happen. Then I tried to follow Mark, but I saw that the rain was starting very heavy, so I want to finish the race. P2 today, after what happened yesterday and this morning, it's a great result. So thanks to the team for their job, and today the gamble was on point. So happy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Pecco is as surprised as what we are with the fact that he is about to stand on the sprint podium and get a silver medal. We thought the 2024 sprint here in Jerez was crazy. 15 crashes, 9 DNFs, 5 8-second tyre pressure penalties. I think that one has actually topped it, as it is still continuing to pour down with rain here in southwest Spain. But the sun will be shining on Marc Marquez after the best sprint, the most dramatic sprint I think we've ever had, and we've had a few already. This is heartbreak for Gresini Ducati. This was when on slick tyres, Alex Marquez clear of Fabio Di Giannantonio, crashing out at turn 8. He'd already, of course, just passed his brother Mark to lead. Probably unaware that Mark had crashed out of second place just behind him. But look at this. Alex was just tiptoeing his way around this Jerez circuit. Now, he's had some weird and wonderful victories in his MotoGP career. This, though, surely has to top the lot. Your sprint winner here in a Jerez Classic, Marc Marquez with Jack.
Mark, from pole position to the gravel trap to the top step of the podium, have you ever won a race in more crazier circumstances?
I don't think so. I mean, the first victory with a crash, and yeah, it's true that I crashed in the best corner in the best moment, in the correct moment, because it's true that lap I was thinking to go in, but then Alex was leading the race and he stayed out, and I did the mistake to follow him. But yeah, I don't know, somebody today gave me that extra luck that I crashed on that last corner. I just wait that everybody passed, and then I knew that was the only chance to put the rain tires on that lap, and yeah, immediately I passed the main straight and saw P3, and then just I pushed, and yeah, happy with this victory.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. Marc Marquez saying that he has never, ever won a sprint or a Grand Prix, having crashed in it. So even at the age of 33, in what is going to be his 289th Grand Prix, there are still firsts for the 7 times MotoGP World Champion. As he said, you never want to crash, but if you're going to crash in a Jerez sprint when the rain's starting to pour down, do it right there. I mean, he doesn't even go through the long lap penalty loop, does he? And as we mentioned in commentary, he just confirmed that he was just happy there to sit and wait. No intention whatsoever. He knew it was too wet to just try and rejoin that sprint with the whole field pouring on through. So he just decides there and then, okay, I'm coming straight across the grass. I'm going to come into pit lane, and I'm going to jump on the bike that's got the wet tyres. And what a decision that proved to be as we get the sprint podium underway.
And a bronze medal that I don't even think Frankie Morbidelli can quite believe is round his neck, but as he said himself, reward for never giving up. The dignitaries are getting a soaking as well. The communication and PR manager of Tissot Spain still enjoying her afternoon out as she presents the silver medal to Pecco Bagnaia. First time we've seen him on a sprint podium since he won the Sepang sprint late last year. The weirdest Ducati Lenovo 1-2 I think they've ever had. Marc Marquez, of all the 13 corners to crash at, he crashed at the corner right by the pit entry. But you make your own luck in this game, and Marc Marquez picked himself up to take 12 valuable points.
Well, have you caught your breath at home just yet after we have witnessed an absolutely phenomenal sprint here in Jerez? Top 2 factory Ducatis, Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia, try to process what they went through. Just look at that image. Spotted it in commentary, the bright glow, the orange glow on the front brake disc of Jorge Martin. He just didn't have the stopping power, did he? The performance had gone in the lever as he went into that first corner. That is a real shame, because at that stage, Martin had climbed up from 7th into 3rd place. He's a little bit bewildered and a bit perplexed to find out what the issue was himself. Let's have a listen on board. This wasn't stopping, was it? Wasn't slowing down for Jorge Martin, and then he's crestfallen, and he just has to watch the field steamroller through. He made a brilliant start, phenomenal start. Would he have been in the game for his sprint victory? I believe this as well. The double podium there for Bagnaia and Marc Marquez means now that Marc, Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin have all scored 32 podiums. As Marc addresses his adoring public, they love him in this part of the world, maybe like they like him nowhere else other than this part of the world. It's just unbelievable. Tomorrow, more to come. That's the message from Marc Marquez. Well, let's hope we get more of the same drama, because we'll take it.
Back to follow, won't it, after the incredible 12-lap sprint? How many riders will have hard luck stories and potential points they missed? Pedro Acosta is another one. So much happened. Can't even remotely remember what position he was in when this happened down at turn 8. But Pedro Acosta, of course, was in that battle with Bastianini, Binder, and of course Johan Zarco, who was in the middle of all of that. He got himself back into the sprint and finished in 12th place, but scored no points. As mentioned, none of the top 3 in the World Championship at the start of the sprint score today.
Yeah, Fabio Di Gianantonio loses the honour of being top Ducati now in the World Championship this year. That's now back in the hands of Marc Marquez, though. 12 points collected by Marc, moving on to 57. That puts him up to 4th in the standings, 2 clear of the Gianantonio. More sprint success, though. Another sprint podium this year for VR46 Racing. I don't think we'd have been expecting it to be in the shape of Frankie Morbidelli, though, having started in 18th place, while Fabio Di Gianantonio fired away from the front row of the grid. Once again, Diggia missed the start, hasn't been able to get that GP26 launch too great this year, but in the most bizarre circumstances, Marc Marquez is your sprint king here in Jerez.
That was crackers, wasn't it? Marc Marquez crashed and still won the sprint from his teammate Pecco Bagnaia. Ducati Lenovo 1-2, Morbidelli 3rd. Brad Binder will argue he should have won the sprint, crashed out of what was going to become the lead, remounted to finish 4th. Di Gianantonio 5th ahead of Ralph Fernandez. Quartararo 2nd sprint points finish of the season, 7th ahead of Johan Zarco, and Luca Marini taking the final point by half a tenth. A photo finish between himself and Alex Rins. Bastianini and Acosta 11th and 12th. They will have paid the price for changing bikes a lap too late. Jack Miller had a double long lap. Joan Mir crashed out. Bezzecchi crashed after running over a tear-off at the very start of the sprint and dropping down the order. Alex Marquez, another rider who might well have won, he crashed out before he got chance to change bikes. Riders' Championship, well, the top 3 remains unchanged. Marco Bezzecchi does still lead by 4 points from Jorge Martinez. Confirmation, Pedro Costa still 21 points back. Marc Marquez the big winner, as he now closes to within 24 of the lead and moves up to 4th ahead of Fabio Di Gianantonio, who is passed by Brad Binder on the final lap. Ralph Fernandez 6th ahead of Ayagura, and Pecco Bagnaia, who moves up ahead of Alex Marquez, his first sprint podium of the season. Brad Binder up 1 to 11th. Johan Zarco and Fabio Quartararo, they also climb a place after they each scored sprint points today. Constructor standings, well, Aprilia's lead is cut to 24 points. Aprilia picks up 4 points today, courtesy of Ralph Fernandez is 6th place. Ducati, though, take 8 points out of their lead, and 32 down to 24. And Aprilia Racing, of course, still lead the team's championship. The big movers, though, of course, after their 1-2 today are the world champions Ducati Lenovo. A maximum score of 21 points for them today, with them ahead of the Red Bull KTM Trackhouse. That was some sprint, wasn't it? We'll try and condense the highlights into a 2.5-minute neat video package, but this might be a struggle. Certainly a struggle for Marco Bezzecchi up the start line. You can see there the tear-off flipped up from the championship leader as he plummeted down the order. Marc Marquez converting pole into the whole shot. He actually came through the first sector down in 17th position after all of that. His teammate, though, was on the move. Jorge Martin up the inside of Alex Marquez to complete the first lap, but an immediate brake problem. You'll be able to see from the external shot there the brake disc on the front of Jorge Martin's Aprilia glowing almost red, and he was forced to retire from today's sprint. Sorry, missed out. Quite a bit of chaos. Alex Marquez taking 2nd place in the end from Johan Zarco, who fought a good fight up against the likes of Gianantonio, Ralph Fernandez, and a posse of KTMs. Did he several attempts, but he did eventually take 3rd place before zeroing in on the Marquez brothers, who were understandably cautious at the front of the race with rain falling. Eventually it came to a point where the rain was just too heavy to continue. Alex Marquez riding right around the outside of Marc Marquez to take the lead through turn 8. Moments later into the final corner, as Alex Marquez continued to lead the sprint. Marc Marquez, we thought at this point, was out of it, having crashed from 2nd place. did we know it, but that was the moment that ultimately secured victory for the 93s. He came straight in for a change of bikes. Several others took the same moment to come in to change. Brad Binder was actually the leader on the road of those on wet tyres at this point. The leader in the actual race on slicks was Alex Marquez until he crashed at turn 8. The remaining slick runners came in with the exception of Fermin Aldeguer, who is continuing to tour around on his dry tyres. Both of the factory Ducatis took in. So for a brief moment, Bagnaia was your leader. But Marc Marquez wasn't going to let this second chance pass up as he powered past his teammate Pecco Bagnaia. The weirdest of factory Ducati 1-2s. A stark, raving bonkers sprint here at the Spanish Grand Prix. One from pole via a crash for the world champion, Marc Marquez. I need to lie down. We'll see you tomorrow for the Spanish Grand Prix here at Jerez. See you tomorrow.